Chapter 761. Huang Yilu, do you want to die? While Huang Yilu was still in a state of shock, the voices of the northern and southern dynasties sounded again. The storm formed by the eternal immortal wind suddenly became agitated, as if it was going to tear Huang Yilu apart. Trapped by the eternal immortal wind, Huang Yilu's facial expression changed dramatically. He knew that he had delayed for too long. Nanbei Chao's patience was limited. If he didn't surrender now, the eternal immortal wind would tear him into pieces, and the entire Huang family would suffer a great calamity. Stop, Prince Nanbei. My Huang family is willing to submit to you. Huang Yilu didn't dare to show any signs of neglect. He immediately shouted. Voila! Under the control of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind returned to his body like a tide. Then, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties decreased, returning to the first-grade minor saint. Huang Yilu wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. His admiration for the northern and southern dynasties increased even more. There were techniques that could increase one's combat power for a short period of time in this world, but these were all forbidden techniques that were extremely rare. However, the cultivator would have to pay a certain price after using these forbidden techniques. After the technique ended, the cultivator would enter a period of weakness. However, the northern and southern dynasties in front of him had increased by 2 grades. Now their cultivation grade had returned to the first-grade minor saint, but their chi didn't change at all. They didn't seem tired at all. This was too shocking. Perhaps only the powerful immortal soul could do this. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your Huang family will receive great benefits by following me. You are undoubtedly lucky to be able to witness the path of domination. All the minor saints of your Huang family should be prepared. Tomorrow we will attack the other major powers of this domain. If they don't submit, we will kill them all. All the wealth and treasures will belong to your Huang family. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. A great power that dominated a region, a terrifying overlord, a great family, and yet they had so easily conquered it. Perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties could do this. The members of the Huang family had ugly expressions on their faces, but they had clearly seen the battle just now. There was no need to talk about the white tiger, but this young man was too powerful. Even the patriarch wasn't a match for him. The Huang family didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Since their patriarch had already submitted, what reason did they have to not submit? Furthermore, looking at the other party's ambitions, they definitely wouldn't stop at just dealing with the Huang family. Tomorrow they would go and deal with the other major powers of the Earth domain. Thinking of this, the Huang family felt much more at ease in their hearts. However, it wasn't hard to imagine that the Earth domain would be in chaos from today onwards. Such a huge domain would soon be conquered by the northern and southern dynasties. Not only the Earth domain but the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains would also be in chaos. The emergence of the northern and southern dynasties was bound to stir up the world. The northern and southern dynasties had already begun their path of hegemony, starting from the Earth domain. At this time, the seemingly peaceful Xuanhuan was actually surging with undercurrents. The Xiaoyao Palace had already begun their preparations. Freedom King had advanced to the 5th-grade minor saint not long ago. Now, all that was left was to wait for the return of the northern and southern dynasties. Under the arrangement of Jiang Qin, Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo had formed an alliance. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult had become very close. Han Yin had already told Wu Yimo about the northern and southern dynasties. Wu Yimo wasn't an idiot. He naturally knew the severity of the situation. In addition to his relationship with Jiang Qin, Wu Yimo was very willing to form an alliance with the Nebula sect. Furthermore, the current Nebula Kid had already become a 5th-grade minor saint. Wu Yimo was still at the peak of 4th-grade minor saint, but he seemed to have half a foot into the 5th-grade minor saint. Perhaps he would break through at any time. This was the only time in the history of Xuanhuan where the devil cult and the righteous sects had formed an alliance. The devil cult had always been independent. They had always been at odds with the righteous sections. Only people like Jiang Qin and Han Yen could make them form an alliance. At this time, Jiang Qin and Yisha had already entered the 3rd level of the devil world. Ooh! The devil wind rustled, blowing with all its might. The entire 3rd level was filled with black devil wind. Even the ground was black. Everything had been demonized. If humans or demonic beasts stayed here for too long, they would be demonized by the devil chi and fall into a state of chi deviation. The demonic chi here was simply too dense. There were figures of demons everywhere, and their roars could be heard everywhere. This was a true demonic world. Anyone who walked here would feel their blood vessels solidifying. This place was too terrifying, even more terrifying than hell. Isha, don't waste any more time. Go and find the minor devil saint and kill him. Take out the devil soul for me. Jiang Qin ordered. Yes, master. I can sense a first-grade minor devil saint and a second-grade minor devil saint 1,000 miles ahead. I will go and kill them for master now. Yixia clasped his fists at Jiang Qin and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He still needed 1,400 dragon marks to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. If he had the devil soul of a second-grade minor devil saint and a first-grade minor devil saint, he would be able to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Swoosh. When Jiang Qin was still thinking, Yixia had returned with 2 black devil souls in his hand. His speed was too fast, but it wasn't a big deal. Yixia was now a 3rd-grade minor devil saint. Killing a 1st-grade and a 2nd-grade minor devil saint was a piece of cake for him. Ah, good. Yixia, good job. Protect me now. I want to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. The edifying light was too perfect. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to move an inch in the 3rd level of the devil realm. Now that he had Yixia's help, he was like a fish in the water. He didn't need to do anything himself. All the benefits would be reaped. Yixia's help wouldn't attract the attention of the higher-ups of the devil race. Yes, master. Yixia obeyed Jiang Qin's orders without any delay. Jiang Qin didn't care where he was. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed. With the protection of Yixia, he didn't need to worry about any devil disturbing him. Jiang Qin circulated the dragon transformation art and began to absorb the devil souls. About 10 minutes later, the 2 devil souls were completely refined by Jiang Qin. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body had reached 55,900. It was a pity that he hadn't advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, but he was almost there. He was only left with 100 dragon marks. The amount of energy required is too huge. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Even though he was mentally prepared, the amount of energy required to advance from the 8th grade to the 9th grade still made him speechless. Fortunately, the dragon transformation art could refine and absorb everything, or else, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate the 9th grade combat emperor. Yixia, from now on only kill 2nd grade minor devil saints. Kill as many as you can. Jiang Qin said to Yixia. Master, with my current strength, we can only mingle in the periphery of the 3rd level. If we enter, there will be even more powerful minor devil sages appearing. Even I am not their match. If a powerful expert discovers Master's human, it will be troublesome. Yixia said. Then we will roam around the periphery. Let's go. Jiang Qin said. In the following time, Jiang Qin and Yixia were like 2 specters, shuttling around the periphery of the 3rd level, looking for powerful prey. An hour later, Yixia found another 2nd grade minor devil saint. He killed it on the spot and gave the devil soul to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't delay and refined the devil soul, absorbing the energy within. Kacha, the bottleneck of the 9th grade combat emperor, was broken through in an instant. Countless of heaven elixir was absorbed by Jiang Qin as if it was free. At this moment, Jiang Qin finally broke through to the 9th grade combat emperor, standing at the peak of the combat emperor realm. 56,000 dragon marks was the limit of the 9th grade combat emperor, but the current Jiang Qin's dragon marks had already exceeded 56,000, and there were still 200 more dragon marks. This is great, I have finally advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor, but if I want to advance to the 1st grade minor saint, I will need an even greater amount of energy. I need 60,000 dragon marks and I need to condense another 4,000 dragon marks, but I can't rely on this method to advance anymore. If I use force to advance to the 1st grade minor saint, it will have a great impact on my foundation and foundation. In order to advance to the minor saint realm, I will have to rely on real methods. However, my foundation is still very strong, at least I can use this method to condense another 1,800 dragon marks, reaching the peak of the 9th grade combat emperor. After that, I will leave the devil world and return to Xuanhuan. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He was the clearest about his own situation. It was already very good for him to advance to the 9th grade combat emperor in the devil world. This was also his goal. He didn't want to rely on this method to advance to the minor saint realm. Killing a minor devil saint for no reason would attract the attention of the higher-ups, even if it was Yixia who did it himself. Therefore, Jiang Qin and Yixia had to be very careful in the following days. They didn't dare to go on a killing spree anymore. Another half a month later, Jiang Qin continued to absorb the essence of the devil souls. His body had finally condensed 58,000 dragon marks. He still needed another 2,000 dragon marks to advance to the 1st grade minor saint realm. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had reaped a great harvest in this half a month. Other than reaching the peak of the 9th grade combat emperor, he had edified 3 3rd-grade minor devil saints with the edifying light. Including Yixia, there was a total of 4 3rd-grade minor devil saints. Such a tremendous combat strength was simply shocking. Given Jiang Chen's combat strength, killing a 2nd-grade minor saint was as easy as flipping his hand. Killing a 3rd-grade minor saint wasn't impossible for him. If he joined forces with Yixia and the others, even an ordinary 4th-grade minor saint would die. Chapter 762. Jiang Chen's trip to the Devil World was a fruitful one. His cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade combat emperor, and his next step was to break through to the minor saint realm. He had also subdued 4 powerful 3rd grade minor saints. This was a very powerful force. Devils had a strong physique. It was hard for humans to gain the upper hand in a battle of the same grade. Jiang Chen kept Yixia and the others into his spatial ring, then disappeared from the 3rd level of the Devil World. It had been a month since he came to the Devil World. It was time for him to return. Jiang Chen had a feeling that the chaos of Xuanhuan was coming. This was his intuition. Jiang Chen's intuition had always been accurate. In Xuanhuan, the Nebula sect gathered together. Wu Yimo and a few other minor saints of the Moyin cult were present. Their faces were grim because the thing that Jiang Chen had predicted had finally happened. The storm was coming, and it came so fast. Motherfucker. What the hell are these northern and southern dynasties? How could they be so powerful? An elder of the Moyin cult couldn't help but curse. He was feeling very gloomy. Nebula Kid smiled. He finally understood that Jiang Chen's evaluation of Nan Beichao wasn't exaggerated at all. He didn't put it in his heart at first, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen's prediction would come true so soon. I think everyone has heard the news. Half a month ago, Nan Beichao emerged as a new force. Starting from Earth Domain, he used only half a month to destroy all the major powers in Earth Domain, Heaven Domain, and Yellow Domain. All of them submitted to him. The House of Shadow Blight of Yellow Domain was the first to resist. They were experts in using poison, so no one dared to provoke them. But in the hands of Nan Beichao, the House of Shadow Blight didn't last more than half an hour before they were completely annihilated. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. Blood flowed like a river. As far as I know, the master of the House of Shadow Blight had advanced to 5th grade minor saint not long ago. Nebula Kid said. This news was about the major events that had happened in the past half a month. It was an unprecedented event in the entire Divine Continent. Even an ordinary person would have heard of such shocking news, let alone the people present. However, Nebula Kid still repeated it. Nowadays, the reputation of the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the 4 major domains. Just mentioning the name of the northern and southern dynasties would certainly make people tremble in fear. The northern and southern dynasties have declared that they want to subdue the 4 major domains. Now Heaven Domain, Yellow Domain, and Earth Domain have all been subdued. Next is our Xuanhuan. It's not hard to imagine our fate. Wu Yimo frowned. As a peerless devil lord, this was the first time he felt that the situation was very tricky. The northern and southern dynasties have already subdued a lot of major powers. There are too many experts under them. Even if our Nebula sect and Moyin cult unite, it won't be of any help. Nebula sect couldn't help but sigh. At this moment they couldn't do anything but sigh. Everyone, don't worry. Before Jiang Chen left, he specifically asked me to unite our 2 major powers first. When he comes back, he will deal with the chaos in Xuanhuan. So we don't need to worry. Just wait for Jiang Chen to come back. Nebula Kid said. The opponent was too strong. Even if he was very confident in Jiang Chen, his heart was still beating like a drum. When Jiang Chen left, he was only a 7th grade combat emperor. It had only been a month. Even if he was strong, how strong could he be? How could he deal with the northern and southern dynasties that were at the peak of their power? Judging from the current situation, other than Jiang Chen, there was no one else who could save the situation. Nebula Kid knew the real identity of Jiang Chen, so he still had a glimmer of expectation. Master Nebula Kid, although that Jiang Chen is a rare genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. He's just a combat emperor. The gap between him and the 2 major powers is too big. How could he deal with such a situation? Yes, the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. They have gathered all the major powers in the 3 domains. The Tan family and Skyhill School are no exception. Xiaoyao Palace and the northern and southern dynasties are on the same side. When the time comes, it will be equivalent to 2 major powers joining hands to deal with all the other major powers in the 4 domains. Even without the northern and southern dynasties and the White Tiger, we are still not enough. It's too difficult. I'm afraid that our fate won't be any better than the other major powers. Even if Jiang Qin is a genius, he won't be able to deal with the chaos in Xuanhu. The elders of the Moyin cult and some of the elders of the Nebula sect were in despair. The opponent was too strong. They had no way to deal with it. Some of them even had the thought of surrendering. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. They couldn't deal with them at all. Ah, look at how scared you all are. No matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties are, they are still defeated by Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin can defeat them twice, he can kill them for the third time. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. He wasn't worried at all about the upcoming chaos in Xuanhu. Instead, he was extremely excited. For this guy who craved for the world to be in chaos, the more chaotic the situation was, the more he liked it. Although the opponent was very strong, Jiang Qin was never weak. De Huang Dog had followed Jiang Qin for the longest time. Jiang Qin had created countless miracles. Even if the whole world believed that Jiang Qin couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, only De Huang Dog believed that no matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties were, they would still be defeated by Jiang Qin. He was destined to be a stepping stone for Jiang Qin. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. At this moment, Han Yen stood up. As the young master of the Moyin cult, his prestige was much higher than De Huang Dog's, and he was one of the people who had the right to speak. You don't understand the northern and southern dynasties, but we do. The current situation is very similar to what happened in the Qi province. Back in the Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties wanted to rule the entire Qi province. This guy is cultivating the monarch heaven skill, and he is walking on the path of hegemony. No matter where he goes, he wants to rule. Only by doing this can he go further on his path as an emperor. Back in the Qi province, the black sect was on the brink of destruction. In the end, it was Jiang Qin who showed up at the critical moment and turned the tide, destroying half of the northern and southern dynasties. However, this guy has the body of an immortal, so he managed to escape. But let me tell you, from the eastern continent to here, Jiang Qin has created countless miracles. Even in this chaotic situation, it can't stop him. If there is anyone in this world who can deal with the northern and southern dynasties, it would be Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. Han Yen said. Now that Jiang Qin wasn't here, the most important thing to do now was to calm the people's hearts. If the people's hearts were broken, they would be finished. As soon as Han Yan's words faded, the entire palace fell into silence. Everyone was frowning. No one knew what they were thinking. Before Jiang Qin left, he said that only he can solve the chaos in Xuanhu. So, it's useless for us to worry here. Why don't we take a good rest and wait for Jiang Qin to come back? Based on the current situation, we are no longer a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin is the only variable. Whether we can succeed or not, we have to wait for Jiang Qin to come back. Nebula Kid said. Everyone nodded. Nebula Kid was right. No matter how worried they were, they wouldn't be able to come up with a solution just by sitting here. It was better to take a good rest and wait for Jiang Qin to come back. Even though they didn't have much hope for Jiang Qin, but as Nebula Kid and Han Yen had said, Jiang Qin was still a variable. It seems like the northern and southern dynasties are going to attack Xuanhu tomorrow. I wonder when Jiang Qin will come back? Someone sighed. That bastard. He went out alone without bringing Master Dog with him. This is outrageous. De Huang Dog felt very depressed during this 1 month. Even though he was a powerful 9th grade demon emperor, he was still very angry that Jiang Qin left him behind and went to the devil world alone. At the same time, in the Qin family, the higher-ups of the Qin family also gathered together. The atmosphere was much more solemn than that of the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult. The patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Jintian, was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Below him were the higher-ups of the Qin family. Everyone knows what happened in the 3 big domains. I'm afraid our Qin family won't be able to escape. Qin Jintian said in a deep voice. Who are these northern and southern dynasties? Where did they come from? I've never heard of them before. Sai, this person is too powerful. He has already taken control of the 3 big domains. We are no match for him. I'm afraid it won't be long before they attack Xuanhu. Our Qin family has such a great foundation. Are we going to give it up to them? What else can we do? The sect of Shadow Blight is more powerful than our Qin family. If we resist, we will be annihilated. If we resist, the result will be the same. The northern and southern dynasties are really ruthless people. The people of the Qin family felt helpless. They had no idea what to do about the upcoming chaos. Patriarch, what do you think we should do? Everyone looked at Qin Jintian. Sighed. What will come will come. Qin Jintian sighed helplessly. Then he stood up and walked out of the main hall. Seeing him like this, the rest of the people had a sad look on their faces. The Tianshan sect was also in the same situation. Although the higher-ups of the Tianshan sect had gathered together to discuss a solution, they couldn't come up with a solution. They were very clear that as long as the northern and southern dynasties attacked, any solution would be useless. They could only surrender. There were many forces in the heaven domain that were stronger than them, but they still surrendered. Chapter 763. After leaving the third level, Jiang Chen's mood was inexplicably stirred. It was as if he had seen a blood-boiling scene. That scene intoxicated him. He could already foresee that the chaos of Xuanhuan was about to begin. The fated battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties was about to begin. This time he wouldn't give any chance to the northern and southern dynasties. Long. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the depths of the second level. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this sound. It was the fluctuation of a battle. Jiang Chen focused his attention and saw a golden light drifting in the distance. The golden light was filled with the taste of light. It was the pure Buddha light. There are people of Buddha sect here. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's body swayed, turning into a ray of light and flew over. His speed was extremely fast. Very soon he arrived at the location of the battle. In front of him, he saw a majestic first-grade minor devil saint kneeling in front of a monk, kowtowing piously. The monk was shaking his head. The smile on his face was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Fighting with your grandpa, monk? There's still a long way to go. Tyrant said proudly to the first-grade minor devil saint. Yes, master. There's still a long way to go. The first-grade minor devil saint said hastily, fearing that his master would be angry. Don't call me master. Call me grandpa, monk. Tyrant glared at him. The first-grade minor devil saint didn't dare to show any neglect and called him grandpa, monk. This scene almost made Jiang Chen faint. This bastard was still as shameless as ever. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wearing a xianxia and had no hair on his head, no one would associate him with Buddha sect. However, Jiang Chen was very happy to see Tyrant here. Moreover, Tyrant's current cultivation had already reached the terrifying first-grade minor saint, which was even more powerful than him. It seemed like he had completely obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. That was why he could have such earth-shattering progress. Who is it? Tyrant suddenly turned his head and shouted at Jiang Chen's direction. One had to admit that this bastard's perception was very sharp. What do you think? Jiang Chen swaggered over. Seeing that it was Jiang Chen, Tyrant was pleasantly surprised. He strode over to Jiang Chen and gave him a bear hug without saying a word. Grandpa missed me so much. Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. Jiang Chen immediately frowned. What did he mean by missing his grandfather so much? These words made him want to vomit blood. Fuck off. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen kicked the monk to the ground. He had no interest in men, let alone a monk. I heard from my master that you have come to the devil world, so I came here to see if I could help you. Now it seems like you don't need my help anymore. 9th grade combat emperor, your advancement is as fast as flying. I thought that I could finally suppress you with my current cultivation grade, but it seems like I have thought too much. Tyrant said gloomily. Although he was a first-grade minor saint and Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor, he still knew his own strength. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even if Jiang Chen was a 9th grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. You are not bad either. You are already a first-grade minor saint. It seems like you have obtained great benefits from the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Naturally, he was very happy to see his brother's growth. That's right. Ancestor's inheritance contained the 3 supreme Dharma seals of Buddha sect and an ancient Buddhist scripture. It allowed me to have such a great transformation and my future achievements will be limitless. Tyrant said. Great Master Ranfeng is really a rare person. He had the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus in his hand, but he didn't use it for cultivation. He wanted to leave it to you after so many years. He knew that his talent wasn't as good as yours, so he didn't want to let the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to be unable to flourish in his hands. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Great Master Ranfeng was a true eminent monk of the Buddhist League, and he was many times stronger than those people from the Great Lane Temple. He had so many supreme Buddhist scriptures in his possession, but he had never been tempted by any of them. Just this temperament alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Master is the closest person to me. He raised me and gave me such good conditions. There is no way for me to repay his kindness. The only thing I can do is not to disappoint Master and flourish the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Tyrant showed a rare solemn expression. Although he had an eccentric temperament, he was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was a true man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become good brothers with Jiang Chen. Alright, let's not talk too much. Now that you have advanced to the minor saint realm, you can help me. I'm afraid that the chaos in Xuanhu is about to break out. I can feel that the northern and southern dynasties are going to make a big move. We have to rush back to Xuanhu immediately to deal with this chaos. Jiang Chen said. Alright. If I don't participate in such a big event, wouldn't it be less than perfect? Tyrant's interest was immediately piqued. He had heard a lot about the northern and southern dynasties from Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He also wanted to meet this amazing person. More importantly, it was an exciting thing to be able to fight side by side with Jiang Chen. Both of them left quickly, heading towards the exit of the Devil Realm. Tyrant had already ended his seclusion. Great Master Ranfeng didn't want him to stay on Green Lotus Mountain. Instead, he allowed him to roam the world and pursue a higher realm. At the edge of the second level of the Devil Realm, Jiang Chen and Tyrant flashed past like two beams of light. At this time, an old man happened to see the two beams of light. Unknowingly, he felt that these two chi were very familiar. It's them. It's Jiang Chen and that monk. Jiang Chen hasn't died yet. I really don't know what the Dark Shadow is doing. However, it's great that this guy dares to appear in the Western Domain again. I'm afraid that monk has already reached the minor saint realm. I'm going to use the talisman to send a message to Tianyi Gate. They will send some experts to stop them and kill Jiang Chen. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of maliciousness. If Jiang Chen and Tyrant were here, they would certainly recognize this old man as the original elder of Tianyi Gate who had stopped them outside the Devil Realm. The bloody scene made people's hair stand on end. Chapter 764. Arg! A blood-curdling scream came out from the old man's mouth. At this moment, the old man no longer had the arrogance he had before, only panic and fear remained. Without fighting Jiang Chen personally, one would never understand how frightening Jiang Chen was. However, it was useless to scream. The moment he attacked Jiang Chen, his death was already foreshadowed. The true dragon palm moved again. The dragon claw turned into a huge cage that fell from the sky, trapping the elder inside. Stop. Elder Lu's facial expression changed drastically. He yelled immediately. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. He could kill a second-grade minor saint with ease with a ninth-grade combat emperor. This was too shocking. Elder Lu acted immediately. He was afraid that the second-grade minor saint would die in Jiang Chen's hands if he was late. A second-grade minor saint was extremely precious to the Tianyi Gate. It would be a great loss if they lost him. Haha, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He didn't even look at Elder Lu. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the second-grade minor saint elder into pieces, killing him on the spot. Bastard! Elder Lu was infuriated. In this western domain, although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still considered as one of the major powers. No one had ever dared to kill their minor saint. One should know that cultivating a minor saint required a lot of resources. Now that he was killed by Jiang Chen, it was a great loss to the Tianyi Gate. Tyrant couldn't help but shake his head. He knew that Jiang Chen was too strong. Even if he was only a ninth-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Even a second-grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single blow from him and was instantly killed. However, Tyrant was already used to Jiang Chen's strength. However, Elder Lu was a third-grade minor saint now. He had no idea how Jiang Chen was going to deal with him. He was merely a first-grade minor saint now. He could easily deal with a second-grade minor saint, but it was impossible for him to deal with a third-grade minor saint. Even if he used the edifying light to subdue 3 first-grade minor devil saints, he still wouldn't be able to deal with a third-grade minor saint. However, what happened next made Tyrant realize that his worries were completely unnecessary. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Isha attack. In the face of the powerful Elder Lu, Jiang Chen yelled and released Isha and the other 3 third-grade minor devil saints. Initially, Jiang Chen wanted to fight with all his might to test his combat strength, but now he didn't want to waste any more time. After all, this was the western region, the territory of the Tianyi Gate. If he was delayed for too long, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to end the battle quickly and return to Xuanhu as soon as possible. There was the most important and urgent matter at hand. The devils were extremely ferocious, let alone the 4 third-grade minor devil saints that appeared at the same time. Elder Lu was dumbfounded. The entire sky was instantly covered by devil chi. The 4 minor devil saints had trapped Elder Lu. What? Elder Lu's face turned pale with fright. A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. It was the feeling of death. He couldn't even deal with one of these 4 third-grade minor devil saints, let alone 4 of them at the same time. Kill him. Jiang Qin ordered decisively. The 4 minor devil saints kept roaring. Endless devil waves turned into a dense cage, suppressing Elder Lu to the point that he couldn't move. Then the 4 minor devil saints stretched out their devil claws and grabbed Elder Lu. A chila sound was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Elder Lu was instantly torn into pieces. Oh my God. Tyrant widened his eyes, thinking that there was something wrong with his eyes. The scene was too shocking. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He was a first-grade minor saint that cultivated the edifying light. It would already be considered good if he could edify a second-grade minor devil saint, but Jiang Qin, who was only a 9th-grade combat emperor, had edified 4 third-grade minor devil saints. This was the gap between them. Tyrant couldn't help but call Jiang Qin a monster. No matter what kind of cultivation method or combat technique Jiang Qin cultivated, it was always at his fingertips. Now even the edifying light of Buddha sect was the same. This made Tyrant feel that Jiang Qin was more suitable to be a monk than him. The 4 third-grade minor devil saints roared at the sky. Their hands were holding the broken limbs of Elder Lu. The smell of blood intoxicated them. That was the greatest enjoyment of devils. Little Qinzi, quickly keep them. The minor devil saints have appeared in the western domain. If the great lightning tune temple sends their qi, we will be finished. Tyrant quickly reminded Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was shocked. He had forgotten about this. The reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple existed in the Western Domain was to suppress the devil race. Now that he had brought these 4 devils out, once it attracted the attention of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they would immediately send out their experts to kill them. His loss would outweigh his gain. Come back. Jiang Qin shouted. Isha and the other 3 didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately withdrew their qi and returned to Jiang Qin's spatial ring. Let's go. Jiang Qin gave Tyrant a meaningful glance. Both of them vanished in a blink. This time they had crossed the void and traveled 10,000 miles in an instant. Little Qinzi, why is your edifying light so powerful? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Don't be ridiculous. When I subdued Isha, he was only a 2nd-grade minor saint. He advanced to the 3rd grade after that. I have obtained the brilliant mirror of Nebula sect. This mirror has infinite power and is the bane of all devils. It can reflect the devil's attack twice as much. I used it to subdue Isha. After he advanced to the 3rd-grade minor devil saint, the 2 of us worked together to subdue the other 3rd-grade minor devil saints. It's that simple. Jiang Qin shrugged. As a matter of fact, his ability was enough to subdue a 3rd-grade minor devil saint, but he didn't want to give Tyrant too much of a blow. What kind of mirror could be so powerful? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. It could reflect the devil's attack twice as much. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. The greatest treasure of the Nebula sect, a minor saint weapon, has been obtained by me. However, this treasure is a vampire. Even with my current yuan power, I can only use it once before my energy is depleted. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. This was the only shortcoming of the brilliant mirror. It would absorb different yuan force according to the strength of the reflected attack. That's already an incredible treasure. Tyrant said enviously. All right, let's hurry up and return to Xuanhu as soon as possible. After saying that, Jiang Qin's speed increased again. Both of them were like 2 meteors flying in the sky. They disappeared from sight from time to time, and when they reappeared, they were already thousands of miles away. Not long after Jiang Qin and Tyrant disappeared, a few incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared at the place where the battle took place. All of them were powerful minor saints. Their faces were filled with endless anger when they saw the tragic scene of the battle and the 2 minor saints who were brutally killed. That damn Jiang Qin. How dare he kill 2 minor saints like us? Damn it. This brat is growing too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. The loss of our Tianyi Gate is too great this time. We must not let him go. Ning is really disappointing. He hasn't been killed after such a long time. It seems like we have to do it ourselves. Those who appeared were the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. All of them were supreme minor saint experts. After today's incident, the grudge between them and Jiang Qin would be even more impossible to resolve. Then they released a fire and burned Elder Lu's body before disappearing. This time Jiang Qin had completely offended Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate would never let this matter go. They had lost 2 minor saints. This debt must be settled. The next day the northern and southern dynasties led all the minor saints of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain to enter Xuanhu. Together with the experts of Xiaoyao Palace, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had reached an unimaginable level. There were a total of 14 major powers including Xiaoyao Palace in the 3 domains. In total there were more than 100 minor saints. Anyone who saw such a huge force would vomit blood. After the northern and southern dynasties entered Xuanhu, they didn't waste any time. They immediately went to deal with Skyhill School and Tan family. Facing such a situation, Skyhill School and Tan family didn't dare to resist. They surrendered on the spot. Putting aside the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger, they had 5 5th-grade minor saints. If they didn't surrender, the 2 major powers would be annihilated. Although Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult had joined forces, they were still in fear and trepidation. Even if they joined forces again, it would be useless. The gap between them was as wide as heaven and earth. There was no way to make up for it. While Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult were distressed, the northern and southern dynasties didn't immediately deal with them after conquering Skyhill School and Tan family. The northern and southern dynasties actually stopped their actions. But not long after that, a piece of news was sent to them. The northern and southern dynasties had announced that they would give the Moyin Cult and Nebula Sect 3 days to go to Xiaoyao Palace, kneel down in front of the northern and southern dynasties and kowtow 9 times. As long as Jiang Qin could do it, they would let go of the Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult. If Jiang Qin didn't kowtow, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't give the 2 major powers any chance to surrender. They wouldn't even give them the chance to surrender. Every single one of them would be annihilated. When the news came out, the people of Nebula Sect and Moyin Cult were in an uproar. It was too cruel and overbearing. They didn't even have the chance to turn the situation around. The northern and southern dynasties were going to annihilate them. They wouldn't give them the chance to surrender. At this time, Jiang Qin had become the most important person. Jiang Qin hadn't returned yet. The people of the 2 major powers couldn't sit still any longer. What should we do? There are only 3 days left. If Jiang Qin doesn't return, we will be finished. The northern and southern dynasties are too powerful. We can't go against them. Even if Jiang Qin returns, he will never kneel down in front of the northern and southern dynasties. No matter what, let's wait for Jiang Qin to return first. I wonder if he can create another miracle and save us from this chaos. Chapter 765. The sky above the Nebula Sect was covered with a layer of haze. Everyone's mood was incomparably heavy. Everyone felt that doomsday was coming. Such a scene could be said to be unprecedented. They had reason to believe that even if Jiang Qin came back at this time, he would not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. He would not be able to turn the situation around. The disciples of the Nebula Sect were slightly better. They all knew of Jiang Qin's prestige and ability. They still had some confidence in Jiang Qin. They felt that he was a genius who could create miracles, although they did not know what methods Jiang Qin would use to create this miracle. But the disciples of the Moyin Cult were completely different. In their hearts, Jiang Qin was just a friend of their young master. They did not have much confidence in Jiang Qin because many of them did not even know Jiang Qin. They only heard about his deeds. But for the disciples of the Moyin Cult, no matter whether they had confidence in Jiang Qin or not, the result could not be changed. They could only pray that Jiang Qin could create a miracle. Some people even suspected that Jiang Qin did not dare to come back. After receiving the news here, he might have already escaped. But no one dared to say this because someone had said this before. The result was too tragic. He was beaten to death by Jiang Qin's fans. This kind of words was a kind of humiliation to Jiang Qin. Now all the disciples of the Moyin Cult had come to the Nebula Sect. The Moyin Cult had become an empty nest. If the 2 great forces united, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise they could only wait for destruction. In a courtyard of the Nebula Sect, several people gathered together. Their faces were somewhat solemn. De Huang Dog Han Yen Nangong Wenian, Guo Fei, Mo Sang Zuoling Tan Lang Tanji Hao. They were all Jiang Qin's relatives and friends. Why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? There's not much time left. Zuolinger pouted. Jiang Qin had already been gone for a month. Now that Xuanhu was in chaos, Jiang Qin should be back by now. I don't know where junior brother Jiang went to train. He's been gone for more than a month. Now that Xuanhu has fallen into unprecedented chaos, I don't know if he'll be able to return. Guo Fei sighed. Don't worry, he will definitely come back. Han Yin said firmly. Young master, I'm not trying to be discouraging, but the northern and southern dynasties have more than 100 minor saints. Even if Jiang Qin comes back, How can we fight against the northern and southern dynasties with our current strength? Mo said. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Qin, but his opponent was just too powerful. Anyone in his position would have the same concerns. I don't know what he will do, but he must have a way, Han Yin said confidently. His trust in Jiang Qin had surpassed his own. That's right. There's nothing that little Qinzi can't do if he wants to do it. The martial Saint dynasty was so powerful in the past, but it was still destroyed by him. Although the current situation is very dangerous, he must have a way to deal with it. Nangong Wentian nodded and said. They were all from the eastern continent, so they knew Jiang Qin too well. Because of this, they believed in him. This bastard. He didn't even call me when he went out. The Huang dog was still feeling gloomy. As for whether Jiang Qin could come back and turn the situation around, he had no doubt that the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be defeated by Jiang Qin. Once, twice and thrice. Just as the Huang dog's voice faded, two extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared in the sky above the nebula sect. One was a young man in snow-white clothes, and the other was a monk in a xianxia. They were Jiang Qin and Tyrant. Look, Big Brother is back. Zuoling Air shouted. Everyone's face was filled with pleasant surprise. Jiang Qin had finally returned. Ah! Tyrant has broken through to the minor saint realm. How exciting! Nangong Wentian laughed. At this time, everyone in the nebula sect saw Jiang Qin. Many of them began to cheer. Look! Brother Jiang is back. He is finally back. That's great. As long as he kneels down and kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties, we will be saved. Fuck you. You are the one who kowtows to the northern and southern dynasties. How dare you humiliate Brother Jiang? Brothers, beat him up. The nebula sect that had been silent for a long time suddenly became lively again. The northern and southern dynasties had set a deadline of 3 days. The only thing they needed to wait for now was Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin came back, they would have their backbone. At this time, Nebula Kid and wuxialover wouldn't be able to do anything. Swoosh swoosh. Under the lead of Nebula Kid and wuxialover, the higher-ups of the two major powers rushed out and approached Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, you are finally back. Looking at your chi, you should be a 9th grade combat emperor now, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have advanced to the 9th grade combat emperor. Jiang Qin nodded. AI, a mere 9th grade combat emperor, how could he create a miracle? Yes, he is too weak. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, he isn't even at the same level. We are finished this time. What a pity, what a pity. I thought that he could create a miracle, but it seems like he is still finished. The minor saints of the Moyin cult could see through Jiang Qin's cultivation. Their joyful mood instantly sank. Although Jiang Qin had improved very fast, a 9th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive in the upcoming chaos of xuanhuan, let alone turning the tide. It was a joke. Voila! Jiang Qin glanced at those minor saints and opened the gap of his spatial ring. Isha and the other 3 3rd grade minor devil saints rushed out. For a moment, devil chi soared up to the sky, covering the entire sky. The mighty aura of a devil saint swept across the area. Countless people were shocked. What? These are all powerful devils, each of them is a 3rd grade minor devil saint. Someone exclaimed. Even Nebula Kid and wuxialover were shocked. They didn't know where did Jiang Qin get so many devils from. One should know that what they lacked the most now was a minor saint. Master. Isha and the other 3 bowed to Jiang Qin in unison. Their attitude was incomparably respectful. This scene stunned everyone. Even Nebula Kid and wuxialover had their mouths wide open in shock. My God, what is going on? According to the legends, each and every one of them is arrogant and untamed. They are much scarier than our devil cult. These are 4 3rd grade minor devil saints, but they are bowing to Jiang Qin like slaves. Jiang Qin has subdued these minor devil saints. My God, how did he do it? He is only a 9th grade combat emperor. This kid is really powerful. He is only a 9th grade combat emperor, but he is able to subdue powerful 3rd grade minor devil saints. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. No one wasn't surprised. Those minor saints of Moyin cult who were disappointed in Jiang Qin before had a drastic change in their attitude towards Jiang Qin. Putting other things aside, the fact that he was able to subdue 4 3rd grade minor devil saints was already heaven-defying. This was a miracle. Perhaps he could really create other miracles. Did you all see that? Even a 3rd grade minor devil saint has to bow to senior brother Jiang. Who else in this world could achieve such a feat? Senior brother Jiang is indeed a peerless genius. Perhaps he can really change the situation. That's right. It's too shocking. He's a third-grade minor devil saint. He's even scarier than a third-grade minor saint of the human race, but he was subdued by Jiang Chen just like that. This alone makes me admire Jiang Chen from the bottom of my heart. At this moment, all the disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult were cheered up. The haze in their hearts seemed to have vanished. They saw hope in Jiang Chen. Did you see that? This is Jiang Chen. This is Jiang Chen's ability. He didn't say a word, but he could instantly boost our morale. Only he could do that. Han Yin said with a smile. Mo Sang and Guo Xiaofei also smiled. They had completely lost their temper with Jiang Chen. The existence of this man was to defeat the geniuses of this world. Big brother is awesome. Zuoling Air cheered. Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Chen's return only took one action to boost their morale. He had solved the problem that they had always wanted to solve. They were afraid that only Jiang Chen had such ability. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo couldn't help but admire Jiang Chen. Putting aside whether Jiang Chen could deal with the northern and southern dynasties, at least he had given all the elders and disciples a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen, you should have heard about what happened in the northern and southern dynasties, right? Nebula Kid asked. That's right. I have heard about it. The northern and southern dynasties made such a big move and grew so fast. It was beyond my expectation. But it's not a big deal. As long as I am here, nothing will be a problem. Jiang Chen said with incomparable confidence. Before he arrived at Xuanhu, he already knew what the northern and southern dynasties had been doing. It was undeniable that the northern and southern dynasties had made such a big move. It was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. He initially thought that the northern and southern dynasties would only deal with Xuanhu. He didn't expect that they would also deal with the other three big regions in such a short period of time. Moreover, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties had reached a terrifying level. The situation they were facing now was much more serious than what Jiang Chen had expected. However, although the northern and southern dynasties were powerful, Jiang Chen wouldn't retreat. He was not a person who would retreat. The stronger the enemy, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit. At the same time, the strength of the northern and southern dynasties was also greatly beneficial to him. Jiang Chen wanted to obtain great benefits from this chaos. Chapter 766. Jiang Chen's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. It seemed to have some kind of magical power that was injected into everyone's ears. For some unknown reason, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. It was as if they wouldn't be afraid even if the enemy had thousands of soldiers and horses. As long as Jiang Chen was here, they would be safe and sound. Don't even think about touching a flower or a grass here. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult wanted to rule the four big domains. These words were too domineering. It was so cool and made people look forward to it. Ruling the four big domains? This was something unimaginable, but when it came from Jiang Chen's mouth, it seemed like everything was going to happen. This was a situation that was hard to understand. There were some people who had such an influence. Just a word, a gesture, or a look from him could calm people down and give them endless hope. Jiang Chen was such a person. He was standing there, a role model, a hope that everyone could place their hope on. Jiang Chen, since you're back, let's go to the main hall and talk. Nebula Kid said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and followed Nebula Kid to the central hall of the Nebula sect. The others also followed behind Jiang Chen. Crack. Suddenly Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain coming from his butt. He didn't need to think to know what was going on. Without hesitation he slapped the dog's head. Damn dog, what are you doing? Biting my butt again. Jiang Chen was speechless. His mighty image had been destroyed by this dog with a single bite. Little brat, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You went out alone and didn't bring me along. The Huang dog gritted his teeth. He had been holding a grudge against Jiang Chen for a month. This incident happened too suddenly, so I didn't bring you along. I will bring you next time. Jiang Chen quickly admitted his mistake. He knew that this dog was hard to deal with. If he didn't admit his mistake, this dog would continue to cause trouble. Moreover, this time it was Jiang Chen's fault. He had expected that De Huang would be angry, so he was mentally prepared for it. Big Yellow mumbled again, but he knew when to stop. He knew that the current situation was very serious, otherwise he would definitely give Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. In the main hall, Jiang Chen was sitting on the main seat. Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo were sitting on both sides of him. Although Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor, he was the backbone of the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult. 3 days later, it all depended on Jiang Chen to deal with the situation. Jiang Chen, The northern and southern dynasties have already ruled all the major powers in the 4 domains except for us. There are more than 100 minor saints under them. There is also a white tiger that not even a 6th grade minor saint could fight against. This force is too strong. We can't fight against it. I wonder if you have any solution? Wuxiamo asked. That Nan Beiqiao specifically asked you to kneel before him. He could have killed us directly, but he gave us 3 days to do so. Obviously he is targeting you. Nebula Kid said. He had heard from Han Yen that the northern and southern dynasties had been defeated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his biggest enemy. So, he could understand why the northern and southern dynasties wanted to target Jiang Chen. In fact, without Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties would still rule the 4 domains, and they wouldn't give them 3 days. By this time, the Nebula sect and Moyin cult would have already become the captives of the northern and southern dynasties, just like the other major powers. The northern and southern dynasties have always been arrogant and conceited. They want me to kneel before them because they want to humiliate me and erase the shadow that I have left in their hearts. This is ridiculous. If this arrogant bastard attacks us directly, I'm afraid that we won't even have the chance to prepare. We will be eliminated immediately. Since they have given us 3 days, we should prepare well. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The situation this time was indeed much more serious than he had imagined. However, the more serious it was, the more excited Jiang Chen was. What kind of solution do you have? Nebula Kid was very curious. Everyone was curious about Jiang Chen's solution. Looking at Jiang Chen's confident look, he must have a very powerful solution. So, they couldn't wait to know what kind of powerful solution Jiang Chen had to deal with this catastrophe. I know a great formation called 5 Elemental Tajura Formation. This formation uses the spirits of the 5 elements as the foundation and uses the power of the 5 elements to set it up. Once it succeeds, its power will be boundless. As the name suggests, the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation is like an inescapable net. However, we won't be using it to trap them. There are too many minor saints on the enemy's side. We won't be able to trap them all. There are 2 uses for this formation. One is to protect our people and the other is to attack. Jiang Chen paused for a while and continued, the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation will combine the power of everyone in the Nebula sect. I will combine this formation with the Brilliant Mirror. At that time, no matter how strong the enemy is, we won't be afraid because the Brilliant Mirror can resist everything. This was Jiang Chen's preparation. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to set up this formation, because it was too difficult to search for the 5 elemental spirits. It was almost impossible. Therefore, the legendary 5 Elemental Tajura Formation could only be used by Jiang Chen. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox, but the spirits of the 5 elements are very precious. They are almost legendary. It's impossible to find them. That's right. The spirits of the 5 elements are too rare. It's already very lucky to find one. It's impossible to collect all 5 of them. I'm afraid it's impossible to set up the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation. Everyone was discussing among themselves. They all felt that although the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation was powerful, it was an impossible task. It was as good as not saying anything. If this was the solution that Jiang Chen thought of, it was no different from having no solution at all. I won't hide it from you guys. I've already collected 4 of the spirits of the 5 elements. I'm only missing the last one, the metal spirit. But you don't have to worry about it. The white tiger beside the northern and southern dynasties is one of the 5 divine beasts. The demon spirit of the white tiger is enough to be used as the metal spirit. Jiang Chen said that the demon spirit of the white tiger had always been in his heart. Hearing this, everyone was shocked once again. The spirits of the 5 elements were very precious. Jiang Chen was actually able to collect 4 of them. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was indeed a person with great luck. Otherwise, how could he have collected 4 of the spirits of the 5 elements? However, even if Jiang Chen had 4 of them, he was still missing one. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to obtain the demon spirit of the white tiger. But, that white tiger is a powerful 5th grade minor demon saint. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for it. It's basically impossible for you to obtain its demon spirit. Wuxiamo shook his head. Not only him, everyone present thought that Jiang Chen was joking. How could it be possible to kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit? I have already prepared for this. The white tiger is dead for sure. As long as the northern and southern dynasties attack us, the first thing I will do is to eliminate the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit. I will arrange the 5 Elemental Tajura Formation later. When the war begins, I will kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit, perfecting the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Jiang Chen laughed. Although the white tiger was very powerful, Jiang Chen didn't care about it. He had been keeping the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. He had never been willing to use it because he was waiting for this day. To put it bluntly, the source of combat strength talisman was prepared for the white tiger. As long as the white tiger was killed, it would be equivalent to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties. The source of combat strength talisman was a one-time consumable item. It could only unleash a single attack of a 9th grade minor saint. It was undoubtedly impossible to use it to kill all the enemies, but it wouldn't be a problem to kill the white tiger. Yes, everyone gasped. They didn't know what kind of method Jiang Chen would use to deal with the white tiger, but judging from Jiang Chen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Jiang Chen was very confident, which made them feel relieved. However, they were still worried. Even if the 5 elemental Tajura formation could be perfectly arranged like what Jiang Chen said, even if Jiang Chen had the means to kill the white tiger, there were still more than 100 minor saints on the other side. They wouldn't be able to deal with them. Could it be that they had to rely on the grand formation to keep the battle going? This didn't seem to be a good idea. It was a good idea. Everyone, don't worry. Just leave everything to me. All you need to do is to maintain the grand formation and leave the rest to me. This time, I will make sure that the northern and southern dynasties won't be able to leave this place alive. At that time, the 4 domains will no longer belong to the northern and southern dynasties, but to us. All the resources will belong to us. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Everything was going according to his plan. Killing the white tiger would not only complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation, but also complete the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Under the stimulation of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, his dragon transformation skill would undergo another transformation. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the 1st grade minor saint. His strength would increase tremendously, and the dragon transformation skill would most likely give Jiang Chen the ability to transform into a dragon. At that time, Jiang Chen was confident that he would be able to conquer the world. Jiang Chen's confidence affected everyone's mood. Although they didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, it at least gave them a glimmer of hope in their hearts. A glimmer of hope that they could really fight against the northern and southern dynasties. As for ruling the 4 domains, it was something that they had never even dreamt about. They didn't dare to think about it. What we lack now is a minor saint expert, a high-level minor saint. The 5 elemental Tajura formation needs a lot of energy to support it, especially with the addition of the brilliant mirror. Master, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Danyuan City and ask Dan King to come and help us. Dan King is a peak 5th grade minor saint. He might be a 6th grade minor saint now. Chapter 767. Alright, I will go now. Nebula Kid nodded. King of Dawn was a powerful expert. Many people knew about this. Now that Xuanhuan was in chaos, King of Dawn was supposed to stay out of it. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to invite King of Dawn, he would definitely be able to do so. Jiang Chen was now King of Dawn godson. And Jiang Chen nodded. The reason why he asked Nebula Kid to go was because Nebula Kid's cultivation was strong and his speed was fast. From here to Danyuan City and back, it would only take him half a day at most. As for the northern and southern dynasties, he was not worried at all during these 3 days. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. They were extremely arrogant people. Their words would never change. He would wait for Jiang Chen to kneel before him. In these 3 days he would never touch a hair of Nebula sect. After Nebula Kid left, Jiang Chen began to arrange the formation. Wu Yimo followed beside Jiang Chen to understand the essence of the 5 elemental Tajura formation. The higher-ups of Nebula sect and Moyin cult had already left to arrange the disciples. No one would be able to escape from this battle. The 5 elemental Tajura formation required too much energy. Thousands of people from both major forces had to join in and inject their energy into the formation. Only in this way could the formation reach its strongest state and resist the enemy. In the sky above Nebula sect, Jiang Chen and the others were standing in the air, checking the situation of the entire mountain range. The 5 elemental spirits must be arranged in the most suitable place. De Huang Dog was a formation master, so he quickly found the best place. Jiang Chen's body contained the 5 elemental spirits. Although he had already refined them, the essence could still be extracted and used to arrange the formation. Metal is in the west, wood is in the east, water is in the north, fire is in the south, and earth is in the middle. I have already found the most suitable place to arrange the 5 elemental spirits. Little Chinzi, the rest is up to you. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. According to the coordinates provided by De Huang Dog, he extracted the 5 elemental spirits and placed them separately on the coordinates. Only the west side was empty. He had not obtained the metal spirit yet, so he could only wait until he killed the white tiger. The 4 types of 5 elemental spirits were placed neatly, emitting 4 different colors. For a moment, the entire mountain range was filled with spiritual energy, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. It was the first time that 4 types of 5 elemental spirits were gathered at the same place. To put it bluntly, if all 5 types of 5 elemental spirits were gathered, this place would become a sacred mountain in 1,000 years. Such rich 5 elemental chi, what a rare treasure. Wu Yimo couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Qin was actually able to gather 4 types of 5 elements together. This was simply heaven-defying. I'm afraid that the spirits of 5 elements alone won't be enough. Tyrant, do you still have your stone tablet? Jiang Qin looked at Tyrant. He remembered very clearly that Tyrant's stone tablet played a huge role in the Death Mountain. The grand formation laid down by Tyrant could even stop a minor saint. If Tyrant's stone tablet and the spirits of 5 elements were united, the power of the 5 elemental Tajura formation would reach an extremely terrifying level. There was no doubt about this. Of course. Tyrant nodded. Good. Tyrant, you are very useful now. Take out the stone tablet and fuse it with the chi of 5 elements. It will certainly make the power of the grand formation more tyrannical and stable. Jiang Qin said. No problem. Tyrant didn't hesitate. He turned his palm and the stone tablet appeared. It was a huge blood-red stone tablet. It carried a strong murderous chi and an ancient chi, indicating that this stone tablet had existed for a very long time. As soon as the monument appeared, there was an aura of superiority. It was an aura of independence, looking down on all heroes, not putting anything in its eyes, not even the heavens in its eyes. It was as if Tyrant was the only one who could control it. This stone tablet is extremely mystical. Back then in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for this stone tablet, all of us would be dead. Guo Xiaofei said, sighing. That's right. With the help of this stone tablet, our grand formation will be more secure. Han Yen nodded. They were all people who had experienced the catastrophe in the Death Mountain. They knew the power of this stone tablet. Back then, this stone tablet had turned the tide and held on until the appearance of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for this stone tablet, they might not be able to stand here. Tyrant shouted. A divine sense penetrated into the stone tablet, trying to fuse the chi of 5 elements with the chi of 5 elements. However, the stone tablet trembled violently, as if it was rejecting the fusion of the chi of others. It was a high and mighty chi, as if nothing in this heaven and earth was qualified to fuse with it. However, very quickly the stone tablet calmed down. This was because the stone tablet had sensed the aura of the 5 elements. The 5 elements were products from the beginning of the world. They were supreme sacred objects. Even the arrogant stone tablet had to acknowledge them. Rays of light overflowed from the stone tablet. Very quickly, it completed the fusion with the 4 chi of 5 elements. Little Qinzi, the stone tablet has completely fused with the chi of 5 elements. What should we do next? Tyrant asked. Tyrant, when the grand formation is activated, you will be in charge of controlling the stone tablet and activating its power. You don't have to worry about anything else. Jiang Qin arranged. Tyrant's role was undoubtedly very important. In the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult, only Tyrant could control the stone tablet. No one else could. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Tyrant patted his chest and guaranteed. It will take a long time to complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation. I'm afraid it will take 1 day and 1 night. Don't disturb us for the next period of time. I and De Huang will complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation. As long as this grand formation succeeds, 3 days later, the northern and southern dynasties will be in big trouble. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. Xuanhuan was in a mess. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Wu Yimo and the others retreated, but they didn't stay idle. On one side they were guarding Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, lest they were disturbed. At the same time they were observing the layout of the 5 elements Tajura formation. They wanted to memorize this grand formation so that they would be able to coordinate with it when the time comes. In the following period of time, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog cooperated perfectly. They constantly roamed the sky above the Nebula sect. Both of their hands were constantly moving, striking out complicated runes. After these runes appeared, they fused with the chi of 5 elements before disappearing into the void, fusing with the space above the Nebula sect. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Quickly look, that's senior brother Jiang arranging the grand formation. Previously, the elder said that the grand formation senior brother Jiang is arranging is called the 5-elemental Tajura formation. Do you know what it is? No, I don't know either. But I'm sure it's very powerful. Nonsense, of course it's powerful. Senior brother Jiang had fused the chi of 5 elements to arrange this formation. And that stone tablet of Tyrant, do you still remember that stone tablet? Back then in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for that stone tablet, all of us would have died. None of us would be able to walk out alive. That's right. Just now, the elder has already arranged for senior brother Jiang to have the means to resist everything. This time we have to participate. Everyone has to use their yuan force to support this grand formation. No matter what, we have to contribute. Fighting side by side with senior brother Jiang is truly a refreshing thing. We have to believe in senior brother Jiang. The people above have already said that Sect Master has gone to invite Dan King. With the help of Dan King, our strength will increase once again. Haha, let us follow senior brother Jiang and create a miracle. Don't talk, just watch carefully. Although we can't understand it, we still have to watch carefully. When the time comes, we will be able to coordinate with the grand formation. Countless of disciples of Nebula Sect and Moyin cult widened their eyes, looking at Jiang Qin and a Huang dog who had turned into 2 beams of light in the sky. The whole sky was filled with their afterimages. They knew that this grand formation was their only reliance and also their greatest means to resist the enemy. They had great confidence in Jiang Qin. Many of them couldn't understand the technique of Jiang Qin and a Huang dog because of their low strength, but it didn't matter. When the time comes, there would naturally be someone who would teach them how to coordinate with the grand formation. What they needed to do now was to watch attentively. Half a day later, Nebula Kid returned with Dan King. The current Dan King had received the help of Jiang Chen's 9 Yang Les Ron pill. He was already half a step into the 6th grade minor saint, but unfortunately he was still 1 step away. Even so, it would be hard for him to find an opponent among the 5th grade minor saints. Furthermore, Dan King had brought a few minor saints from Dan King County with him. With the addition of such a force, the foundation of Nebula Sect and Moyin cult had been strengthened. Many of them cheered excitedly as they finally saw hope. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were still working on the grand formation. Talisman after talisman appeared in the void. Dan King and Nebula Kid didn't disturb them. The reason why they came to help was because they trusted Jiang Qin. In the central hall of Xiaoyao Palace, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting on their thrones like real emperors. At this time, a silhouette appeared in the hall and knelt down on one knee in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Master, that Jiang Qin has returned, but judging from his behavior, he doesn't seem to have the intention of kowtowing to you. The black silhouette said. Of course he won't come and kowtow to me. If he comes, he won't be Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties smiled and didn't seem to mind. I have no idea what is that Jiang Qin doing right now. It seems like he has deployed a grand formation in the sky above the entire Nebula Sect. It seems like he is preparing to fight us 3 days later. Also, Dan King of Danyuan City has gone to help. That Dan King is a peak 5th grade minor saint. The black silhouette said again. Humph. I can eat a puny 5th grade minor saint in 1 bite. Chapter 768. Countless minor saints didn't say anything about White Tiger's arrogance, because White Tiger did have the right to be arrogant. In their point of view, the Nebula Sect and Moyin cult were just putting up a desperate struggle. They didn't stand a chance against the northern and southern dynasties. That Dan King was also an idiot. He knew that he was going to die, but he still came here. He must be tired of living. Master, since that Jiang Qin isn't willing to kowtow to us, I think we should attack him directly. We will destroy the Nebula Sect and Moyin cult completely. We won't give them any chance to breathe. The man in black said. You dare question my words? 2 bright lights shot out from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. The man in black immediately felt like he had fallen into hell. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his face. He kept kowtowing and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. The man in black was terrified. He knew very well what kind of people the northern and southern dynasties were. This man was extremely arrogant and self-centered. No one was allowed to defy or question his words. Since the northern and southern dynasties said that they would give the Nebula Sect 3 days, they wouldn't attack in advance. In the hands of our northern and southern dynasties, all methods are useless. Isn't Jiang Qin constructing the formation? I will wait for him to finish before attacking. I gave the Black Sect 3 days and I will give them 3 days today as well. 3 days later, I would like to see what method Jiang Chen is going to use to stop me. What happened in the past will never happen again. This time, I will make Jiang Chen kneel in front of me until he dies. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. He would never forget the scene in the past. It was the first time he wanted to rule a region, but he failed in the end and almost lost his life. All of this was because of Jiang Chen. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties wanted to get rid of the shadow of the past and give Jiang Chen the heaviest blow. More importantly, the northern and southern dynasties were too confident. Jiang Chen was only a 9th-grade combat emperor. He really couldn't think of what method Jiang Chen would use to fight him. He could crush Jiang Chen to death with just a finger. He would like to see what kind of formation Jiang Chen was going to use. He hoped that Jiang Chen would come up with some tricks. If that was the case, it would be interesting. Otherwise, it wouldn't be challenging at all. My lord is mighty. Everyone in the palace said in unison. They were all the overlords of a region. Although they didn't feel good about submitting to the northern and southern dynasties, they had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties had a peerless genius. No wonder he was the reincarnation of a powerful immortal soul. Jiang Chen must be an outstanding figure. Being able to follow such a person could be considered as witnessing a miracle in history. The next day, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog spent a day and a night to finally complete the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. The entire sky above the nebula sect was covered by a layer of faint light. Once this light received the infusion of Yuan force, it would become incomparably bright. The Grand Formation had a total of 5 centers. Each center was supported by the 5 elemental spirits. However, the spiritual qi in the west was lacking, so the light was relatively dimmer. That place lacked the metal spirit, which made the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation imperfect and unstable. Regardless, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was completed. This was the painstaking effort of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. 2 days later, they would have to rely on this Grand Formation to defend against the powerful enemies. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult, ranging from the minor saint elders to the combat soul outer circle disciples, all of them were standing in formation with solemn expressions on their faces. Each of them occupied a different position, the position that could support the formation the most. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to see that the number of people occupying the positions of the 5 elements was almost the same, and there was a balance between their levels. This was the result of the fusion of the 2 heavens. The northern and southern dynasties are going to start their war soon. This is a battle of life and death. Do you think we have a chance of winning? Let's leave it to fate. Right now, we can only trust in Jiang Chen. There's no other way. Don't be too disheartened. Senior disciple Jiang will definitely be able to defend against these powerful enemies. Everyone just need to work hard to activate the formation. The disciples of the 2 great forces were whispering to each other. The most tense moment was about to come. It would be a lie to say that they were not nervous at all. The enemy was too powerful. They were now staking everything on one throw, cutting off all means of retreat. Dan King, Nebula Kid, wuxialover, and other minor saints. Together with the devils that were subdued by Jiang Chen and Tyrant, there were more than 30 minor saints on Jiang Chen's side. Although there was a huge difference between their strength and the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, with so many minor saints, supporting the 5 elemental Tajura formation wouldn't be a problem. The strong wind whistled. Jiang Chen, who was wearing a white robe, was floating in the sky like a sharp sword. Beside him, Tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the stone tablet like a peerless Buddha. The atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser. No one was talking. On such a huge mountain range, it was hard to even feel the breathing. Only Jiang Chen's face was calm. He squinted his eyes as if his expression wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed. Even Dan King and wuxialover couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Such calmness was definitely not an act and it couldn't be faked. Nebula Kid's expression was very normal. He knew the real identity of Jiang Chen. He was the dignified greatest saint in the world. What had he not experienced? Perhaps in the eyes of others today's battle might be a big event, but in the eyes of Jiang Chen, it was nothing. Ooh. All of a sudden the wind became even more violent. Waves of tyrannical qi appeared in the sky. The qi condensed into a golden cloud with a circumference of 100 miles. It's here. Someone cried out in alarm. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. He looked at the golden cloud in the distance. The huge golden cloud quickly appeared in the sky above the nebula sect. An incomparably huge pressure poured down from the golden cloud. This pressure was so strong that it almost materialized. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Many disciples of the Nebula sect felt incomparably uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the 5 elemental Tajura formation, it was unknown how many of them would have died under this pressure. Everyone fixed their eyes on the golden cloud. With a huala sound, the golden cloud disappeared like flowing water. A large group of tyrannical experts appeared. There weren't many people who came, but their camp was incomparably strong. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. There wasn't even a combat emperor among them. There were more than 150 minor saints. With such a strong camp, one's soul would be suffocated just by looking at it, let alone resisting it. They were too strong. There was no way to resist them. If so many experts attacked at full force, the entire Nebula sect would be wiped out in an instant. The man in the front was wearing a golden robe. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was surrounded by the dragon-shaped chi of an emperor. The pressure that he emitted made people want to worship him. This man with golden hair and golden robe was from the northern and southern dynasties. Beside him stood a 10 meters tall majestic white tiger. The white tiger didn't have any impurities on its body, but it was emitting a pure golden light. The white tiger raised its head proudly. The word king in between its eyebrows was very eye-catching. Chapter 769. White Tiger was too powerful. He was only a 5th grade minor demon saint. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with an ordinary 6th grade minor saint. On the side of Nebula sect and Moyin cult, there wasn't a single 6th grade minor saint. There were only 2 5th grade minor saints, Dan King and Nebula Kid. On the side of northern and southern dynasties, excluding White Tiger and northern and southern dynasties, there were 5 5th grade minor saints. There were also countless 3rd and 4th grade minor saints. Such a huge gap was like a chasm that couldn't be made up for. The elders and disciples of Nebula sect and Moyin cult felt incomparably heavy. Even wuxiamo and Nebula Kid didn't look good. Knowing it was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another thing. They already knew how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were, but they felt an irresistible pressure when facing them. At this time, a lot of eyes were looking at Jiang Chen, who was floating in the sky. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent and calm expression, their mood became slightly better. No matter what, they could see a trace of confidence from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, we meet again. Nanbei Chao looked down from above, his tone was like a monarch questioning his subjects. I didn't manage to kill you in Qi province and you managed to escape from the Death Mountain. Today you won't have such a good chance. Jiang Chen said. The pressure from the northern and southern dynasties didn't affect him at all. He was the dignified greatest saint under the heavens. His status was higher than those of the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen, how dare you talk to our master like that? You must be tired of living. Jiang Chen, you are just a puny combat emperor. What qualifications do you have to talk to our master like that? You have killed the genius of our family in Danyuan City. Today I will settle the score with you. Jiang Chen, you will definitely die today. We will settle all the grievances between us today. Jiang Chen, you've killed so many people and offended countless forces. Today, even if you had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. One by one, powerful experts began to roar at Jiang Chen. Instantly, Jiang Chen became the target of public criticism. All the major powers present wanted to kill Jiang Chen, including Xiaoyao Palace, Tianshan School and Tan family. Even the major powers of Heaven Domain, Earth Domain and Yellow Domain. Back in Danyuan City, Jiang Chen had killed a lot of people and offended many major powers. Now that they had been subdued by the northern and southern dynasties, they had been suppressing their anger. Today they wanted to vent their anger on Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, looks like you're not doing very well. Tyrant grinned at Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter if the whole world is my enemy. I don't put them in my eyes. Today many people are destined to die. Jiang Chen's tone was indifferent. He didn't put those experts in his eyes at all. In his eyes, there was only the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger. The northern and southern dynasties raised their hands. He said, Jiang Chen, I have to say that you have really disappointed me. I thought that you could at least break through to the minor saint realm, and we might have a chance to fight. I didn't expect that you are still lingering in the combat emperor realm. Killing you is an incomparably easy task. I can kill you with a single breath. I want you to understand that you are still an ant in front of me. I will give you one more chance now. As long as you come here and kowtow to me, I will let everyone here go today. Their fate will be in your hands. Jiang Chen's eyes were like two sharp swords as he looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, I have to say that you have really disappointed me. I thought that you could at least break through to the minor saint realm." Even Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo's faces were pale. The white tiger was too powerful. They couldn't think of any method that Jiang Chen could use to kill the white tiger. If Jiang Chen was just boasting, it would be too much. Jiang Chen stared at the white tiger without blinking. Suddenly, two rays of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. A golden talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. "Here's my chance, white tiger. Since you have delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and crushed the source of combat strength talisman. With a loud bang, a huge hole was created in the sky, and the source of combat strength talisman turned into an old monk. The old monk's body was very faint, but it carried an endless amount of power. Under this kind of power, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. The old monk's body was emitting a pure Buddha's light, like a living Buddha. "What?" The white tiger immediately cried out. He felt an unprecedented pressure from the illusory old monk. There was also an aura of death. The white tiger was not an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. At this moment, how could he not know that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap? He wanted to escape, but he found that his body had been imprisoned by the illusory old monk. His body was trapped in a firm cage, unable to move. What a powerful chi. That's the source of combat strength talisman. Jiang Chen actually has such a powerful source of combat strength talisman. Ah, no wonder he is so confident. Judging from the chi of that old monk, I'm afraid that he is a 9th grade minor saint. Such an expert is too shocking. That white tiger is finished. Not even the gods can save him. Ah, I never thought that Jiang Chen has such a powerful trump card. The source of combat strength talisman of a 9th grade minor saint can easily destroy the world. Wu Yimo and Nebula Kid laughed. Many people from Nebula sect and Moyin cult were cheering. The white tiger had been trapped by Jiang Chen. As long as the white tiger was eliminated, it was equal to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties. What's going on? How could Jiang Chen have such a powerful source of combat strength talisman? It's over. This source of combat strength talisman is concocted by a 9th grade minor saint. White tiger won't be able to resist it. What should we do now? Should we help him? No, the damage of a 9th grade minor saint's source of combat strength talisman is too great. We will still die if we go against it. The reason why Jiang Chen hasn't killed the white tiger yet is because he is waiting for us to save him. He knows that the talisman can only be used once, so he wants to kill as many as he can. The northern and southern dynasties were in a state of agitation and panic. None of them had thought that they would fall into a disadvantageous position the moment they arrived. The white tiger was the strongest existence on their side, but he was trapped just like that. Jiang Chen released the white tiger. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. His eyes were about to shoot out fire. The white tiger was too important to him. If the white tiger died, it would be an irreparable loss to him. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to step forward. If he did, he would die together with the white tiger. Release him? If you have what it takes, come and save him yourself. If you don't have what it takes, just watch him die. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't waste any more time. With a thought, the power of the source of combat strength talisman burst out. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't come to save him. The situation where the source of combat strength talisman could kill as many people as he wanted wouldn't happen anymore. It was enough to kill the white tiger. Roar. Even if there were flaws, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Although there were formation masters among them, the gap between them and Da Huang Dog wasn't small. With Da Huang Dog guarding the formation, no one could cleverly break it. However, it wasn't easy for the experts of Nebula sect and Moyin cult to resist the attack. Even with the support of the 5 elemental Tajura formation, the power of the attacks of more than 100 minor saints couldn't be underestimated. Some of the weaker ones had already felt dizzy. They weren't qualified to participate in such a battle. Even the weakest outer sect disciples were struggling to hold on, because they understood that they would have a chance to survive if they continued to hold on. Once the grand formation was broken, death would be the only thing that awaited them. Tyron was like a Buddha. He was a 1st grade minor saint, which made him extremely terrifying. He was controlling the monument, allowing the monument and the chi of the grand formation to fuse together. The monument was very useful. Because of the monument, the 5 elemental Tajura formation had become much stronger. The brilliant mirror hadn't started its attack yet. Jianghu wasn't in a hurry. He needed time to break through to the minor saint realm. If he used the brilliant mirror, it might cause some damage to the enemy, but the enemy's camp was too big. The brilliant mirror alone wouldn't be able to change the result. Instead, the mirror would absorb too much energy, weakening the power of the formation. At this moment, Jianghu was sitting on the coordinates of the metal spirits with his eyes closed. He didn't care about the battle outside, but only focused on breaking through to the minor saint realm. Long. More than 100 minor saints attacked at the same time. Endless energy was unleashed. Every time an attack hit the formation, it would shake everyone's soul, but the 5-elemental Tajura formation was incomparably strong. Not a single crack could be seen on it until now. Motherfucker. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so strong? I have a deep understanding of the Tao of formation, but this formation is just too strong. I don't know what it's using to support it. It doesn't have a single flaw. Also, the monument of that monk must be an incomparably precious treasure. With this monument, this formation will be even harder to break. We don't have time to think too much. With our current strength, we will break it sooner or later. Did you all see that? This formation needs a lot of yuan force to support it. When their yuan force is depleted, this formation will collapse by itself. Many people in the northern and southern dynasties were shocked. The combined attack of more than 100 minor saints was extremely powerful. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as earth-shattering. It was only a matter of time before the yuan force of Nebula sect and Moyin cult was exhausted. The northern and southern dynasties were furious. They looked like a peerless king. Both of their eyes had turned golden. Their eyes fell on Jianghu. They could see through Jianghu's plan. After obtaining the demon soul of White Tiger, Jianghu was breaking through to the minor saint realm. Jianghu, come out and fight with me if you have the ability. Let's settle the score between us. Why are you hiding inside like a turtle? The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Jianghu. Northern and southern dynasties, you don't have to provoke me. Break my grand formation if you have the ability. If you don't, wait for me to break through to the minor saint realm. Then I will come out and fight with you. Jianghu didn't even open his eyes. His voice spread out like waves and fell into everyone's ears. Jianghu's words were like a stabilizing needle, suppressing the entire Nebula sect. He was now the god in everyone's heart. Jianghu's confidence had given them unlimited hope. It seemed that as long as Jianghu was here, no matter how many minor saints there were, it would be useless. The current situation was the best explanation. The joint attack of more than 150 minor saints couldn't break the grand formation that Jianghu had set up. This was Jianghu's means. He could even kill the White Tiger. What else couldn't he do? Jianghu sat cross-legged. The demon soul of the White Tiger was being refined bit by bit. This was the demon soul of a divine beast. It was a 5th-grade minor demon saint. The enormous energy contained in it was unimaginable. However, Jianghu didn't need the energy. He only needed the bloodline of the White Tiger. As for the demon soul, it could be given to the Huang Dog. Jianghu only needed the bloodline of the White Tiger to complete the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal's recommendation. Under the impact of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal and the recommendation of the Dragon Transformation skill, Jianghu would break through to the 1st-grade minor saint. Weng the Dragon Transformation skill was circulating at high speed, and the chant of the Golden Dragon Seal was circulating automatically as well. The bloodline of the White Tiger began to be absorbed by Jianghu bit by bit. A huge amount of gold qi began to gather in Jianghu's body. Dozens of minutes later, Jianghu had finally completely absorbed the bloodline of the White Tiger. At this time, the 5 Elements Tajura formation wasn't as strong as before. All the Combat Soul and Combat King disciples were lying on the ground in exhaustion. They had completely lost their combat strength. Only the powerful Combat Emperors and Minor Saints were still struggling. Everyone was waiting for Jianghu to unleash his full power. Once the formation was broken, most of them would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered by the enemy without any chance to resist. Big brother, hurry up. Zueling Air's face had turned pale. She was relying on the heaven elixir to support herself. Look, they can't hold on any longer. Let's put in more effort. As long as we break the formation, we'll kill every single one of them. Freedom King burst into laughter. The formation was getting weaker and weaker. Many people from the Nebula sect and Moyin cult couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't long before the formation was broken. Jianghu, I'll wait for you to break through to the minor saint realm. At that time we'll have a duel and I'll kill you with my own hands. I won't give you any chance. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties were shaking the heavens, as if they were determined to kill Jiang Chen. The white tiger was killed by Jiang Chen, and it had made the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties bleed. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen today, the hatred in their hearts would never be appeased. Rumble. Right at this moment, a series of violent explosions suddenly sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. An extremely powerful qi wave spread out from his body. Right now, Jiang Chen had completely condensed the 5 elemental spirits. He had reached the great circle of the 5 elements. The qi of the 5 elements was unleashed from his body, and it directly manifested into 5 different concepts. The number of dragon marks began to condense, and each new dragon mark let out a loud roar. Jiang Chen now looked like a true dragon, filled with a mighty aura. Crack. In other words, Jiang Chen had not only advanced to the first-grade minor saint, but he had also reached the peak of the first-grade minor saint. Swoosh, the domain was kept by Jiang Chen. His eyes shot out 2 rays of sharp light, cutting the void. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood up slowly. The entire heaven and earth changed along with his qi. He was like a peerless king that had descended to the world. His body was covered with dazzling light that blinded people's eyes. He was like a god that no one dared to look directly at. At this moment, Jiang Chen could feel the qi of the heavenly tribulation. Ever since he had condensed the battle spirit, every advancement would be accompanied by a powerful heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen had already gotten used to it. However, the heavenly tribulation could still be controlled by him. As long as he hadn't advanced to the second-grade minor saint, the heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Of course, the current intense battle wasn't a suitable time to trigger the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of a minor saint was equivalent to a saint tribulation. Its power was countless times stronger than before. If he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation here, the entire nebula sect would be razed to the ground. Brothers, it's time to strike back. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air. The brilliant mirror suddenly turned around and aimed at a spot where the attacks were concentrated. In an instant, it absorbed all the attacks, and in the next moment, a huge amount of energy was bounced back. What's going on? What kind of treasure is that mirror? It can reflect our energy attack. Get out of the way quickly. This attack is the combination of at least 10 of our strength. We won't be able to withstand it. The group of minor saints panicked and fled in all directions. The power of the brilliant mirror's reflection was too strong. It was the sum of their previous attack power. If this attack landed on one person, the result would be unimaginable. Long. The enormous energy exploded. The void was instantly destroyed. That was a force that could destroy everything. A first-grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was vaporized and died on the spot. Not only that, there were at least 3 minor saints who suffered from either light or heavy injuries. This was the power of the brilliant mirror. Motherfucker. Awesome. Wuxialover jumped up on the spot. He no longer cared about his image as a sect master. Just now, he had been suppressed by the brilliant mirror. Now, the brilliant mirror had counterattacked, instantly disrupting the enemy's formation and killing a minor saint. This scene was undoubtedly a great boost to the morale of the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult. This brilliant mirror is really powerful. It's just that its absorption of Yuan Qi is too fierce. Dan King wiped off his sweat. This is the treasure of our Nebula sect, the pinnacle of minor saint weapons. Moreover, Jiang Chen found out that the true Dragon Palm and Azure Dragon 5 steps were much more powerful when he was in his dragon form. Chapter 772. My God! What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying qi. This is a type of transformation technique. This is the qi of a dragon. Jiang Chen actually has the legendary form of a dragon. This is unbelievable. This is too shocking. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. How many more unknown means does Jiang Chen have? I can feel that his combat strength has increased by at least 10 times in this form. 10 times. That's heaven-defying. That's right. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was the Nebula sect or the Moyin cult, or the enemies, they were all shocked by Jiang Chen's transformation. The energy of this transformation was too terrifying. There were no lack of experts on the scene. They could see that Jiang Chen was already very scary when he advanced to the first-grade minor saint. His current form was at least 10 times stronger than before. Such a heaven-defying transformation technique was simply unheard of. This is too scary. I have a feeling that even with my current strength, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for Jiangchen. Dan King's eyes widened. He was now at the peak of 5th grade minor saint. Although Jiangchen was just a 1st grade minor saint, the combat strength that he could unleash was unimaginably terrifying. Under such circumstances, Dan King had to admit that he was no match for Jiangchen. What happened? How did he suddenly undergo such a transformation? He directly turned into a monster. It's a very scary transformation technique. Apart from the increase in combat strength, his chi physical strength and attack speed are many times stronger than before. This bastard is too scary. But we don't have to be afraid. As long as he dares to come out, the northern and southern dynasties will naturally deal with him. There are over 150 minor saints here. Can't we kill Emir Jiangchen? The minor saints of the northern and southern dynasties were shocked. Many of them had a hint of fear for Jiangchen. They had never seen such an abnormal person before. Such a person could no longer be described as a genius. The existence of Jiangchen had subverted many people's perception. Facing the dragon-like Jiangchen, the northern and southern dynasties' expression turned grim. They could feel that the current Jiangchen had the strength to fight them. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't care too much about it. They were still confident that they could kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen, come out and fight me. Show me how strong you are. The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Jiangchen. As you wish. Jiangchen's body swayed. His majestic dragon body flew out of the 5 elemental Tajura formation, but the formation was still maintained. The brilliant mirror became even brighter. Jiangchen was going to fight the northern and southern dynasties, but the 5 elemental Tajura formation couldn't be removed. Given the difference in strength between both sides, the formation couldn't be fully activated yet. Otherwise, even if he could kill all the powerful enemies in the end, the Nebula sect would be annihilated. Those combat emperors, combat kings, and even combat soul disciples and elders would die tragically. In a battle between minor saints, they were just cannon fodder. You guys continue to support the formation. I will kill the northern and southern dynasties. Jiangchen said. As soon as he walked out of the formation, a terrifyingly sharp claw shot out and grabbed a 2nd grade minor saint who was closest to him. The minor saint's face was filled with panic. After being controlled by Jiangchen, this was the first time he felt so close to death. No, the minor saint roared, but it was useless. Jiangchen's sharp claw crushed his skull like a piece of tofu. The 2nd grade minor saint died on the spot. Dong Jiangchen halted his steps, creating a huge crack in the void. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties. None of the remaining 100 minor saints dared to approach him. Freedom King Chen Zhentian and Skyhill Daoist were gnashing their teeth at Jiangchen. They had the urge to vomit blood when they saw how powerful Jiangchen was. There was an irreconcilable hatred between them and Jiangchen. Once, Jiangchen was just like an ant in front of them. They could easily crush him to death. But today, Jiangchen's strength was something they could only look at from afar. Now, they could only hope that the northern and southern dynasties could kill Jiangchen. Otherwise, given Jiangchen's character, he would never let them go. Jiangchen, it seems like I have given you another chance to grow. But do you think you still have the chance to turn defeat into victory in today's situation? Lung Lung of the northern and southern dynasties said. Let's cut the crap. The white tiger is dead. You will die too. All those who came to attack the Nebula sect must die. Today this place is destined to be flooded with blood. Use your blood to dye the mountains of the Nebula sect. Jiangchen's voice was cold and cruel. It was as if the god of death had descended and sentenced everyone to death. Arrogant. You killed the white tiger because you used the source of combat strength talisman. Unfortunately, you only have one. Now you have no chance against me. You will have to pay a heavy price for killing the white tiger. Today this place is destined to be flooded with blood, but not our blood. It will be the blood of millions of people of the Nebula sect and the Moine cult. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. He suddenly shouted, Eternal celestial wind. Crackle. For a moment, with the northern and southern dynasties as the center, the entire spatial zone was filled with crackling sounds. Powerful waves of wind were shot out from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. These waves of wind were glowing brilliantly with a superior chi. That was the chi of immortals. Each wave of wind was like an illusory dragon or a dazzling sharp sword, cutting the spatial zone layer by layer. Under the stimulation of the eternal celestial wind, the chi of the northern and southern dynasties rose abruptly. In a blink of an eye, their cultivation had reached the 3rd grade minor saint. Such a strong wind. It seems to be something from the immortal world. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Jiang Chen's eyes were dull. The performance of the northern and southern dynasties was indeed very strong. However, Jiang Chen wasn't worried. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. He had just obtained the energy of the dragon form, and it was the perfect time to test his combat strength. The stronger the northern and southern dynasties were, the more he liked it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a challenge at all. Nanbei Chao, who was a third-grade minor saint, could already kill a fifth-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen, who was in his dragon form, could still kill a fifth-grade minor saint. One of them had the immortal soul physique while the other was a super monstrous genius. It was hard to tell who would win when the two of them collided. Let's continue to attack the Grand Formation. Master will take care of Jiang Chen. As long as we break the Grand Formation, we will be able to wipe out the Nebula sect and Moyin cult. Freedom King shouted. More than 100 minor saints attacked the 5 elemental Tajura formation again. Dan King and Nebula Kid had no choice but to continue holding on. They wanted to have a big fight with the minor saints outside, but if the formation was broken, thousands of disciples would die. The good thing was that with the deterrence of the brilliant mirror, the 150 minor saints didn't dare to concentrate their attacks on a single point. It was beneficial to the defense of the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Meanwhile, high up in the sky, Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties had created another battlefield. 2 domineering geniuses, 2 predestined enemies, had once again clashed with each other after the battle in the Black Sect. No one knew what the outcome would be this time. Jiang Chen, prepare to die. I want to wash away the humiliation you gave me last time. I will kill you once and for all. Wisdom King Fist. The chi of the northern and southern dynasties surged. They struck out a powerful Wisdom King Fist. An extremely bright and huge fist appeared out of nowhere. It was as big as a mountain. There were all kinds of complicated talismans engraved on its surface. It was filled with the aura of wisdom. It shattered the void and launched a fierce attack at Jiang Chen. It's the Wisdom King Fist again. Is there anything new? Jiang Chen sneered. He had experienced this King of Wisdom's fist before, and it was indeed a frightening combat skill. The King of Wisdom's fist contained a hint of wisdom, and it could lock onto the opponent's movements, not giving the opponent any chance to escape. Last time, Jiang Chen had killed it with the 6 solar fingers, but this time Jiang Chen wanted to try his dragon wings. Shwa! The huge dragon wings spread out. They were at least 3 meters wide. A casual flap of the dragon wings could create 1,000 ripples. The dragon wings were used in conjunction with the spatial shift. Jiang Chen's body instantly turned into an afterimage. With a schwa, he flew out, directly cutting off the connection between him and the Wisdom King Fist. What? Nanbei Chao's expression changed. The Wisdom King Fist had its own intelligence. Once it locked onto someone, it would be impossible for them to escape. However, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. That pair of terrifying dragon wings could even cut off the connection between the Wisdom King Fist and Jiang Chen's chi. Haha, True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He suddenly struck out with the True Dragon Palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw slammed down, directly shattering the Wisdom King Fist. Jiang Chen used the True Dragon combat skill in his dragon form. The might of the True Dragon combat skill was even more ferocious. 3 wisdom punches. The northern and southern dynasties didn't move. They struck out with the 3 wisdom punches again. Each punch was stronger than the previous. The earth-shattering might was like a vast ocean wanting to drown Jiang Chen completely. All attacks are like floating clouds in front of me. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. He no longer dodged and directly charged towards the 3 wisdom punches. With a wave of his arm, numerous flood dragon shadows flew out. There were a total of 9 of them. The roars of the flood dragons shook the heavens and the earth. The 9 murdering flood dragons was also a terrifying innate ability. It was unleashed to its fullest potential by Jiang Chen. The 9 flood dragons surrounded the 3 wisdom punches and tore them into pieces. Too weak. Northern and southern dynasties, these methods are useless against me. Jiang Chen was too strong. A casual punch from him could unleash an ocean-like strength. Right now, he had countless powerful abilities. Even though the northern and southern dynasties had the support of the eternal immortal wind, they still couldn't gain any advantage in front of him. Think about it, if they didn't have the eternal immortal wind, the northern and southern dynasties would already be dead men. Look. The northern and southern dynasties can't gain any advantage against senior brother Jiang. Senior brother Jiang is too ferocious. As long as we kill the northern and southern dynasties, our crisis will be completely resolved. Chapter 773. Rumble. High up in the sky, Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties were engaged in a fierce battle. In terms of combat skills, the northern and southern dynasties had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, with the protection of the immortal armor, his defensive ability was extraordinarily strong. On the surface, it seemed like he was still in a stalemate with Jiang Qin. However, the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties weren't calm. It was as if he had seen the scene that happened in the Black Sect. When he fought with Jiang Qin, although he was only a divine core warrior, the scene was almost the same as what he was seeing now. He knew that he had once again underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had once again grown beyond his imagination. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to kill Jiang Qin. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't give up. He had the powerful immortal physique. He was a true emperor. He looked down upon the world and didn't put anyone in his eyes. All living beings in the world should submit to him. He was a supreme emperor. Below them, more than 150 minor saints were still attacking the 5 elemental Tajura formation. However, this formation was just too strong. In addition, the northern and southern dynasties still couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. This had made many of them restless. Also, the brilliant mirror would counterattack from time to time. So far, 4 minor saints had died under the brilliant mirror, and they still hadn't broken the formation. They hadn't killed a single one of their opponents. Inside the 5 elemental Tajura formation, Nebula Kid, Wu Yimo, and Dan King were working extremely hard. Isha and the others were using all their strength. In addition, the formation was being guarded by De Huang Dog, and Tyrant had fused with the stone tablet. It was simply indestructible. However, to the Nebula sect and Moyin cult, this was a huge consumption, especially the consumption of the brilliant mirror. Now, they could only hope that Jiang Qin could kill the northern and southern dynasties and save everything. Jiang Qin's performance was indeed incomparably strong. It had brought great hope to everyone. Monarch Heaven Art, Ultimate Kill. The northern and southern dynasties were infuriated and used their strongest techniques. The sovereign's aura on their bodies became extremely dense, turning into a sovereign dragon that soared into the sky. A river of stars appeared in the sky. It was a heavenly river that was densely covered with runes. It was unknown how powerful the attack power of the heavenly river was. It suddenly poured down, diving towards Jiang Qin. Damn it, the northern and southern dynasties are insane. No wonder they are the reincarnations of immortals. I wonder if little Qinzi can withstand such a powerful attack? Nangong Wendian couldn't help but curse. This was his first time seeing the northern and southern dynasties. Back when the Qi province was in chaos, he didn't know Jiang Qin yet. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was a monster that could rival Jiang Qin. Don't worry, I'm sure he can handle it. He did the same back in the Black Sect. Han Yen was still very confident in Jiang Qin. Roar facing the terrifying attack of the heavenly river, Jiang Qin didn't hesitate. He threw his head back and let out a wild roar. An icy cold water dragon suddenly rushed out from his body. The powerful water dragon seal had become even more terrifying after the 5 elements were completed. The Qi of the heavenly earth pure water froze the void. Rumble the water dragon and the heavenly river collided. The void was smashed into pieces in an instant. The color of the sky changed completely. It was a scene of doomsday. However, the heavenly river didn't disappear, but the water dragon seal was really terrifying. The icy cold heavenly earth pure water had frozen more than half of the heavenly river, forming a huge ice sculpture in the sky. It was a beautiful scene. Clang at this time, the heavenly saint's sword appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. The body of the sword began to tremble violently. The heavenly saint's sword was no longer an emperor weapon, but a true minor saint weapon. Along with Jiang Qin's advancement, it had advanced by 1 level. Right now, the appearance of the heavenly saint's sword had completely changed. The blood-red dragon head looked extremely ferocious, and it had turned into a sword hilt. The body of the sword was covered with dragon marks, making it look like a real dragon sword. This wasn't the first time it had taken this form. Back then, Jiang Qin had transformed it using the dragon marks, but now it was different. Under the influence of the dragon transformation skill, the heavenly saint sword had transformed into a real dragon sword just like Jiang Qin. It looked extremely frightening. Howl Jiang Qin raised the heavenly saint sword high up in the air. The sword produced an ear-piercing howl. A bright blood-red sword light soared into the sky. The indestructible sword light stood on top of the heavenly river. The heavenly river that carried terrifying energy was slashed into half by Jiang Qin on the spot, shattering into countless pieces and falling down from the sky. Deng deng deng. The northern and southern dynasties had suffered a great shock when the monarch heaven art was destroyed by Jianghu. They had to take a dozen steps back before they could regain their balance. The indifference and arrogance on their faces had been replaced by shock. Ah! The northern and southern dynasties are no match for senior brother Jiang. Great. This is great. Senior brother Jiang is the real heaven-defying existence. No one can stop him. Not even the northern and southern dynasties are a match for him. As long as we kill the northern and southern dynasties, our crisis will be completely resolved. No one in the 4 big domains will be a match for senior brother Jiang. At that time we will rule the 4 big domains. Motherfucker. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Excitement, blood boiling. That's right, blood boiling. Although it was Jianghu who was fighting, the people of the Nebula sect and the Moying cult felt as if they were the ones fighting. Everyone was affected by Jianghu's soaring spirit. They couldn't calm down at all. The scene in front of them was something they didn't even dare to dream about. After knowing that the northern and southern dynasties had ruled the 4 big domains, their only thought was that they were finished. The best ending was to be ruled by the northern and southern dynasties. Who could have thought that Jianghu would bring them such a great miracle? Jianghu, you forced me to do this. Eternal immortal wind, devour everything. The northern and southern dynasties roared madly. The long sword turned into a bright light and slashed at the weak barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Chila, the eternal immortal wind could not withstand such a powerful attack. Under the attack of the heavenly saint sword, the barrier of the eternal immortal wind was slashed and a big hole was torn open. After that, the power of the realm spread out. As the saying goes, break it with one point, break it all. Just like now, the heavenly saint sword had unleashed the eternal immortal wind barrier. The power of the realm had directly shattered all the eternal immortal wind. Puff! The northern and southern dynasties coughed out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were unwilling to believe what had happened in front of them. They couldn't believe that they would end up like this. They were defeated again. They were defeated by Jianghu once again. This was an endless humiliation. Dong. Chapter 774. Jianghu was like a god of war, emitting a dazzling radiance. Although the northern and southern dynasties still had the strength to fight in front of Jianghu, they were like stray dogs. From the beginning of the battle until now, they hadn't been able to gain the slightest bit of advantage from Jianghu. Northern and southern dynasties, let me see how you will escape this time. Jianghu spoke. He raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand again. This time he wouldn't give the northern and southern dynasties any chance. The sword transformed into a true dragon and appeared before the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. Armor of immortals. The northern and southern dynasties bellowed, hurriedly summoning the armor of immortals. The armor was covered in restrictive runes, forming an unbreakable defense. At the same time, a sword was condensed in his hand. That was the sovereign sword, enveloped by a powerful eternal celestial wind, blocking Jianghu's heavenly saint sword. Unfortunately, the northern and southern dynasties were no longer in the same state as before. The continuous setbacks had caused him to lose the confidence to fight against Jianghu. Not only that, his body had suffered a certain degree of damage, and it would be hard for him to unleash his peak combat strength. Clang. The 2 divine weapons collided. The sovereign sword of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't withstand the might of the heavenly saint sword and was directly knocked away. Jianghu didn't show any mercy. The heavenly saint sword rippled once more, its speed reaching an extreme. The sword light was like a beam of light, slicing a large hole in the void and landing on the armor of immortals of the northern and southern dynasties. The armor of immortals with astonishing defensive power couldn't withstand this terrifying attack from Jianghu. Sparks flew from the collision between the armor of immortals and the heavenly saint sword. A hole was sliced open, and the overwhelming sword chi pierced through the chests of the northern and southern dynasties, causing blood to gush out. You destroyed my immortal armor. Nan Bei Chao was like an enraged lion, but he was battered and exhausted. The first time, the second time, the third time. He had never found a shred of confidence in front of Jianghu. No matter how high and mighty he was in front of others, even if he had conquered all the major powers in the 4 domains, he was still like a clown in front of Jianghu. He was just a clown. Northern and southern dynasties, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. No matter what you do, you won't be able to stop me. Today your blood will be spilled here. Jianghu's domineering aura soared into the sky. His eyes were incomparably bright and emotionless. In his eyes, the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. Freedom King, hurry up and attack Jiangchen. If I die, all of you will die. The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Freedom King and the others. The situation in front of them made those minor saints have the urge to spurt out blood. They had never thought that the alliance of experts from the 4 domains couldn't even break into the mountain gate of Nebula sect. However, they knew that the words of the northern and southern dynasties were right. If the northern and southern dynasties were killed, given Jiangchen's means, they wouldn't have a good ending. Now they still had a few 5th grade minor saints. If they joined forces, they could still fight Jiangchen. Once the northern and southern dynasties were killed by Jiangchen, the morale of the people would plummet and they would be done for. They would never have the chance to rise again. For a moment, 5 5th grade minor saints surrounded Jiangchen. None of them dared to be careless. All of them took out their minor saint weapons. Facing the powerful Jiangchen, they couldn't afford to be careless. Long. The heaven and earth were shaking. The void was destroyed wave after wave. The sky had changed color. Destructive energy waves were everywhere. It was like an Azura battlefield. The disciples and elders of Nebula sect and Moyin cult were dumbfounded. There was no longer any surprise on their faces because they were already numb. Such a grand scene was something that they had never dreamt of. In their eyes, a minor saint was a high and mighty existence. They were the true superiors in their dreams. However, everything that happened today had completely subverted their thoughts. It turned out that a minor saint could be killed at will. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiangchen was like an immemorial void dragon that had broken through the shackles of his cage. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand had completely fused with his body. His facial expression didn't change even a bit when facing the joint attack of the 5 great experts. These people were far weaker than the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. If they thought that they could deal with Jiangchen by joining forces, it would be a joke. The dragon sword was filled with the power of a saint. When the sword was unleashed, no ghosts or gods would be spared. Jiangchen's sword had completely turned into a bloodthirsty sword. No one knew how much saint blood was going to stain it today. The net of sword weaved into a cage, trapping one of the 5th grade minor saint experts. Then the sharp heavenly saint sword fell on the top of his head. No! That expert exclaimed. Only when he was fighting with Jiangchen did he realize how terrifying Jiangchen was. He could feel the irresistible power that surged out from Jiangchen's body. It was like the power of chaos. He felt like he couldn't resist the attack of the sword. Pucci, along with a shrill scream, a 5th grade minor saint expert, a peerless ancestor of a major power, was slashed in half by Jiangchen. He died on the spot. Saint blood splattered all over the place. The scene looked incomparably miserable. Sect master. A few minor saints roared from afar. They had seen their sect master being killed with their own eyes. Their sect was completely finished. The northern and southern dynasties spurted out a mouthful of blood when they saw the scene. They knew that they had failed again. Their future was ruined by Jiangchen again. The most urgent thing to do now was to run away. Otherwise they would really die like what Jiangchen had said. Swoosh! The northern and southern dynasties turned into a ray of light and vanished into the void. They wanted to escape from this battlefield. They wanted to fight Jiangchen again in the future. Unfortunately, Jiangchen wouldn't give them the chance to escape. Jiangchen didn't put these 5th grade minor saints in his eyes. All of his attention was on the northern and southern dynasties. This bastard was a great disaster. As long as he was given the chance to escape, he would grow stronger very quickly. He would become stronger and harder to deal with. Wanna leave? Stay where you are. Jiangchen flapped his dragon wings and turned into a ray of lightning, breaking through the encirclement of the 5th grade minor saints and vanished into the void. In the next moment, Jiangchen reappeared. In his hand was a man who was covered in blood. He was from the northern and southern dynasties. Currently, the immortal armor of the northern and southern dynasties had disappeared. Jiangchen's sharp claws had pierced through his back like a dead dog. Jiangchen, I have the immortal soul physique. You can't kill me. The northern and southern dynasties were still struggling. Northern and southern dynasties, look at your current state. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Today I will completely annihilate you. I will destroy your body and soul. I won't give you any chance to fight back. Jiangchen said. His other sharp claw suddenly grabbed the heads of the northern and southern dynasties. A cracking sound was heard. Their heads were crushed into pieces. This wasn't the end of it. Jiangchen released a raging fire, forming a fire cage that trapped the northern and southern dynasties. He wanted to burn the northern and southern dynasties from head to toe. Not even a trace of their divine sense could escape. During the process of burning, Jiang Qin saw a whirlpool of wind lingering in the body of the northern and southern dynasties. The wind was extremely powerful, as if it was going to blow away the raging fire. Eternal immortal wind. What a good thing. Jiang Qin grabbed the eternal immortal wind. It struggled violently, trying to escape from Jiang Qin's palm. The eternal immortal wind was something that belonged to the immortal world. It had its own intelligence. It wouldn't be controlled by a mortal from the lower world. That's right. However, as soon as Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation incantation, the eternal immortal wind acknowledged allegiance. The dragon transformation incantation was a powerful divine ability that surpassed immortals. It was on the level of paramount gods, and possessed the power of the primeval wilds. Even the eternal immortal wind had to acknowledge allegiance. With the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Qin had gained yet another trump card. However, in Jiang Qin's hands, the eternal immortal wind was nothing more than a means of attack. He didn't have an immortal spirit body, so he couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to advance 2 levels like the northern and southern dynasties. It was a pity, but Jiang Qin didn't care. With the dragon transformation incantation, he could increase his battle prowess by 10-fold, making him even stronger than the eternal immortal wind. As for the eternal immortal wind, even if it was just a means of attack, it was still extremely terrifying. Very quickly, the northern and southern dynasties were burned cleanly by Jiang Qin. Not even ashes were left. Jiang Qin retracted the flames and looked at the place where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. He let out a long sigh. He had finally killed that guy. But at the same time, Jiang Qin felt a sense of loss in his heart. Look, the northern and southern dynasties are dead. They were killed by senior brother Jiang. Haha. The white tiger is dead. The northern and southern dynasties are dead as well. Senior brother Jiang is an invincible existence. The others are nothing in front of him. They're finished. Senior brother Jiang is too divine. That seemingly unresolvable situation of certain death was actually turned around by him. He single-handedly created an unprecedented miracle. The death of the northern and southern dynasties was like a shot of adrenaline for the Nebula sect and the Moyne cult. Many of them were so excited that they couldn't believe that this was real. Jiang Qin turned his head. Next, it was time to settle the score with the others. However, he turned back to look at the place where the northern and southern dynasties were killed. There was no trace of the qi of the northern and southern dynasties left. They had completely vanished. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Qin had an illusion that the northern and southern dynasties weren't dead yet. It was an absurd feeling. The northern and southern dynasties are dead. Let's run. Run. Jiang Qin is invincible. No one is a match for him. This man is cruel and merciless. We have offended him. If we fall into his hands, we will die for sure. Those minor saints were shouting wildly. Now that the outcome had been determined, they were completely defeated. The only thing they could do now was to run. Ah! None of you will escape today. All of you will die. I will use your saint blood to irrigate this mountain range, turning this place into a holy land. 5 elemental spheres, seal the void for me. Chapter 775. Voila! Jiang Qin's 5 elemental sphere rushed out like a tidal wave. 5 different colors were like 5 bright dragons, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, sealing the entire spatial zone. Over 100 minor saints were all shrouded by the 5 elemental sphere without exception. Not good, we have been trapped by Jiang Qin's sphere. Everyone, let's work together and unleash the power of our spheres to tear his sphere apart. Only by doing so can we survive. That's right. Not only that, if we can tear his sphere apart, it will definitely cause him a great deal of damage. At that time we will have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, even if we can escape, our descendants won't be able to escape. Jiang Qin's means is not something we can withstand. Everyone, let's stake everything on this. Freedom King Qinjin Tian and Tianshan Daoist roared. All the minor saints' eyes turned red. They unleashed the power of their spheres, wanting to tear Jiang Qin's 5 elemental sphere apart. At this time they had no way to retreat. Every one of them had an unprecedented sense of crisis. If they didn't kill Jiang Qin, they would die. Even if they could escape, they wouldn't be able to escape. Their subordinates wouldn't be able to escape either, especially Freedom King and Qinjin Tian. The sense of crisis they felt was even stronger. The grudge between them and Jiang Qin had been deeply rooted. There was no possibility of resolving it. As a matter of fact, apart from fear, Freedom King and the other two felt more regret. That's right, they regretted so much that their intestines were turning green. They had never thought that Jiangchen would grow so fast and so ferociously. If they knew this would happen, they would have killed Jiangchen at all costs to avoid future troubles. Look, all the minor saints have been shrouded by Jiangchen's sphere. However, the combined power of over 100 minor saints is not to be underestimated. Let's enter Jiangchen's sphere and help him kill the enemies. Dan King bellowed. All right. All the minor saints, listen up. Get out of the grand formation now and kill the enemies. Nebula Kid drew out his nebula sword. His aura was like a rainbow, showing his soaring battle intent. Beside him, Wu Yimo's devil chi was soaring. He was ready to fight. No one is allowed to attack. Protect the grand formation. Just as Dan King and the others were about to strike, Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air like rolling thunder, stopping them from moving. Everyone don't panic. Jiang Chen is right. If we all attack, the formation won't be able to hold on. There are too many experts on the other side. If they break the formation, it will be a disaster for the entire Nebula sect. Nebula Kid hastily said loudly. Just now he was affected by Jiang Chen's chi. His blood was boiling, but he didn't think about the consequences. One should know that his opponents were all minor saints. Once there was a chance, they would never let the people of Nebula sect go. At this moment, there were thousands of disciples and elders in the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Once the grand formation was broken, it would be an unimaginable disaster. No one wanted to see such an outcome. That's right. We are being impulsive. However, I don't know if he can withstand the joint attack of more than 100 minor saints. Dan King's tone sounded worried. Let me tell you, no matter how many people you have, it will be useless against Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog laughed. He knew very well how scary Jiang Chen was. In front of Jiang Chen, numbers were useless. In the sky, the 5 elemental domain was like a huge 5-colored millstone floating in the sky. It was like a huge barrier. All the minor saints were attacking inside the domain. A bunch of fools. You don't know how scary the 5 elemental domain is. In my domain, I am the absolute ruler. All of your lives are in my hands. If I want you to die, you will die in an instant. Jiang Chen's chi shook the sky. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. He was half human and half dragon. He looked incomparably terrifying. His cold blood-red eyes made people lose their courage to look at him. Eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The violent eternal immortal wind swept across every corner of the 5 elemental domain. In Jiang Chen's hands, the eternal immortal wind wasn't any weaker than the immortal physique of the northern and southern dynasties. Ooh! Ark! Shrill screams were heard. Some of the weaker minor saints couldn't withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. Their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. They died on the spot. Walala! Large amounts of saint blood rained down from the sky, falling into every corner of the Nebula sect. The 5 elemental Tajura formation filtered the saint blood. This was the blood of a minor saint. It was the most essential thing. Now that the saint blood had fallen into every inch of the land of the Nebula sect, this place would become a true cultivation paradise. Don't panic. Everyone don't panic. Use all your strength to resist this wind. A 5th grade minor saint shouted. There were still 4 powerful 5th grade minor saints inside. Given their strength, they could resist the eternal immortal wind if they joined forces. However, even though they could resist the eternal immortal wind, they couldn't resist the devil god like Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's body shook. He turned into a blood-red light and rushed into the formation. His pair of iron-like wings swept across everything. Puchi 4 to 5 minor saints were cut in half by Jiang Chen's dragon wings. Their corpses fell from the sky with blood. For a moment, the sound of wailing could be heard. The people below were dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, looking at the corpses of the minor saints falling from the sky and the rain of blood. All the minor saints had fallen. This was a scene that they wouldn't dare to imagine even in their dreams. Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo exchanged a glance. They saw the shock and a trace of luck in each other's eyes. Especially Nebula Kid. He was glad that he had made the right decision. If he had attacked Jiang Chen when the Nebula sect had just found out about Jiang Chen's identity, he was afraid that he would end up the same as those people above. Wu Yimo glanced at Han Yen beside him. He was glad that he had accepted a good godson. If it wasn't for Han Yen, the Moyin cult wouldn't have any connection with Jiang Chen. According to the great things that Jiang Chen had done in Xuanhu, the Moying cult would most likely become the enemy of Jiangchen, just like what happened in Xiaoyao Palace. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 776. His feeling Jiangchen's gaze, Freedom King sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiangchen's eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. A single look from Jiangchen could send a person to hell. Freedom King knew that he was finished. No one could save him from this world. Given Jiangchen's temper, he would never let him go. He wouldn't leave any chance for him. Now, even the northern and southern dynasties were dead. With his current strength that wasn't even a 5th-grade minor saint, he could only be slaughtered by Jiangchen. Jiangchen, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you. Freedom King's soul was shivering when he saw Jiangchen approaching him. He was a dignified 4th-grade minor saint, the master of Xiaoyao Palace. Even his voice was trembling at this moment. He didn't have the demeanor of a superior being. No one wasn't afraid of death. This was the same for everyone. The higher one's status was, the stronger one's cultivation was, the more one would understand how difficult it was to reach where they were today. They would be more afraid of death, especially when death was about to befall them. I can give you a chance. Give me a reason why you won't die. Jiangchen's tone was cold like the god of hell. The scene in the sky looked very exciting. A young man in his 20s was standing in front of hundreds of minor saints. All of the minor saints were trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to speak, let alone resist. The death of the half-step minor saint had given them a wake-up call. It made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't someone they could deal with. He was a true war god. They had completely lost the chance to resist. However, judging from Jiangchen's current performance, they could feel that they still had a chance to survive. Jiangchen's gaze was very clear. The experts of the 3 major powers in Xuanhu City were the ones who had a grudge against them. As for the people of the other 3 domains, they were smart enough to keep quiet. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have the right to speak. Their fate was completely in the hands of Jiangchen. Jiangchen had killed their sect master and so many of their experts. They didn't even have the thought of revenge. Freedom King was delighted when he heard that Jiangchen wanted him to give a reason. He felt that he still had a chance. Jiangchen, you have killed so many people in Xiaoyao Palace. Let's forget about this. Moreover, it is the northern and southern dynasties that want to rule Xuanhu, not me. You know how powerful the northern and southern dynasties are. I can't resist them at all. As long as you don't kill me today, I will submit to you completely. From now on, the whole Xuanhu, no, the 4 major domains will be yours. Freedom King said hastily, pushing all the blame to the northern and southern dynasties. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were already dead. Puqi, unfortunately, as soon as Freedom King's voice faded, Jiangchen's sharp claws pierced through his body mercilessly and crushed his heart. Blood flowed down from Jiangchen's blood-red dragon claws. The scene looked incomparably ghastly. Feeling the rapid loss of vitality, Freedom King lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. He had thought that he already had a chance to live. He did not expect that Jiangchen would kill him so decisively as soon as he finished his words. You can kill yourself hundreds of times for this reason. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, people like you are far inferior. Although the northern and southern dynasties and I are enemies, I admire them from the bottom of my heart. They are arrogant to the core. Even if they were to die, they would not beg for mercy. Moreover, your reason is too lousy. When you wanted to kill me back then, did you ever think that this day would come? Let me ask you, if you had broken through the formation of the Nebula sect today, how much blood would have been spilled from the Nebula sect and the Moying cult on your hands? Let me ask you, if I were to fall into your hands now, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to die so easily even if I wanted to. Therefore, I'm already being merciful by giving you a quick death now. As soon as Jiangchen's voice fell, a destructive force suddenly spurted out from the dragon claw, tearing Freedom King's body apart. The dignified overlord of Xuanhu had fallen just like that. The scene made the others numb. They were already used to Jiangchen's ruthless methods. However, there were 2 people whose expressions changed drastically. They were Qinjin Tian and Sky Mountain Taoist. They knew very well that now that Freedom King was dead, it would be their turn next. Indeed, if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. After Jiangchen killed Freedom King, he directly came to the 2 of them. What do you 2 have to say? Jiangchen asked indifferently. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the despair and helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that their fate had come to an end and there was no more chance for them to make a comeback. Jiangchen, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I hope that after you kill me you will let the rest of the Qin clan go. Qin Jintian said loudly. He seemed to be a little unyielding. Jiang Qin, I know that I'm going to die. I hope that you won't make things difficult for the disciples of Sky Hill sect and give them a good way out. Sky Mountain Taoist said. The two of you are not bad. As a sect master you have a bit of unyielding spirit. You still know how to think for the future generations. You are right. I won't let you go. After killing you, the Qin clan and Sky Hill sect will be devoured by the Nebula sect. I won't kill innocent people. After saying that, Jiang Qin waved his hand and killed Qin Jintian and Sky Mountain Taoist. The two of them didn't put up any resistance until they died because they knew very well that resistance was futile. Patriarch. There were still 5 minor saint elders of the Qin clan who were still alive. When they saw Jiang Qin kill Qin Jintian, they immediately roared in grief. Their eyes were filled with hatred when they looked at Jiang Qin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin frowned. His killing intent rose again. The Qin clan was different from sects like Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill sect. They were the power of a clan and were related by blood. Their hatred towards Jiang Qin was much deeper than the other two sections. It was absolutely ingrained in their bones. Without saying a word, Jiang Qin struck out 5 sharp beams of light, instantly killing all 5 minor saint experts. Although these minor saints didn't pose any threat to Jiang Qin, leaving them alive would be a source of trouble. Jiang Qin didn't want any accidents to happen. An enemy was an enemy. An enemy should be killed without mercy. If it was his temper in his previous life, none of them would be alive today. The remaining minor saints of Xiaoyao Palace and Sky Hill sect were trembling in fear when they saw this scene. In their hearts, the current Jiang Qin was like a devil king, a bloodthirsty devil. It was too scary. However, Jiang Qin just glanced at them. He didn't kill them. His image had already formed a huge shadow in their hearts. They wouldn't be able to erase it in this lifetime. They wouldn't dare to fight against him again. Furthermore, with Jiang Qin's current ability, these people wouldn't be a threat to him anymore. All of you deserve to die. However, I won't kill all of you. From today onwards, you will return to your own sects and run your business as well. In the future, you will listen to the orders of the Nebula sect and provide all kinds of resources to the Nebula sect. Jiang Qin retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. He was a handsome young man in white. His every movement carried a trace of indescribable domineering aura. It was hard to associate his current appearance with the image of an invincible bloodthirsty god of war. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, all the minor saints couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, their lives were saved. Some of them looked at each other and sighed. There were more than 150 minor saints when they first arrived. However, more than 60 of them had been killed by Jiang Qin. Now there were less than 90 of them. This was definitely the most minor saints that had fallen in the history of the 4 big domains. The 4 big domains would suffer a great loss. All the experts were dead. No one knew how many years it would take for those big sects to recover to their peak state. Jiang Qin's words made Nebula Kid and Dan King let out a sigh of relief. If all of them were killed, it would cause an unprecedented shock in the Divine Continent. Even so, the death of more than 60 minor saints was still a historic event that would shake the entire Divine Continent. Even the big families in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent would be alarmed. All the major powers in the 4 big domains were going to decline. However, compared to the decline of these major powers, the Nebula sect had risen. This war had given the Nebula sect endless benefits. Jiang Qin had killed so many minor saints and obtained dozens of minor saint weapons. Such a harvest was truly terrifying. Moreover, from today onwards, the Nebula sect would be the overlord of Xuanhuan and the entire 4 big domains. All the major powers would have to pay tribute to the Nebula sect every year and provide all kinds of cultivation resources to the disciples of the Nebula sect. They wouldn't dare to disobey the words of the Nebula sect. After the Nebula sect had been stained with so much saint blood, the entire mountain range had changed. A faint saint chi filled the air, giving people a feeling of heaviness. From now on, the Star Cloud Mountain range had become a treasure mountain. In addition to the endless cultivation resources and the terrifying cultivation techniques and combat skills that Jiang Qin had brought out from the Death Mountain, the Nebula sect had the greatest potential among all the major powers in the Saint Origin world, excluding the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. Jiang Qin was confident that one day, the Nebula sect would be like the 8 major families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent, shaking the entire Saint Origin world and not just the overlord of the 4 big domains. Yes, young Master Jiang. In the future, we are willing to submit to the Nebula sect and follow young Master Jiang's lead. A minor saint expert said loudly. He was the first one to express his attitude. Jianghu patted her head, then looked down and said loudly, "Now that the matter has been resolved, from now on, our nebula sect will be the only overlord of the 4 big domains. However, this is not a big deal. As you can see, the resources of our nebula sect will be endless. This mountain range will become a treasure mountain. All of you will have the biggest space to grow. The 4 big domains are nothing. Follow me, Jianghu. In the future we will rule the 8 big domains. Sooner or later, Nebula Sect will become one of the strongest forces like the 8 big families of the Pure Land. We will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. This day won't be too far away." With just a few words, everyone's passion was ignited in an instant. Ruling the 8 big domains and creating a force like the 8 big families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent? This was simply a fantasy. It was just a dream. But was it really impossible? There seemed to be nothing that was impossible for this man. At this moment, the eyes of all the elders and disciples sparkled. Their breathing became somewhat rapid. They dared not believe that Nebula Sect could really become a force like the 8 big families one day. However, they believed in Jianghu unconditionally. If one day, a 9th major force emerged in the Saint Origin world, it would be a historic event. The Moine cult will always be our Nebula Sect's biggest ally. We will share our resources with you. Jianghu looked at the people of the Moine cult and said loudly again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Moine cult became excited. The Nebula Sect had obtained too many resources this time. Not to mention sharing, just giving some benefits to the Moine cult would bring them endless benefits. Moreover, as long as Jianghu was present, anyone could see the potential of the Nebula Sect. Befriending Jianghu was absolutely beneficial. Moreover, the lives of the elders and disciples of the Moine cult were all saved by Jianghu. Wuxialover burst into laughter and said loudly to the people of the Moine cult, "All the people of the Moine cult, listen up. Return to the Moine cult immediately. Everything will return to normal. I want to stay here and have a chat with nephew Jianghu." "Yes, Patriarch." The great elder of the Moine cult cupped his fists at Wuxialover. Then he led a large group of the Moine cult away. After all, this was the territory of the Nebula Sect. Now that the crisis had been resolved, they wanted to return to their own place. 3 people of the Moine cult stayed behind. They were Wuxialover, Han Yen and Mose. Of course, the 2 of them would stay behind. They were young and had a good relationship with Jianghu. Now that the earth-shattering event was over, they could finally relax. Naturally, they would stay behind and have a few cups of wine. Jianghu descended from the sky and came to the front of Nebula Kid and Dan King. You've really opened my eyes." Dan King laughed heartily. He couldn't believe how powerful Jianghu was. What made him even more shocked was Jianghu's achievements in the future. Such a peerless genius was destined to have unimaginable achievements in the future. "Thank you, Father, for coming to help." Jianghu cupped his fists at Dan King. This time Dan King had indeed helped a lot. If it wasn't for the help of Dan King and the other minor saints, the 5 elemental Tajura formation wouldn't have lasted for such a long time. "Jianghu, what you have done today will be remembered in the history. Your contribution to the Nebula Sect has surpassed everything. I will ask someone to build a statue of you in the Nebula Sect so that the disciples can share their encouragement." Nebula Kid was incomparably excited. What Jianghu had done for the Nebula Sect today was something that no one else could compare with. "Master, although the war has ended, too many minor saints have died in the 4 big domains. All the major powers still need to be ruled. You should go and handle this matter." Jianghu said to Nebula Kid. The major powers in the 4 big domains were basically like a group of dragons without a leader. Now that he had taken control of them, he must choose a new leader. The choice of a new leader was very important. The leader must have absolute loyalty to the Nebula Sect. "Don't worry. I will personally handle this matter later." Nebula Kid nodded. "And these combat soldiers, take them and distribute them among yourselves." Jianghu gave all the combat soldiers he got from killing the minor saints to Nebula Kid. After that, he gave a large number of devil souls and some devil weapons he got from the devil world to Wuxialover. Seeing so many devil souls, Wuxialover was very excited. These devil souls weren't of much use to him, but to the disciples and elders of the Moine cult, they were rare treasures. After refining these devil souls, their devil cultivation would reach a new level. The rest of the matters weren't for Jianghu to consider. He believed that Nebula Kid would be able to handle the 4 big domains well. He brought the Huang dog back to his residence. The others also left one after another. In the courtyard, a group of people had gathered. Jiang Qin casually threw a shiny object to De Huang Dog. Seeing this, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and he swallowed it in one gulp. You have a conscience, kid. De Huang Dog praised Jiang Qin and disappeared in a flash. Little Qinzi, what did you give him? Nangong Wenyan asked. The demon soul of the white tiger. Jiang Qin said. Didn't you refine the demon soul of the white tiger? Han Yen asked. I only absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. This demon soul will have a better effect on De Huang. De Huang has the bloodline of a divine beast and the white tiger also has the bloodline of a divine beast. Moreover, the white tiger is a powerful 5th grade minor demon saint. The energy contained in the demon soul is extremely terrifying. If De Huang refines it, he will be able to completely absorb it without any waste. At that time he will have an extremely terrifying improvement. Jiang Qin said. He could guess that if De Huang Dog refined the demon soul of the white tiger, his cultivation would probably rise to the 2nd grade minor demon saint. This was a conservative estimate. After all, the white tiger was a powerful 5th grade minor demon saint. The energy and essence it contained were extremely terrifying. Chapter 778. Little Qinzi, why didn't you tell us earlier that you have a 9th grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman? You made us worry for nothing. That white tiger's death was really undeserved. A dignified divine beast was killed in an instant. Ah, this is really satisfying. Everyone was gathered around a huge crystal table. The best wine of Nebula sect was placed on top of it. Nangong Wendian said with a smile. He and Jiang Qin had experienced many battles, but this was definitely the most exciting one. The source of combat strength talisman was given to me by Great Master Ranfeng. He is an eminent monk of the Western Domain and also the Master of Tyrant. You all will meet him in the future. Jiang Qin said. Tyrant, I never thought that you have such a powerful master. Does that mean no one in the Western Domain dares to provoke you? Nangong Wendian looked at Tyrant. Everyone was shocked as well. They all knew that Tyrant was from the Western region, but they didn't know that he had such a formidable backer. Tan Lang, who was standing beside Nangong Wendian, had a bitter smile on his face. Back in the chaotic ocean, the Azura Palace had schemed to kill Tyrant. They were simply courting death. That's true, but the reason why no one dares to provoke me is because of my charisma and strength. It has nothing to do with my master. I have always been very confident in my charisma. Tyrant said in a serious manner. Everyone quickly turned their heads away and stopped talking to Tyrant. This guy's narcissism had already surpassed De Huang Dog. He had formed his own unique narcissistic style that no one could match. However, the biggest reward of this battle is the death of the Northern and Southern dynasties. This guy is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. He is too powerful. If we don't kill him, he will be a great disaster, said Han Yen. Only he knew about the Northern and Southern dynasties. They were the #1 genius of the Qi province, the archenemy of Jiang Qin. As long as they were still alive, they would never be peaceful. The death of the Northern and Southern dynasties does mean that we have gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, I feel that something is wrong. Jiang Qin frowned. Could it be that the Northern and Southern dynasties are still alive? Tyrant was taken aback. No, in my field of 5 elements, his body and soul have indeed been completely destroyed. He died a miserable death. I can be sure of this. As for what exactly is wrong, I can't tell. Well, if you can't tell me, then don't say it. I, Jiang Qin, have nothing to fear. Jiang Qin's chi fluctuated. He was sure that he had killed the Northern and Southern dynasties, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, as if the Northern and Southern dynasties were still alive. This feeling was absurd, but it was real. However, Jiang Qin didn't want to think about the matter of the Northern and Southern dynasties anymore. This page was temporarily turned over. There was still a long way to go. Jiang Qin still had a lot of things to do. Sooner or later he would visit the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu was one of the ancient people, so he didn't know how she was doing. For the next 2 days, Jiang Qin chose to go into seclusion. He turned a deaf ear to the changes in the 4 domains. He had gained boundless benefits from advancing to the minor saint realm. He needed time to stabilize his cultivation base. He now had 61,000 dragon marks. His foundation was too strong. The dragon transformation had increased his combat strength by 10 times. It was unimaginable. It had increased Jiang Qin's power by a lot. Now, not even a 5th grade minor saint was a match for him. He could even fight a 6th grade minor saint. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to prepare for another heavenly tribulation. He could feel the existence of the heavenly tribulation all the time. As long as he wanted to, he could summon the heavenly tribulation at any time. However, Jiang Qin didn't dare to be negligent. He needed to be fully prepared. The strongest heavenly tribulation he had experienced in his previous life was the 9 major heavenly tribulation. Now that he had passed the 9 major heavenly tribulations, he didn't even dare to guess what kind of powerful tribulation he would face this time. Therefore he needed to be prepared. Han Yin, Nangong Wentian and Tyrant also chose to go into seclusion to break through to a higher realm. Jiang Qin had given them too much pressure. They had to work 10 times harder to make sure that the gap between them and Jiang Qin wouldn't be too big. Not only Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog would also experience a tremendous change after his seclusion. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 2nd grade minor saint realm. In these 2 days, the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains were in chaos. No one wasn't shocked. Countless powers, big and small, had fallen into endless shock. Nebula sect was only famous in Xuanhu at the beginning. Its presence in the other domains wasn't that strong. Now it had emerged as a new force that no one didn't know. Killing more than 60 minor saints in one battle was something that had never happened before. Compared to the fame of Nebula sect, Jiang Qin's personal fame was the strongest. I can't believe such an outcome. I thought that the northern and southern dynasties with the immortal soul physique would dominate the 4 domains. Who would have thought that they would be killed by Jiang Qin at the last moment? More than 150 powerful minor saints were besieged at the same time. More than 150 powerful minor saints besieged him at the same time. How powerful was that scene? It's simply unimaginable. Jiang Qin fought all of them alone and killed more than 60 of them. I heard that those who survived had submitted to Jiang Qin, which was why Jiang Qin spared their lives. Such a figure is too scary. It's a pity that I didn't witness that scene with my own eyes. A peerless genius. This is the real peerless genius. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the 8 major families in the Pure Land can't be compared to Jiang Qin. Not necessarily. There is a sky ranking in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. The figures on the sky ranking are all abnormal. This sky ranking is completely different from the sky ranking of the Nebula sect. This sky ranking is the sky ranking of the Pure Land. It's almost equivalent to the sky ranking of the entire continent. The figures on it are all monstrous. No matter how powerful Jiang Qin is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for those sky ranking. It doesn't matter. Even if Jiang Qin isn't a match for them now, he won't be a match for them in the future. Jiang Qin's growth is just too fast. Everyone can see this with their own eyes. Plus, he has now ruled the 4 domains. The other domains are no longer a challenge to him. A figure like Jiang Qin will go to the Pure Land sooner or later. Everyone was shocked. In every corner of the 4 domains, people were talking about Jiang Qin. The things that Jiang Qin had done were too big. It was impossible for people to not talk about it. In the courtyard of the Nebula sect, a roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. It was early in the morning. A golden chi was blooming in the sky above the Nebula sect. An endless amount of demonic aura was released, shocking everyone. Many disciples of the Nebula sect walked out. They raised their heads and looked at the huge chi blooming in the sky. It was like a golden cloud and also like an enlarged sun. It made people's souls tremble. Look, what a powerful demonic aura. It's a huge sacred breath. It's De Huang Dog. De Huang must have advanced. Many people guessed that it was De Huang Dog because the direction of the chi was released was the direction where Jiang Qin lived. That chi carried an endless amount of demonic aura. Obviously it was a great demon. In the entire Nebula sect, only De Huang Dog could have such an existence. Another roar was heard. This roar sounded like a dragon's roar and a horse's neighing, mixed with a hint of whistling. It was sacred and inviolable. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang Dog flying up into the sky. At this moment, De Huang Dog's body was twice as big as before. His entire body was bathed in golden light, like a huge golden cocoon. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon horse appeared. That dragon horse had 3 horns, a dragon's head, and a horse's body. It looked majestic. Even though it was just a shadow, it gave people endless pressure. Jiang Qin walked out of his house and raised his head to look at the sky. The corner of his mouth instantly revealed a trace of a smile. Good, De Huang's bloodline has been stimulated again. His combat strength is even more terrifying than before. The White Tiger's demon soul is indeed terrifying. It allowed De Huang Dog to advance to level 2 minor demon saint. No, De Huang's chi is still rising. It has already reached the peak of level 2 minor demon saint. Is he going to advance to level 3 minor demon saint? Jiang Qin was also shocked. De Huang Dog's miraculousness was more terrifying than he had expected. He thought that De Huang Dog would at most advance to level 2 minor demon saint. Now it seemed like he had underestimated De Huang Dog. Roar! De Huang Dog's roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. The bloodline in his body was circulating rapidly. The shadow of the dragon horse looked even more miraculous and clearer than before. Kacha. The bottleneck was broken once again. De Huang Dog successfully advanced to level 3 minor demon saint. The golden horn between his eyebrows grew a little longer. Electric sparks were flickering on the horn, causing the void to tremble. I know, De Huang has refined the white tiger's demon soul. The white tiger's demon soul is different from ordinary demon souls. Not only is the energy contained in it purer and more powerful, it also contains the aura of a divine beast. Even though I have extracted the bloodline from it, the characteristics of a divine beast are still there. De Huang is also a divine beast. Therefore, his bloodline has been stimulated and his potential has been excavated once again, causing his bloodline to undergo a greater transformation, allowing him to advance to level 3 minor demon saint in one go. It is really terrifying. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be surprised. Although he knew everything, his understanding of divine beasts was still lacking. Therefore he expected that De Huang Dog would only advance to level 2 minor demon saint, while De Huang Dog advanced to level 3. Wakaka, after advancing to level 3 minor demon saint, De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy carried a violent chi and wandered in the sky above the mountain range. He was really enjoying himself. Tyrant and the others sighed, but they were also happy for De Huang Dog. After advancing to level 3 minor demon saint, De Huang Dog's combat strength had reached another level. With his current combat strength he could easily kill a 4th grade minor saint. An ordinary 5th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. This was the power of a divine beast. That's enough. Don't disturb the peace of the entire sect. Jiang Qin shook his head, feeling speechless about this dog. Now that Yan Qinyu had sent a message, it meant that something big had happened at home. Should we call Han Yan and the others? De Huang Dog asked. No need. Just the two of us will go back. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body disappeared into the void. Big Yellow hastily followed him. A man and a dog flew toward the direction of the eastern continent with extreme speed. Both of them were at the pinnacle of speed, but at this moment they felt that their speed wasn't enough for them. I don't care who has hurt my family. I will make them pay an unimaginable price. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold, and a bone-piercing killing intent was unleashed from his body. Every dragon had a reverse scale and those who touched it would die. The eastern continent was Jiang Chen's hometown, and the martial Saint dynasty was his foundation. His family, lovers, brothers and friends were all there. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them, and anyone who dared to do so would be courting death. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. However, Xuanhuan was too far away from the eastern continent. Even though Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had reached the minor saint realm, it would take them at least one day and one night to return to the eastern continent from Xuanhuan. This was because they had already reached the minor saint realm. If it was before, it would be even slower. Eastern continent, martial saint dynasty. After Jiang Qin left, the martial saint dynasty was still the biggest power in the eastern continent. No one dared to oppose it. After Jiang Qin became the emperor, he took good care of Jiang Chen's family and friends, especially Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. Jiang Qin knew that as long as Jiang Chen was willing, he wouldn't be the emperor. These two people were too important to Jiang Qin. He didn't dare to let them get hurt. Therefore, even though Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun's cultivation base wasn't very high, they had a very important position in the martial saint dynasty. They were like the overlord of the dynasty. During the few years that Jiang Chen was away, the martial saint dynasty had developed rapidly. It had become very powerful and it was an invincible existence in the eastern continent. However, at this moment, the sky above the martial saint dynasty was completely covered by a layer of frost. A day ago, a dozen powerful experts suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial saint dynasty. Without a word, they attacked. Half of the martial saint dynasty's buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Countless people died on the spot and turned into meat paste. This was an unprecedented loss for the martial saint dynasty. Wuxiao was now a combat emperor, a powerful first-grade combat emperor. Such a cultivation grade was unimaginable in the entire eastern continent. However, Wuxiao couldn't withstand the sudden appearance of a dozen evil gods. Any one of them could crush Wuxiao's body with a single breath. Wujiao's body was crushed into pieces. The martial Saint dynasty had fallen into an unprecedented chaos. The strength of these people was terrifying. They couldn't resist them at all. If they knew that there were 5 minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors among these people, would they be scared to death on the spot? To deal with a mere martial saint dynasty, let alone 5 minor saints, any 2nd or 3rd grade combat emperor would be enough to destroy the entire dynasty. Sending so many experts to the martial saint dynasty was like making a mountain out of a molehill. In other words, no one had ever thought that the eastern continent would be so weak. Chapter 780. Below the ice curtain, there was a white-clothed woman with a cold expression on her face. The aura she casually exuded had fused with the ice curtain. She was like an ice goddess, representing the coldness of the world. The woman was very beautiful. After so many years, she had already lost the youthfulness of a young girl. Her beautiful aura was now emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Her beauty was stunning and rare in the world. Her face represented perfection and impeccable beauty. At the same time, it also represented impeccable coldness. She was none other than Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was hovering in the sky. Her body was close to the ice curtain. Her beautiful eyes were looking at those powerful experts in the sky with cold-killing intent. The strength of those people in the sky was far beyond the understanding of the eastern continent. Without thinking, Xianxia knew that these people came from the distant divine continent. These people must be Jiang Chen's enemies. They couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with Jiang Chen. Below them, the higher-ups of martial Saint dynasty gathered together. Their faces darkened to the extreme. This was simply bad news. Those people were too powerful. Fortunately, Xianxia suddenly appeared and killed a minor saint. Then she created an ice screen to block the enemies. She was the only one who could do that. These people are too strong. Where did they come from? I don't think we have ever offended such powerful experts. Crown Prince Wu Lang said in a heavy tone. Ever since the martial Saint dynasty ruled the eastern continent, they were the real emperors. Today's situation was beyond their wildest dreams. Lang, do you still need to think about it? With their strength, it's impossible for any of them to appear in the eastern continent. If I'm not mistaken, these people must come from the distant divine continent. They are Brother Jiang Chen's opponents. It seems like they couldn't defeat Brother Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with us. Wu Jioleng, who was wearing an imperial robe, said. He was smart enough to figure out the reason behind it. Damn it, these people are so shameless. They will definitely pay a heavy price for what they have done. Little Qinzi will let them know the meaning of misery. Yu Zihan was extremely angry as well. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, these guys would definitely be finished. This was Jiang Chen's hometown, and someone dared to attack his home. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Fortunately, little Yu is here. Otherwise we would all be finished. Zhang Zhenhai said. Little Yu's growth has truly exceeded my expectations. Yan Zhanyun looked at his daughter, who was fighting against so many strong cultivators. He was happy and proud. This was his daughter. He didn't know what Yan Xinyu's cultivation level was, but when she appeared, she killed the strongest cultivator on the enemy's side. Little Yu's combat strength should be above them, but did you all see that? Their experts are standing very far apart. This has given Little Yu a lot of worry. If Little Yu wants to deal with one of them, she won't be able to maintain the ice barrier, and the other experts will come to kill us. What Little Yu can do now is to fight them in a stalemate. Wu Jiu's eyes were sharp enough to see the reason. What Wu Jiu said was right. Yan Xinyu had no other choice but to wait for Jiang Chen's return. I am a first-grade minor saint now, but there are 3 third-grade minor saints on the other side. I have killed one of them, and there are 2 second-grade minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors. Their combat strength is too strong. With my current combat strength, I can barely kill a third-grade minor saint. It was an accident because they underestimated me. If I attack now, it will be very difficult for me to kill a third-grade minor saint. The other experts will attack the martial saint dynasty. Their target must be father-in-law, using him to threaten Brother Qin. I don't have any good way to deal with them now. I can only use the power of the island of ice to maintain this ice barrier. Yan Qinyu was very anxious. She could use the power of the island of ice to maintain a layer of defensive ice barrier, but it wouldn't last for too long. The opponents were too strong. If she was alone, she wouldn't be afraid and would go out to fight them. However, she couldn't do that now. The martial saint dynasty was right below her. Without her support, the energy of the ice barrier would weaken immediately. Currently, Yan Qinyu was the guardian of martial Saint dynasty, but she could only protect them. She couldn't fight back. She could only wait for Jiang Qin to come back in time. Brother Qin, you have to be quick. Yan Qinyu was anxious. She didn't know how long she could hold on under such circumstances. Even if she had to sacrifice her life, she had to protect martial Saint dynasty. The people here were too important to Jiang Qin. Putting aside Jiang Qin Zhenhai, the others had a good relationship with Jiang Qin. If any one of them was in trouble, it would incur Jiang Qin's wrath and make Jiang Qin regret for the rest of his life. This was something that Yan Qinyu didn't want to see. In the sky, those mysterious experts who suddenly appeared were looking at the ice barrier below. Their faces were extremely unsightly. How could there be such a powerful expert in the eastern continent? Who is this girl? An elder who looked like he was in his 50s, Lung Lung, said. Elder Lu, we have found out that this girl is Yan Qinyu, Jiang Qin's woman. I just didn't expect her to be so powerful. One of the 9th grade combat emperors said. His tone was very careful. He knew the hatred that Elder Lu had for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had killed his brother in the Western Domain. This was a debt that he must settle. We have so many experts here. If we still can't deal with a puny martial Saint dynasty, it will be a disgrace. Elder Lu harumphed coldly. He was a mighty 3rd grade minor saint. He thought that dealing with martial Saint dynasty would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect that a girl would appear out of nowhere and obstruct their plan. Elder Lu, the sect has just sent news that Jiang Qin has completely grown. In the Battle of Xuanhu, he had killed nearly half of the minor saints in the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains. He has already conquered the 4 domains. The sect has ordered us to capture Jiang Zhenhai. The others don't matter. Another elder suddenly said. What? That bastard has grown so fast? No, we can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, our Chinese society will be destroyed by him sooner or later, and it won't take too long. Everyone listen up, attack the ice screen with all your might. Yan Qinyu has borrowed external power, she won't be able to hold on for long. Elder Lu's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would grow so fast. It had only been a short period of time and he had already conquered the 4 domains. If it wasn't for the news from the sect, they would never believe it. The sect is afraid that something unexpected will happen. They have sent a 4th grade minor saint here. He will arrive tomorrow. No matter how powerful Yan Qinyu is, she won't be able to stop him. She is Jiang Qin's woman. She is very important to Jiang Qin. If we can capture her, Jiang Qin won't be able to turn the situation around. He will be firmly controlled by Tianyi Gate. As long as we can kill Jiang Qin, we will get rid of a big problem. Someone said. We will attack immediately without waiting for the 4th grade minor saint to arrive. Otherwise we will lose our face. Elder Lu was infuriated. When he thought of his brother being killed by Jiang Qin, the anger in his heart flared up. It was just a small martial Saint dynasty. If he couldn't even deal with it himself, what face would he have left? If he had to wait for the 4th grade minor saint to arrive, it would be the greatest shame of his life. Long. For a moment, all the experts of Heavenly Sect unleashed their qi. There were 2 3rd grade minor saints, 2 2nd grade minor saints, and 9 9th grade combat emperors. All of them gathered their qi together and attacked the ice screen below. Jiang Qin had killed the 2 great elders of Tianyi Gate in the Western Domain. This had completely infuriated Tianyi Gate, but the major powers in the Western Domain were under the control of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. They couldn't find trouble with the major powers in other domains. Plus, the Dark Shadow Assassin organization hadn't managed to kill Jiang Qin. Now that one of their strongholds had been destroyed, they had to rest and recuperate. Therefore, Tianyi Gate had locked their target on Jiang Qin's hometown. After finding out the truth, they were going to capture Jiang Qin's family to threaten them. The people of Tianyi Gate weren't fools. They knew that a genius like Jiang Qin couldn't be allowed to grow. Since they couldn't befriend him, they had to kill him as soon as possible. Jiang Qin's growth was too fast. Once he grew to the point where he couldn't be controlled, the whole Tianyi Gate would be finished. They would become Jiang Qin's stepping stone. This could be seen from the fact that Jiang Qin had annihilated the major powers in the 4 domains. That was why Tianyi Gate had sent a 4th grade minor saint to capture Jiang Qin's father. Otherwise, Tianyi Gate would become the next Xiaoyao Palace and the next Tianshan sect. Long. Terrifying energy waves hit the ice barrier, causing it to tremble violently. It seemed like it was going to shatter at any time. Yan Qinyu's body was also shaking. Although she could defeat a 3rd grade minor saint, it was still hard for her to withstand the combined attack of so many experts. Plus, she had to divert part of her attention to support the ice barrier. You heir. Xuanhuan shouted. His eyes were filled with heartache. Dad, it's all right. I won't let anyone hurt you. Xianxin's tone was firm. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were looking at her with respect. They were incomparably angry, but they couldn't do anything to help her. They were too weak. In a battle like this, they wouldn't be of any help. Xianxin, I advise you to give up resisting. It's useless to resist. If you give up now, I promise you that I won't kill any innocent people. Elder Lu said loudly. You can't defeat my brother Qin, so you came to bully his family. Shameless. Wait until brother Qin is back. He will make you regret it. Chapter 781. Haha, Xianxin, do you really think that Jiang Chen will come back to save you? You're too naive. Jiang Chen has just conquered the 4 major regions and he's very busy right now. Also, how would he know that we're going to attack the eastern continent? We don't know how far this place is from the divine continent, and with your cultivation, there's no way you'll be able to send a message over. Therefore, don't count on Jiang Chen. I advise you to surrender now, bring Jiang Chen's father, and follow us to the divine continent. As long as you and Jiang Zhenhai follow us, I promise I won't hurt anyone here. Elder Lu said. He knew that Xianxin wasn't easy to deal with. If he could subdue her without fighting, he would be more than willing to do so. Just wait for brother Chen's wrath. Xianxin's eyes were burning with anger. Elder Lu was right. If she didn't use the power of the Island of Ice and Jiang Chen had the bronze token to enter the Island of Ice, Xianxin wouldn't be able to send a message to Jiang Chen from the eastern continent. However, things were different now. Jiang Chen had already received the news and he must be rushing back now. Xianxin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you continue to be stubborn, I will break this ice screen and kill everyone here. Elder Lu's chi fluctuated wildly. A glinting mace appeared in his hand. It was a terrifying minor saint weapon that could unleash an extremely powerful force. Old dog, you talk too much nonsense. When Jiang Chen comes back, he will skin you alive. Xuanhuan shouted at the sky. Since he couldn't defeat Elder Lu, he had to curse him to his heart's content. Little bastard, when I break this ice screen, you will be the first one to die. Elder Lu's murderous intent soared to the sky. He shouted again, don't waste any more time. Rumble. More than a dozen powerful experts once again attacked at the same time. The entire sky was filled with 7 colored rays of light, which converged into waves of powerful energy light beams. They fiercely collided with the ice curtain created by the smoke and dust rain, causing the ice curtain to emit cracking sounds. It seemed as if it would shatter at any time. However, the ice curtain was not as fragile as it seemed. Xianxin had used the power of the Island of Ice to condense the ice curtain. Its defense was amazing. The only drawback was that only she could support it. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to fight against the people of Tianyi Gate. Elder Lu's plan was very simple. He wanted to destroy everything here before the 4th grade minor saint arrived. He wanted to capture Xianxin and Jiang Zhenhai to save his face. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen had already known about what happened here and was rushing back. What should we do? These people are too strong. Looks like little you won't be able to hold on for too long. Jiang Zhenhai was extremely worried. Look, those people are too strong. The pressure they emitted is suffocating me. How can there be such powerful people in the heavens and earth? We're doomed. Our Martial Saint Dynasty is doomed. If young Lady Xianxin can't stop them and the ice curtain is broken, it will be our doomsday. In front of those people we're just like ants. They can blow us into dust with just a breath. That's right. Unfortunately, we can't do anything to help. We can only rely on Miss Xianxin herself. All our hopes are now on her. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were sighing. They had never experienced such a scene. It was like doomsday. When Jiang Chen and Martial Saint Dynasty fought in the past, it was the first time that Martial Saint Dynasty had experienced such a great turmoil. Today was the second time, a devastating turmoil. Everyone, don't worry. I have already sent a message to Jiang Chen. He will be back soon. Xianxin's voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of everyone in Martial Saint Dynasty. When they heard the name Jiang Chen, many people couldn't help but be shocked. That white-clothed young man was already a god in their hearts. He was an omnipotent god. As long as Jiang Chen was back, no matter how strong the enemy was, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chen, Jiang Zhenhai said in a low voice. He thought of his proud son. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he would always be able to smile. With such a son, what else could he ask for? Alright, as long as my brother is back, these people will be finished. Wu Jio was also excited. Father, Jiang Qin has been in the divine continent for such a long time. Can he really grow to such a powerful level? Wu Lang asked doubtfully. Nothing is impossible when it comes to him. The appearance of these men is enough to prove how powerful he is. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, they wouldn't have come to the eastern continent to deal with us. Wu Jio chuckled. Wu Lang sighed. His eyes were filled with infatuation. When he met Jiang Qin for the first time, Jiang Qin's strength was far weaker than him. In such a short time, Jiang Qin had grown so much that he couldn't even catch up to him. He considered himself a genius, but compared to Jiang Qin, he couldn't even be considered a genius. Rumble, the raging energy continued to wreak havoc in the sky, causing the ice curtain to shake and crack after crack. However, as soon as these cracks appeared, they were repaired by the rain of smoke, preventing them from expanding further. This was the power of the island of ice. However, the opponent's energy was too strong. Yan Qinyu had to use the power of the island of ice to repair the ice curtain. If this continued, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be able to hold on. Brother Qin, I can only hold on for one more day. You must come back soon. Yan Qinyu prayed in her heart. She could only hold on for one more day, but if Jiang Qin didn't come back after one day, Martial Saint Dynasty would be finished. In the void, two silhouettes were flickering. They disappeared with each step they took. Every time they disappeared, they would be thousands of miles away. These two silhouettes were none other than Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. Jiang Qin was hurrying on with his journey. His face was so gloomy that it could almost condense frost. He had no idea what had happened to his family, but he was sure that it wouldn't be anything good. The Huang dog knew how Jiang Qin felt at the moment. He was wise enough to keep quiet along the way. He knew how important Martial Saint Dynasty was to Jiang Qin. If something happened to Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Qin's anger would sweep across the entire continent. While Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were rushing back to the eastern continent, a powerful minor saint was also flying towards the eastern continent. He was an elder with a cultivation of 4th grade minor saint. One day later, the experts of Tianyi Gate who had been attacking for a day and a night had a ferocious look on their faces, especially Elder Lu. His hair stood up in anger. So many of them had been attacking for a day and a night, but none of them could break the ice barrier. It was really shameful. However, Yan Qinyu wasn't having an easy time either. She was already at the end of her tether. She could only hold on for an hour at most. Her eyes kept looking at the void, hoping that the white-robed man would suddenly appear. Motherfucker. How could this woman be so strong? She could hold on for such a long time. I can't hold on any longer. Someone of Tianyi Gate couldn't help but curse. Continue attacking. She is also at the end of her tether. She can't hold on any longer. We can't give her the chance to recover. Elder Lu gritted his teeth. Long. Another round of attacks began, and the chaotic energy light waves collided with the ice screen. Barf. Yan Qinyu was greatly shaken. She spurted out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Elder Lu and the others became excited. Their attacks became more violent. Not good. Xiao Yu is injured. Yan Zhanyun looked worried when he saw Yan Qinyu spurting out blood. Why hasn't Jiang Qin appeared yet? Xiao Yu can't hold on any longer. Once the ice barrier is broken, Martial Saint Dynasty will be turned into nothingness. Wu Lang's tone was solemn. No one could remain calm at this moment. Qin heir will definitely appear. Jiang Zhenhai's tone was firm. He believed in his son. Long. At this moment, the void suddenly trembled. A silhouette suddenly appeared like a ghost. However, it wasn't Jiang Qin who appeared, but an elder in gray robe. This elder's chi was even more powerful than Elder Lu's. He was actually a powerful 4th grade minor saint. So many of us can't break the defense. How shameful. The elder couldn't help but sneer at them after he appeared. Elder Lu's face darkened. The 4th grade minor saint of the sect had arrived. Elder Zhuang, we are about to break it. The defense of this woman's ice barrier is amazing. You don't need to do anything. Elder Lu said. This scene was witnessed by the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. Their faces were filled with despair. The Jiang Qin that they were expecting didn't appear. Instead, an even stronger enemy appeared. What could they do now? Yan Qinyu couldn't hold on any longer. Now, an even stronger enemy had appeared. They were afraid that the ice barrier would shatter in an instant. It was over. There was no hope left. Enough. Don't waste any more time here. It's really shameful. Let me finish her off. Elder Zhuang's tone was cold. While saying that, he suddenly reached out his hand. Boundless light flashed and converged into a huge bright palm, slamming on the ice barrier. Hong Long, the ice barrier was shattered and evaporated by the terrifying energy. Pu Yanxinyu was greatly shaken. She spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Her body was shaking, trying her best not to fall. Xiao Yu! Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Zhenhai exclaimed at the same time. Yan Qinyu had suffered a serious injury. The opponent was too strong. There was no way she could resist. At this moment, everyone was in complete despair. Who is Jiang Zhenhai? Stand out. Elder Zhuang said loudly. In my opinion, there is no need to talk nonsense. Let's eliminate the entire martial saint dynasty. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. A 9th-grade combat emperor shouted. His murderous intent soared to the sky. Chapter 782. This sudden turn of events had attracted everyone's attention. A 9th-grade combat emperor was killed just like that, not even a piece of him was left. It was enough to show the strength of the newcomer. Whether it was the experts of Tianyi Gate or the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, all of them raised their heads and looked at a spot in the sky. They saw ripples in the void. 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared like lightning. One of them was a white-clothed man who seemed to be in his 20s. His handsome face was filled with resoluteness and the chi of a king. Beside him was a Dahuang dog that was even more majestic than a ferocious tiger. Brother Qin? Yan Xinyu exclaimed. A bright smile appeared on her face. She knew that Jiang Chen would appear. He wouldn't let anything happen to them. As long as Jiang Chen was back, they wouldn't be afraid no matter how many enemies there were. Chen heir. Brother. Jiang Zhenhai, Wu Jiao and the others were pleasantly surprised. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were also surprised. They had already given up all hope when they saw Jiang Chen. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent man. The current Jiang Chen didn't look much different compared to the time when he left the eastern continent, but his chi had changed drastically. How could the combat king be compared to the minor saint now? They weren't on the same level. After Jiang Chen appeared, he immediately saw the situation of Martial Saint Dynasty. The half-destroyed buildings were in a mess. The broken buildings were stained with the blood of the Martial Saint Dynasty's disciples. It was imaginable how many people had died there. However, after scanning the place with his divine sense, he found that all the important figures were still alive. This made him heave a sigh of relief. But immediately, his anger rose to the sky. Jiang Chen saw the injured Yan Qinyu. He saw her pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth. This was the lover that he had been thinking about day and night. For her family and friends, she had fought against so many experts alone. She was injured once again. Invading my homeland is an unforgivable crime. Jiang Chen uttered these words coldly. His eyes were like a cold knife that swept across all the people of Tianyi Gate. He had guessed many things on his way here, but he didn't expect such a situation to happen. From the clothes and cultivation of these people, he could tell that they were the people of Tianyi Gate. Jiang Chen had never thought that Tianyi Gate would send people to the eastern continent to harm his family in order to deal with him. How could a big sect be so shameless? He couldn't tolerate this. Every dragon had a reverse scale and anyone who touched it would die. Everything that had happened today had triggered the anger in Jiang Chen's heart. He was like an ancient beast that was about to go berserk and he was about to go berserk. Jiang Chen, why did you come back? Elder Lu couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw Jiang Chen. Not only him, even the 4th-grade minor saint Elder Zhuang was shocked. His face darkened. Before he came here, he already knew what Jiang Chen had done in Xuanhu. Not even a 5th-grade minor saint was a match for him. Even though he didn't see it with his own eyes, it was true that Jiang Chen had conquered the 4 domains. This made Elder Zhuang feel a sense of fear when he saw Jiang Chen. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Chen before, but everyone in Tianyi Gate knew Jiang Chen's appearance. Most importantly, there was always a Dahuang dog beside Jiang Chen. Such an obvious symbol couldn't be wrong. The people of Tianyi Gate? Great. This is great. You will never know what kind of price Tianyi Gate will have to pay for what they have done today. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, but it couldn't hide the cold light that was flickering in his eyes. Each of them was shivering in fear. They hadn't felt such fear ever since they had become minor saints. Now that they were trapped in Jiang Chen's sphere, they could feel the threat of death. Arg! On the other side, Elder Zhuang let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was torn off by Big Yellow. It was dripping with blood and the white bones were exposed to the air. Big Yellow was extremely ferocious. He opened his mouth wide and bit Elder Zhuang's leg. Crack, crack, crack. Although Elder Zhuang was a 4th grade minor saint, he was nothing in front of a 3rd grade minor demon Saint De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog wanted to kill Elder Zhuang, he could kill him instantly. However, De Huang Dog didn't want to let him die so easily. It was this old man who had hurt Xiaoyu. The relationship between De Huang Dog and Yan Xinyu was very good. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. One of Elder Zhuang's legs was torn off by De Huang Dog. He was a dignified 4th grade minor saint, but he had never been in such an embarrassing situation before. Being a 4th grade minor saint represented power, but Elder Zhuang had never felt so weak before. In front of De Huang Dog he was like a puppet that had no strength to resist. Chila, the next moment, another blood-curdling scream was heard. Elder Zhuang's other arm and leg were torn off by De Huang Dog. All his limbs were torn off and fell to the ground. Such a cruel scene made the people of Martial Saint Dynasty shiver in fear. Even though they knew that De Huang Dog was one of them, it was their first time witnessing such a horrifying scene. They couldn't get used to it. Plus, this dog had a notorious reputation. Jiangchen, how dare you kill me? Arg! Elder Zhuang threatened, but before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already bitten off his head. A mighty 4th grade minor saint had died on the spot in the most miserable way. It could be said that he had died without a burial place. The bloody scene was too horrifying. The powerful group of Tianyi Gate had been annihilated in an instant. Only 4 of them were left. The current 4 of them had lost their previous imposing manner. Each of them was shivering in fear. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were like 2 killing gods. Jiang Qin, you can't kill us. Otherwise Tianyi Gate will never let you go. Elder Lu said. Jiang Qin sneered. This old man had lived like a dog for so many years. How could he still spout such nonsense at this moment? Did he really think that Jiang Qin would spare his life? Jiang Qin laughed mockingly. Did he really think that there was still room for reconciliation between Jiang Qin and Tianyi Gate? Did he really think that Jiang Qin was afraid of Tianyi Gate? It was simply ridiculous. What you have done today is unforgivable. Death is already the lightest punishment for you. I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead, but you don't have the right to make me waste my time on you. Tianyi Gate will have to bear the most severe consequences for today's mistake. After killing you all, I will personally go to Tianyi Gate and turn your sect into ruins. I will make Tianyi Gate disappear completely from this world. Jiang Qin was like a god of death. With just a sentence he had sentenced the people of Tianyi Gate to death. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the next moment, along with 4 miserable screams, Elder Lu and the other 3 died tragically in Jiang Qin's hands. They were killed in an instant. Back in the Martial Saint Dynasty, when he was framed and imprisoned by the Imperial Emperor, it was Jiang Qin who saved him. It could be said that his life, his empire, everything he had now were all given to him by Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi. Xuanhuan walked up to Jiang Qin with a bright smile on his face. Good brother. Jiang Qin patted Xuanhuan's shoulder. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Jiang Qin suddenly felt an inexplicable happiness. Alright, it's not easy for my brother to come back. We should have a good gathering. Let's talk somewhere else. Wu Jiao said with a smile. In the backyard of the Imperial Palace, a group of upper echelons were gathered together. Qin, who are those people? Zhang Zhenhai asked. Those people were too powerful. Dad, they are a superpower in the divine continent called Tianyi Gate. I have a grudge with this superpower, and they have tried to kill me many times but they never succeeded. I never thought that they would target you guys this time. This is my mistake and I will definitely make Tianyi Gate pay for this. Jiang Qin said with a cold voice. Attacking his own family was something that he would never forgive. Tianyi Gate had crossed Jiang Qin's bottom line, and Tianyi Gate had to be eliminated. If not, something like this would happen again and he wouldn't be so lucky the next time. This time it's all thanks to Xiaoyu. If she didn't stop them, the Martial Saint Dynasty wouldn't have lasted until you came back. Wu Jiao told them about how Yan Xinyu fought against powerful enemies and killed a 3rd grade minor demon saint. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog felt very lucky that Yan Xinyu stayed behind when they left. Otherwise, what happened today would be a disaster for the Martial Saint Dynasty. Also, Brother Qin has the bronze plate that leads to the Island of Ice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pass the news to Brother Qin. Yan Xinyu said. Her watery eyes looked at Jiang Qin and said, Brother Qin, I want to follow you when you leave this time. Alright, we will leave tomorrow but this time I will arrange everything before we leave. Jiang Qin nodded. Yan Xinyu was now a 1st grade minor saint. There was no room for her to improve if she continued to stay in the eastern continent. Xianxia must have already obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so there was no need for her to stay in the island of ice to cultivate. However, this time Jiang Qin couldn't be like the last time. He needed to be fully prepared and make himself impregnable. "Chinair, are you leaving so soon?" Hearing that Jiang Qin was going to leave tomorrow, Jiang Zhenhai felt reluctant. "Dad, the matter of Tianyi Gate has to be settled as soon as possible. This force has crossed my bottom line. How dare they come to deal with you? If they did it once, there will be a second time. When I go back, I will settle the score with Tianyi Gate once and for all," Jiang Qin said firmly. He couldn't tolerate what Tianyi Gate had done. "And you can deal with your own matters." Jiang Zhenhai nodded. Jiang Qin was a rare genius, a favored son of heaven. He was destined to soar in the 9 heavens. Although he didn't go to the divine continent, he knew that Jiang Qin must be doing very well in the divine continent. Jiang Qin still had a long way to go. The only thing he could do was to be proud of having such a son. That night, Jiang Qin and Jiang Zhenhai talked a lot about the divine continent. It had been a long time since the father and son sat down and had a good chat. They talked for the whole day until dawn. "Dad, I need to go out and do something. I will bid farewell to you later," Jiang Qin said and disappeared in a flash. He sent a message to De Huang Dog and Yanxinyu. 2 men and a dog appeared on a desolate mountain range. It was a desolate place, not even a single demonic beast could be seen. "Brother Qin, what are we doing here?" Yanxinyu asked. "Crossing the tribulation," Jiang Qin said faintly. He was going to deal with Tianyi Gate this time. Given his current strength, he could only kill a 5th-grade minor saint even in his half-dragon form. Tianyi Gate was a very powerful force in the Western domain. They had at least a 6th-grade minor saint protecting them. Therefore, Jiang Qin must be fully prepared before dealing with Tianyi Gate. With the help of the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Qin would be able to break through to 2nd-grade minor saint. At that time, killing a 6th-grade minor saint would be a piece of cake for him. "The 2 of you just watch from afar. Don't get too close to it. You 2 can carefully feel the heavenly might of the heavenly tribulation. Paying attention to the heavenly tribulation in advance will be beneficial to both of you in the future," Jiang Qin said to De Huang Dog and Yanxinyu. De Huang Dog and Yanxinyu were both minor saints now. Given their talent, it was only a matter of time before they advanced to the great saint realm. At that time, the saint tribulation would befall them. De Huang Dog had seen him crossing the tribulation before, so it was fine. Yanxinyu never knew what the heavenly tribulation was. It would be beneficial for her to experience it in advance. As for the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Qin didn't tell them that their cultivation grade was too low. They wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the saint tribulation. It would be disadvantageous to them if they came here. De Huang Dog knew how terrifying the saint tribulation was. He immediately flew away. Yanxinyu followed De Huang Dog and came to an open field far away from the mountain range. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the dusky sky. He let out a long breath. He had passed the 9 major tribulations and he had no idea what kind of tribulation this time would be, and he had no idea how terrifying it would be. However, he had a strong foundation and he was well prepared. Plus, with the help of the dragon transformation skill, he had nothing to fear. Long. A surge of qi rushed out from the top of Jiang Qin's head and turned into a golden beam of light that pierced through the clouds. Suddenly the entire sky changed dramatically. The originally dark sky was now covered by a large patch of dark clouds. The dark clouds were extremely thick, as if a devil mountain was descending. Long. Another rumbling sound rang out as the black clouds started to flicker with the roar of thunder. Bolts of lightning crackled and crackled. The black lightning was as thick as ink and made people feel an endless pressure. This was the might of the heavens. Under this powerful pressure, people would feel a sense of suffocation. Such a strong heaven's might. Yanxinyu's face was full of surprise. She felt uncomfortable even though she was standing so far away. It was imaginable how much pressure Jiang Qin had to bear under the heaven's might. 11 is coming. Come and recharge quickly. The highest rebate is 60%. Chapter 784. Thunder rumbled and the entire mountain range looked like it was the end of the world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the pressure from the heavenly might caused the mountains below to crumble and turn into ruins. Rumble, a stream of black light poured down like a waterfall, striking down at Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin stood still like a mountain, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Pa pa pa. The lightning crackled, but it didn't cause any harm to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin already had the experience of going through heavenly tribulations. No matter how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't be too strong at the beginning. With Jiang Qin's current strength, not only would this lightning not cause any harm to him, the lightning energy contained in it would be absorbed by Jiang Qin, using it to temper his body, which would bring him endless benefits. Black lightning, it's really rare, but this heavenly tribulation hasn't revealed its true power yet. I still have no idea what kind of powerful heavenly tribulation it is, but I don't have time to worry about it. I have enough herbs now, and I'm going to concoct some 9 solar less Ron pill while the Martial Saint dynasty needs to grow stronger. If I can get these 9 solar less Ron pill, many geniuses will be born in the dynasty, and their future achievements will be limitless. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The Martial Saint dynasty was his hometown, and no matter where he went, it would always affect his heart. Furthermore, he still had a long way to go, the Pure Land, the Immortal World, or even better worlds. At that time, he wouldn't have time to care about his family. He knew very well that if he wanted to protect his home, the best way was to make it stronger. Only then would he not have to worry about his family. Jiang Qin had many ways to make the Martial Saint dynasty stronger, and the concoction of the 9 solar less Ron pill was just the first step. Rumble, the thunderclouds raged once again, and a total of 3 black thunderbolts condensed. The entire sky was densely packed with thunderbolts, and they interweaved like a spider web. One could imagine the terrifying energy contained in them. Jiang Qin, who was beneath the lightning, remained indifferent. With a flip of his palm, the true thunder fire and true dragon flames appeared at the same time, forming a sea of fire. Next, one spiritual herb after another fell into Jiang Qin's hand, falling into the sea of fire. The 3 thunderbolts once again poured down like a tide, drowning Jiang Qin entirely. The horrifying thunderbolts made Yan Xinyu, who was watching from afar, tremble in fear. Her face was full of worry. Don't worry, this guy is fine. He can even concoct pills. De Huang Dog said while wagging his thick tail. He didn't seem to care at all. He knew how strong Jiang Qin was. Ever since he broke through to the combat soul realm, Jiang Qin had been struck 3 times by the heavenly thunderbolts, and he had gained a lot of experience. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had accumulated a huge amount of thunderbolts in his body, giving him a great immunity to thunderbolts. Ordinary heavenly tribulation couldn't harm him at all. Even the extremely powerful heavenly tribulation couldn't threaten Jiang Qin in the beginning. Jiang Qin wanted to use this time to concoct the pill. Once the terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, he would have to focus all his attention on the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Qin's palms danced in the sea of thunderbolts as he began concocting the 9 solar less Ron pill. His concoction technique was extremely exquisite. Although it looked simple, it wasn't something that ordinary people could concoct. The great soul derivation skill had provided him with a strong foundation. The reason why he was able to concoct the legendary 9 solar less Ron pill in the midst of thunderbolts was mostly because of the great soul derivation skill. The heavenly saint's sword let out a loud roar and flew out from Jiang Qin's body, falling into the terrifying sea of thunderbolts. No matter how the thunderbolts struck it, the heavenly saint's sword remained indestructible. Instead, because of the tempering of the thunderbolts, it had become even stronger. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for half an hour. As Jiang Qin was well prepared, he was able to concoct more 9 solar less Ron pills. In just half an hour he had concocted a total of 12 9 solar less Ron pills. It was a bountiful harvest. Great! With these 9 solar less Ron pill, the overall strength of the Martial Saint dynasty will be greatly improved in the near future. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He was very clear about the effects of the 9 solar less Ron pill, especially for those with ordinary talents. The talents of the people of the Martial Saint dynasty could only be considered ordinary when compared to the people of the Divine Continent. Coupled with the difference in cultivation conditions, their achievements were limited. However, if they took the 9 solar less Ron pill, their talents would undergo a tremendous change. The powerful 9 solar less Ron pill could even provide great help to great saint experts, let alone ordinary people. The lightning began to roar. As if it could feel the power of the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly might rolled even more violently. The dark clouds were twice as thick as before. Jiang Qin's power had completely infuriated the heavenly might. Countless of black lightning bolts were 10 times denser than before. The sky was already bright, but it still looked like the end of the world. The entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Jiang Qin raised his head. He knew that the truly terrifying lightning tribulation was about to arrive. Those lightning bolts were just the appetizer. Although they couldn't hurt him, they couldn't stimulate his potential. If it was just those lightning bolts, Jiangchen wouldn't have any hope of breaking through to the second-grade minor saint. The dark clouds began to tumble. The pitch-black lightning constantly wriggled and intertwined with each other. In the end, it directly formed a black dragon. The dragon looked to be dozens of feet long. Its cold eyes were filled with demonic nature. This was a demonic dragon. Every part of its body was filled with demonic nature. Devil Dragon Tribulation. Jiangchen's facial expression changed. The appearance of the devil dragon finally made Jiangchen know what kind of tribulation he was going through. It was the legendary devil dragon tribulation. This was a tribulation that would make countless people pale. According to the ancient records, this tribulation would only appear when a great saint ascended to immortality. It was rarely seen during normal times. Damn it. This brat is really unlucky. It's the devil dragon tribulation. Da Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the devil dragon tribulation. What is the devil dragon tribulation? Is it very scary? Yan Qinyu asked worriedly. She could tell from Da Huang Dog's tone that this devil dragon tribulation must be a horrifying tribulation. Otherwise, Da Huang Dog wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right. According to the records, this kind of tribulation is the most horrifying. It's not the power of the thunder tribulation itself, but the devilish aura of the devil dragon. When the devil dragon attacks, it can directly attack the human soul. You should know that no matter how strong a person is, the soul is the weakest part of the person. Once the soul is attacked by the devil spirit, the devilish aura will invade the deepest part of the soul and turn the soul into a devil. In this way, the person who is going through the tribulation will be possessed by the devil spirit. He will be completely demonized and die tragically under the heavens tribulation. Even if he survives the tribulation, he will become a peerless devil king. He will lose his nature and become a killing machine that only knows how to kill. Big Yellow began to explain. He had the body of a divine beast, and as his cultivation base improved, he would be able to awaken more of his innate abilities. Apart from his innate abilities, he also had a lot of ancient records. So, he was very clear about the lightning tribulation. Among all the heavens tribulations, the devil dragon tribulation was definitely not the most powerful one. However, to a cultivator, it was definitely the most horrifying. Many people would rather go through a heavens tribulation with a powerful attack than touch the devil dragon tribulation. Brother Chen, you can do it. Yan Qinyu was even more worried. However, she believed that Jiang Chen would succeed. In her mind, there was no difficulty that could stop Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face darkened. He finally knew why the lightning was black. It was the characteristic of the legendary devil dragon tribulation. Even he did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the horrifying devil dragon tribulation. Come on, I will guard my heart. Let's see how you can disturb me. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated as he provoked the demonic spirit. Although the devil dragon tribulation was horrifying, he was not afraid. It was useless to be afraid. He still had to face it. The more horrifying the heavens tribulation was, the more benefits he would gain once he passed it. Once the demonic nature of the devil dragon tribulation could no longer affect him, his mind would change like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the future, anything that tried to disturb him would be useless to him. Sometimes the improvement of one's mind was even rarer than one's own strength. The black demonic dragon dragged its long body and swooped down from the sky. Facing the terrifying demonic dragon, Jiang Chen's facial expression did not change. He did not even think about resisting. He knew that the demonic dragon's attack was not strong. His body was strong enough to resist it. What he needed to do now was to resist the demonic nature of the demonic dragon. At this time, the Great Soul Derivation Technique played a key role. Because of the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Jiang Chen's soul was extremely strong. It was much stronger than ordinary people. It was not easy for the demonic dragon to invade Jiang Chen's soul. The demonic dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Chen. The terrifying demonic spirit turned into a black lightning sea again, covering the entire sky. Yan Qinyu and Da Huang Dog could only see darkness. They could not see Jiang Chen's figure. They could not help but worry. Don't worry. This guy will be fine, Da Huang Dog said. It was useless to worry at this time. Facing the heavens tribulation, no matter how strong they were, they could not help Jiang Chen at all. Chapter 785. The entire mountain range was filled with black lightning. The mountain range had been completely destroyed. At this moment, nothing could be seen in the center of the Sea of Lightning. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog stood far away and could not see Jiang Chen's situation clearly. The legendary dragon's calamity was so horrifying that no one in this world dared to say that they were absolutely sure that they could survive it. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to do so. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in the Sea of Lightning with his eyes closed, letting the lightning strike his body. It did not cause any harm to him, but the invisible demonic nature penetrated into the depth of Jiang Chen's soul, trying to demonize Jiang Chen completely. Wah! The fierce impact made Jiang Chen's soul feel a tearing pain. Under the impact of the origin, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, this pain was nothing to him. The great soul derivation skill was activated crazily to resist the demonic nature brought by the heaven's wrath. Demonic nature was different from attacking power. It was not something that could be resisted by physical strength. Even for Jiang Chen, it was extremely difficult to deal with it. Moreover, the demonic nature in this calamity was far from an ordinary devil's. The demonic nature penetrated every nook and cranny of Jiang Chen's body crazily. Even with the great soul derivation skill, the process of resistance was still extremely uncomfortable. In the following time, Jiang Chen's emotions fluctuated greatly. All kinds of negative emotions kept appearing, which seriously affected Jiang Chen's origin. Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a roar. It was like the roar of a devil king: anger, melancholy, sorrow, slaughter, greed, bloodthirst. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned blood red, as if a peerless devil had appeared. His bones were producing cracking sounds, and his face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen in this battle. Jiang Chen's face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen. Brother Chen will be alright, right? That roar just now was so scary. Yan Qinyu was even more worried. She had never heard Jiang Chen scream like this before. She could almost feel Jiang Chen's pain. It was a struggle that came from the depths of his origin. No one could replace it. Jiang Chen had to fight it himself. Little you don't worry. He'll be fine. De Huang Dog comforted him. In fact, he was also extremely worried at this moment. He had been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time, but he had never heard Jiang Chen roar like this before. There were too many negative emotions mixed in it. It could be imagined that Jiang Chen was currently enduring the huge impact of the demonic nature and was fighting against it with his life. This was a different kind of battle. It was a battle against the heavens, a battle against oneself, and a battle against one's own soul. Jiang Chen was in extreme pain. His whole body was trembling. Great soul derivation skill, edifying light. Jiang Chen's voice was a bit hoarse. He crazily operated the great soul derivation skill and cast the edifying light at the same time. These two skills were the best to fight against the demonic nature. Gradually, Jiang Chen's emotions calmed down. His whole body calmed down, but his eyes were still blood red. He sat cross-legged in the void with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was in a special state. At this moment, two Jiang Chens appeared in the depth of Jiang Chen's soul. One was Jiang Chen in white, and the other was Jiang Chen in black. The white-robed Jiang Chen looked exactly like Jiang Chen. The black-robed Jiang Chen stood opposite him with a sneer. His eyes were filled with demonic nature, and there were demonic marks on his face and between his eyebrows. Jiang Chen knew that this black-robed him was formed because of the dragon's edge. Everyone had a demonic side and everyone had two sides. The dragon's edge had materialized the demonic side of Jiang Chen. Release your desires. Your greed, your laziness, all of them. The demonic Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He suddenly made a move. The first move was the true dragon palm, slapping toward his demonic self. The demonic Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He also struck out the true dragon palm, which collided with Jiang Chen's attack, forming a soul storm. I am you and you are me. Look, you even want to kill yourself and you still say that you are not a demonic self? The demonic Jiang Chen said with a smile. I will kill you and I will be me. I will make you disappear from this world, never to appear again. The demonic Jiang Chen said lung lung. Haha, ignorant, ignorant. I told you I am you and you can't kill me. Since you want to make a move, let's see who can control this body. The demonic Jiang Chen laughed loudly. With a swish, a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly saint sword, but it was indeed a demonic heavenly saint sword. It slashed toward Jiang Chen. Rumble. In the depths of their souls, the two demonic Jiangchens started a life-and-death battle. Neither of them would give way. Jiangchen understood that the demonic self had been stimulated by the dragon tribulation. They were now fighting for the control of the body. Once the demonic self obtained the control of the body, he would be completely demonized. From then on, he would become a murderous and greedy person. No, he would become a great demon that would harm the world. Wah! Jiangchen, who was in the sea of lightning, kept spurting out blood. The edifying light kept wandering around his body, keeping Jiangchen awake. His soul was in the void, and this kind of battle had caused great damage to Jiangchen. But now Jiangchen had no way to retreat. He could only continue to fight against the demonic self. This battle lasted for an hour. During this hour, the black sea of lightning did not change at all. De Huang Dog and Yan Xinyu were worried, but there was nothing they could do. In the void, the two Jiangchens who had been fighting for an hour were panting and sweating profusely. See, you can't kill me. Don't waste your efforts. Let's control the body together. What do you think? The demonic Jiangchen said. Don't even think about it. Jiangchen's tone was firm. Stubborn. The demonic Jiangchen was annoyed. It can't go on like this. I am fighting with the demonic self now, and it will consume a lot of my mental power and soul power. The great soul derivation technique can no longer sustain it. This guy's strength is exactly the same as mine. It is basically impossible to kill him. Jiangchen frowned. At this time he had to think of a way to deal with it. Suddenly an idea flashed in Jiangchen's mind. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate. I am cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and I am fighting against the heavens. Fighting against the heavens means death. However, once I succeed, I will live. There is only a fine line between life and death. Everyone will die, but there is a way to live. Come on. Jiangchen shouted again. He raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand and slashed at the demonic self. The demonic Jiangchen also launched an attack. However, this time Jiangchen did not really fight with his opponent. The moment he attacked, he stopped his attack and let his opponent's sword pierce into his body. At the moment when the cold long sword pierced into his body, Jiangchen's soul felt a tearing pain. Arg! At the same time, the devil Jiangchen let out a blood-curdling scream. The devil Jiangchen had killed himself, but instead he was suffering endless pain. Wah! In the next moment, Jiangchen spurted out another mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes, looking incomparably tired. However, the sea of lightning around him disappeared like the tide. In just a few breaths of time, the sea of lightning had disappeared, and the dark clouds above it had also dispersed. The entire heaven and earth had returned to its original state. Seeing the miserable Jiangchen, Yan Xinyu and De Huang Dog quickly went up to him. Chingij, are you okay? Yan Xinyu asked with concern. I am fine. Jiangchen smiled. Boy, you're awesome. You even defeated the dragon tribulation. How did you do it? De Huang Dog asked excitedly. I did not understand the true essence of the dragon tribulation at first. The dragon tribulation itself is a trial of life and death. Once I understand the true essence of life and death, I will be able to defeat the dragon tribulation. A smile emerged on Jiangchen's face. Now he finally understood that the battle in the deepest part of his soul was just an illusion, just like his great illusion realm. If he couldn't break free from it, he would never be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. In fact, every person who was demonized by the dragon tribulation was living in an illusion. In the illusion, there was a demonic self that was forever controlled by the demonic self. At the last moment, Jiangchen comprehended the true meaning of life and death. He used suicide to destroy the illusory realm, destroying his devil nature and breaking the devil-dragon tribulation. It was an extremely bold decision, but he had succeeded. This dragon tribulation had given Jiangchen endless benefits. He could even break the illusion of the dragon tribulation. There would be nothing that could confuse his mind in the future. Moreover, he had understood the true essence of life and death. His mental state had undergone an unimaginable change. Although he couldn't see it in a short period of time, the true essence of life and death would play an important role in his cultivation sooner or later. One should know that the path of cultivation was endless. There would be a lot of true essence waiting for him to comprehend. Weng suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in Jiangchen's qi. Countless dragon marks and yuan force were surging like tides. At this moment, Jiangchen was impacted by the dragon tribulation. His potential was stimulated again. New dragon marks began to form, pushing Jiangchen to advance to the second-grade minor saint. Ah, he is going to advance to the second-grade minor saint. What a monster. De Huang Dog laughed. Chapter 786. The number of dragon marks increased. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, with the help of the lightning tribulation, he had condensed a total of 2,000 new dragon marks. Not only did it allow Jiang Chen to advance to second-grade minor saint, it also allowed him to reach the peak of second-grade minor saint. Feeling his current strength, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a 5th-grade minor saint. Under the effect of his dragon transformation, he could easily kill a 6th-grade minor saint. He could even fight against an ordinary 7th-grade minor saint. Of course, in order to kill a 7th-grade minor saint, Jiang Chen would need to advance to the 3rd-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen tidied his clothes. After advancing to the 2nd-grade minor saint, he had recovered all the energy he had consumed to fight the Heart's Devil. His body had returned to its peak and he was many times stronger than when he was a 1st-grade minor saint. "Brother Chen, how do you feel?" Xuanhuan asked with concern. "I feel better than ever. I have already advanced to the 2nd-grade minor saint. With my dragon transformation, killing a 6th-grade minor saint is just a piece of cake. When I return, the first thing I will do is to go to the western domain and annihilate Tianyi Gate." Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. His killing intent was revealed. What Tianyi Gate had done had completely infuriated him. If he didn't eradicate this force, he didn't know how many times such incident would happen in the future. "This sect is truly hateful. I will go with you," Xuanhuan said. Her eyes flickered with cold light. The incident in Martial Saint Dynasty was too dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiaoyu, how is your 9 meridians?" Jiang Chen asked. "I've obtained the inheritance of the Ice God and fused with the Heart of Glacier. The Heart of Glacier has completely fused with my 9 meridians. Moreover, I've already condensed half of the Heart of the Ice God. Once I completely condense the Heart of the Ice God, my cultivation will undergo an earth-shattering change," Xuanhuan said excitedly. She did not want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. With her current cultivation, she was no longer a burden to Jiang Chen. Thinking that she would soon be able to enter the Divine Continent with Jiang Chen, she was even more excited. "Ice God's Heart? Very well, Xiaoyu, I might be able to help you. I have half a drop of heavenly earth pure water here. After you refine it, your cultivation grade will advance to 2nd-grade minor saint or even higher. If you take the 9 yang less ron pill, your cultivation grade will increase again," Jiang Chen said. The inheritance of the Ice God was terrifying, plus Xuanhuan. With the addition of Xuanhuan's 9 meridians, her future achievement was destined to be unimaginable. Xuanhuan was only a 1st-grade minor saint now, but she already had the power to fight a 3rd-grade minor saint. She was already considered as an abnormal being among abnormal beings. The characteristics of the heavenly earth pure water was the most suitable for Xuanhuan. It was even more suitable than his water dragon seal. In the past, he left half of the heavenly earth pure water for Xuanhuan. It was imaginable that if Xuanhuan could get the help of the heavenly earth pure water, even if she couldn't condense the Heart of the Ice God, she would still have a great improvement. At that time, her cultivation grade would advance to 2nd-grade minor saint or even 3rd-grade minor saint. More importantly, Xuanhuan had yet to take the 9 yang less ron pill. With the help of the 9 yang less ron pill, she would be able to reach the 4th-grade minor saint in a short period of time. At that time she would be truly powerful. "Thank you, Brother Chen." At that time, Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple who had just joined the Black Sect, and he was just a tiny mortal core warrior. At that time, Guoshan had never dreamed that Jiang Chen would become what he was today. "Brother Gua, you are an alchemist, so you should know that when you consume the pill, you can't consume it all at once. You have to absorb the medicinal energy bit by bit. This pill will transform all of you, and it will also allow your cultivation grade to skyrocket," Jiang Chen reminded them. After all, the 9 sun less ron pill was different from other pills. None of them here had a high cultivation grade, so if they consumed it all at once, they might not be able to withstand the impact of the medicinal energy, and that would be the opposite of what they wanted. Besides, the 9 sun less ron pill contained an abundant medicinal energy. The lower the cultivation grade of a cultivator, the greater the benefits he would get after consuming it. Aside from improving his physique and transforming his body, his cultivation grade would also receive a great boost. "Chen, this time you will follow you to the Divine Continent. If that's the case, our Martial Saint Dynasty won't have a powerful warrior to protect us. If those people come back, the Martial Saint Dynasty will still be in danger," Jiang Zhenhai said worriedly. "That's right, brother. Even if our physiques have improved and we have the chance to break through to a higher realm, it will still take time. The Martial Saint dynasty is getting stronger and stronger, and it won't be a problem for them to rule the eastern continent. However, if those powerful warriors from the divine continent come back, we still won't be able to defend ourselves. Wu Jiao said. Don't worry, Brother Jiao. This time I'll make the necessary arrangements before I leave. Also, when I return, the first thing I'll do is to annihilate the Tianyi Gate to prevent any future troubles. Also, look at this. With a shift of Jiang Chen's divine sense, 3 silhouettes appeared in the main hall. Immediately the entire hall was filled with vast devil qi. Under the intense pressure, everyone's face instantly turned pale. They felt indescribably uncomfortable, as if they were going to die at any moment. Isha, withdraw your aura. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. Yes, master. Isha and the other 2 didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately withdrew their powerful qi. Only then did Wu Jiao and the others let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes fell on Isha and the other 2. They saw that their bodies were surrounded by black devil qi, and their faces were filled with arrogance. 2 of them even had 2 black horns on their heads. They didn't look like humans at first glance. Regardless of whether they were humans or not, one thing was for sure, their cultivation was too strong. They were even more terrifying than the experts of the Tianyi Gate who came to attack the Martial Saint dynasty. Isha, the 3 of you listen to me. From now on, you 3 will be responsible for the safety of the entire Martial Saint dynasty. If anything happens to the people of Martial Saint dynasty, I'll hold you responsible. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng gave the order. Isha and the other 2 were powerful 3rd-grade minor devil saints. In addition to the powerful bloodline and physique of the devil race, they wouldn't be inferior to any ordinary 4th-grade minor saint. With the 3 of them guarding this place, he could leave with a peace of mind. Yes, master. Isha and the other 2 bowed at the same time. After being edified by Jiang Chen's edifying light, they had become Jiang Chen's slaves. They had no choice but to obey Jiang Chen's order. They wouldn't dare to show any signs of neglect. A single thought from Jiang Chen could take their lives. Go. Find a place to hide yourselves. Unless the Martial Saint dynasty is in danger, the 3 of you are not allowed to show yourselves. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The deterrence of the 3 powerful minor devil saints was too great. It was better for them not to show themselves. Otherwise, the entire Martial Saint dynasty would be plunged into chaos. With Isha and the other 2 guarding the Martial Saint dynasty, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Chapter 787. Isha and the other 2 turned into 3 black beams of light and disappeared. No one knew where they went. With their abilities, if they wanted to hide, no one would be able to notice them even if they were standing right in front of you. Isha and the other 2 were ordered to protect the Martial Saint dynasty and all the people here. Furthermore, they were not allowed to come out and scare people unless there was any danger. Brother, these 3? Wu Jiao was shocked. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him to see through Isha and the other 2's true cultivation level. However, he was sure that these 3 were supreme existences. With them protecting the Martial Saint dynasty in the dark, the Martial Saint dynasty would be absolutely safe. They are all powerful devils that I subdued in the devil realm. Now they are my slaves. They will listen to everything I say and won't dare to be stubborn. With their strength, they are more than enough to protect the Martial Saint dynasty. Furthermore, if anything happens here, they will inform me immediately," said Jiang Chen. Isha and the other 3 were edified by him, so Jiang Chen could receive their messages through the edifying light. In this way, even if they were to encounter an opponent that they couldn't resist, they would still be able to inform him immediately. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Of course, they had heard of what devils were. They were an extremely powerful species that was ferocious and inhumane, making them extremely difficult to deal with. More importantly, even if one had the ability to kill or defeat them, it was impossible to subdue them and make them your slaves. However, Jiang Chen had done it. Moreover, he had subdued 3 powerful devils at once. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Brother, your methods are really brilliant. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. With the protection of these 3 supreme existences, the Martial Saint dynasty will be impregnable. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. Wu Jiao sighed. He finally understood that Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was an existence that he couldn't even touch. Besides that, I will also leave some powerful combat weapons here. I will join forces with De Huang to set up a formation in this region of the Martial Saint dynasty. It will increase the density of the natural yuan qi by 10 times, turning this place into a sacred place for cultivation in the eastern continent. Jiang Qin said. Wu Jiao and the others were pleasantly surprised upon hearing Jiang Qin's words. In the entire eastern continent, the martial saint dynasty was definitely the place with the densest natural yuan energy. If one were to talk about cultivation treasures, it would definitely be the martial saint dynasty. But now, Jiang Qin was going to increase the natural yuan energy of this place by 10 times, turning it into a treasure land among treasure lands. This was something that could excite anyone. There's no time to lose, Da Huang. Let's do it now. After we finish setting up the formation, we'll wait for little Yu to refine the true water, and then we'll return to the divine prefecture to the western region. Jiang Qin stood up from his seat. This time he would not give Tianyi Gate too much time and opportunity. He had to get rid of such a formidable enemy as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. After that, Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog set up a rare and mystical formation outside the martial saint dynasty. As expected, the natural yuan energy of this place was increased by 10 times. It was already late at night, but Yan Qinyu had yet to come out. It seems like we can't leave today. However, with little Yu's physique, she will be able to refine the true water much faster than ordinary people. She will be able to refine it by tomorrow. Let's leave tomorrow, I'll have more time to accompany my father. Jiang Qin looked at the sky and knew that it was impossible for them to leave today. Since it was not easy for him to come back, he decided to stay and accompany Jiang Zhenhai. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again. That night the father and son had a long talk. Jiang Qin told Jiang Zhenhai a lot of problems related to cultivation and helped him solve many problems. Unknowingly, the night had passed. Early the next morning, an icy cold aura suddenly soared into the sky from somewhere in the martial saint dynasty. It pierced through the clouds and condensed into a cold beam of light. The beam of light was so powerful that it even froze the clouds in the sky. Little Yu has advanced. Da Huang Dog said excitedly. Judging from her qi, she should be a third-grade minor saint. The power of the true water is really not bad. Jiang Qin nodded, his face was filled with surprise. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians were already very powerful. Now that she had advanced to the third-grade minor saint, she would be considered as one of the top existences in the divine continent. She would be respected and valued wherever she went. Yan Qinyu's qi didn't stop after reaching the third-grade minor saint. Apart from the heavenly earth pure water, she had also obtained a 9 sunless ron pill. The two of them complemented each other, doubling the impact on her. Kacha. That unstoppable qi produced a cracking sound once again. It was as if a glacier in the sky had suddenly cracked open. Smoke and dust rose all the way to the sky, advancing to the fourth-grade minor saint before stopping. Fourth-grade minor saint. Ah, little Yu is too powerful. She has surpassed me. It seems like Master Dog will have to work harder. Big Yellow couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Given Yan Qinyu's innate talent and her cultivation base of fourth-grade minor saint, she could even defeat a sixth-grade minor saint. The double impact of the heavenly earth pure water and the 9 sunless ron pill has pushed little Yu to the fourth-grade minor saint. This is indeed an exciting result, but it seems like her ice god's heart hasn't been fully condensed yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be a fourth-grade minor saint. Jiang Qin said with a smile. At this time, a ray of white light rushed to the front of Jiang Qin. It was Yan Qinyu who looked like a white fairy. Brother Qin, I have advanced to the fourth-grade minor saint. Not even a sixth-grade minor saint is a match for me. I won't be a burden if I follow you now. Yan Qinyu was very excited. The thought of going to the divine continent with Jiang Qin filled her heart with happiness. Of course. Not only is little Yu not a burden, she is also a great help. Jiang Qin pinched Yan Qinyu's nose. If little Yu was here when the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger attacked the Nebula sect, it wouldn't have been so difficult. In the sky above the martial saint dynasty, two people were standing opposite each other. Both of them were filled with sadness. Yan Qinyu was hugging Yan Zhanyun, her heart was filled with reluctance. Dad, your daughter is unfilial. I can't stay by your side for a long time. Yan Qinyu's eyes were filled with tears. She was a very emotional person, pure like a white lotus. Silly girl, your father's body is still strong and healthy. With your talent, if you continue to stay here, you will be buried. Your father can be at ease if you follow Qin. You don't need to worry. I won't be lonely when I'm with your father-in-law, Qin said with a smile. Yan Zhanyun said with a smile. Apart from his daughter, she was also his pride. Ever since Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians were cured by Jiang Qin, Xuanhuan knew that his daughter would leave him one day. Dad, farewell. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai, then disappeared with Yan Qinyu. He didn't like this kind of farewell scene as it would leave a trace of sadness in people's hearts. Since he had decided to leave, he wouldn't look back. Nebula sect had been busy. Jiang Qin had disappeared for a few days and even Nebula Kid didn't know about it. However, Han Yan and Nangong Wenyan knew that Jiang Qin and the Huang dog had suddenly disappeared. While they were guessing, Jiang Qin came back with Yan Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Seeing Yan Qinyu, Han Yan and Nangong Wenyan exclaimed at the same time. They couldn't believe their eyes, as if they were dreaming. Ayan Anan. Yan Qinyu was very happy to see her acquaintances again. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang were stunned when they saw the beauty that suddenly appeared. What surprised them even more was Yan Qinyu's cultivation. Judging from her qi, she was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. Since when did such a genius appear in Xuanhu? Judging from her appearance, she was definitely one in a million. She was not inferior to Wu Ningzhu at all. Ayan Anan, who is this girl? Guo Xiaofei asked in a low voice. She is Yan Qinyu, little Qinzi's wife. An Yan said. Guo Xiaofei and Mo Sang couldn't help but let out a sigh after hearing this. They cursed Jiang Qin for having such good luck to have two wives, one more beautiful than the other. Xiao Yu, your current cultivation is too scary. It's as if you are here to deal us a blow. Nangong Wendian said speechlessly. With his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yan Qinyu. They had fought hard in the Divine Continent, but they were only 9th grade combat emperors, which was still a distance away from the minor saint realm. Yan Qinyu had already surpassed them in the Eastern Continent. Little Qinzi, where have you been these days? How did you meet Xiao Yu? An Yan asked. I have returned to Martial Saint Dynasty. Something happened to my family. The Tianyi Gate had sent a large number of experts to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. They wanted to capture my father to threaten me. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was there to stop them, that's why I was able to return in time. Jiang Qin told them about what had happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. Instantly, Han Yan and Nangong Wendian were infuriated. The Tianyi Gate is too shameless. They are courting death. Han Yan couldn't help but curse. It seems like the Tianyi Gate's fate is coming to an end. Tyrant, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Based on his understanding of Jiang Qin, the Tianyi Gate was certainly going to be destroyed. Touching Jiang Qin's family was no different than courting death. That's right. I am going to annihilate the Tianyi Gate now. Tyrant, you are from the Western Domain. You should know a lot about the Tianyi Gate. What do you think of this sect? Not to mention the 9 sunless Ron pill, Jiang Qin had also helped him to rule the 4 domains and make Nebula sect flourish. Of course, there was another more important reason. If Jiang Qin wanted to take back the Nebula sword, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Very good. With the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword, I can advance to the 3rd grade minor saint immediately. But you don't have to worry about it. When I come back from my task, I will help you reforge the Nebula sword. It won't be any worse than the current one. Jiang Qin waved his hand and sent his divine sense into the Nebula sword. In an instant, the Heavenly Saint sword fragment that was condensed within the sword was drawn out by Jiang Qin, as if it had been summoned by something. Thank you. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. Ever since he knew the true identity of Jiang Qin, he had never doubted his decision. Now, it seemed like his decision was incomparably wise. If he chose to go against Jiang Qin, it was hard to imagine what would happen to him now. Swoosh. Jiang Qin didn't say anything else. He disappeared with the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword. What he needed to do next was to refine the fragment and fuse it with the Heavenly Saint sword to advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. Tomorrow he would attack the Tianyi Gate. Refining the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword was an easy task to Jiang Qin. There was a close connection between him and the Heavenly Saint sword. It was too easy for him to fuse with it. Wang, the Heavenly Saint sword was trembling violently. It was a kind of excitement, especially the fragment that he had just obtained. It was jumping with excitement. It felt like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Early the next morning, an incomparably bright light soared to the sky. It rippled in the sky above the Nebula sect. Endless brilliance was emitting a strong pressure. The Heavenly Saint sword had become even more mystical. It was much stronger than before. So far, he had already found 4 fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword. There were only 3 left. Once all 7 fragments were found, the Heavenly Saint sword would be restored to its peerless glory. The return of the Heavenly Saint Sword naturally brought endless benefits to Jiang Chen. Under the impact, Jiang Chen had formed another 2,000 new dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 65,000. His cultivation had also advanced to the peak of the 3rd grade minor saint. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and grabbed the Heavenly Saint Sword. His chi was unprecedentedly strong. He came to the sky above the courtyard and shouted, "Da Huang Xiaoyu tyrant, let's go. Follow me to annihilate the Tianyi Gate." After that, Jiang Chen disappeared in a flash, flying towards the direction of the western domain. Kaka, Da Huang dog laughed heartily and chased after Jiang Chen. Yan Chenyu and Tyrant had also disappeared. They exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Their cultivation was still too weak. It wasn't suitable for them to participate in such a battle. This made them feel depressed. They immediately went into seclusion, swearing to break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. Otherwise they would be left far behind by Jiang Chen and the others. Tianyi Gate. In the whole of Xuanhu, besides the Great Lightning Tune Temple, Tianyi Gate was considered as one of the major powers. It was also one of the giants in a large area. However, ever since they offended Jiang Chen, Tianyi Gate had suffered many setbacks and losses. This time the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate were infuriated. In the main hall of Tianyi Gate, even the sect master Luo Changqing and the Supreme Grand Elder had appeared. They were 2 powerful 7th grade minor saints. Normally they wouldn't show themselves, but this time both of them showed up at the same time. Their faces looked incomparably ugly. All the people who were sent to the eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were dead. The sole jade slip that they left behind was broken, which meant that they were dead. Needless to say, this must be the work of Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen had annihilated the northern and southern dynasties not long ago and conquered the 4 major domains. This proved that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill their elders. DM, this is 2DM. The Tianyi Palace has existed for such a long time, but we've never suffered such a great loss. It's a great shame and humiliation. We can't let this matter go like this. A powerful 6th grade minor saint said furiously. That's right. In my opinion, we should send our most powerful experts to the eastern continent to annihilate the entire family of Jiang Chen. Another person was also infuriated. His whole body was steaming with murderous intent. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he annihilated all of Jiang Chen's family. The journey is too far and too troublesome. I didn't agree to deal with Jiang Chen's family from the beginning. Moreover, we have already lost the battle. Jiang Chen must be well prepared. If we want to deal with them again, we must do it with great fanfare. If this matter is spread out, it will be a disgrace to us. A white-bearded elder shook his head and said. He didn't agree to continue attacking the eastern continent. After all, Tianyi Gate was a powerful power. If this matter was spread out, it would affect the reputation of Tianyi Gate. They couldn't afford to lose their face. In my opinion, we don't even need to do anything. With Jiang Chen's character, he will definitely come knocking on our door. That brat's wings have grown big now and he's doing whatever he wants. If we attack his family, I'm sure he won't let it go, and he will definitely come looking for us. Our target is only Jiang Chen, not his family. His family members pose no threat to us. Another respectable elder said. Humph. If Jiang Chen really comes, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Even if he has the strength to kill a 5th grade minor saint, the power of our Tianyi Gate is incomparable to those powers in the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains. It's not something that Jiang Chen can deal with. In any case, Jiang Chen's growth is too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will end up like those major powers in the 4 domains. Because of our enmity, our ending will be even worse. Many of the elders of the Tianyi Palace were talking about it. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that a kid at the Battle King realm would become a serious threat in such a short period of time and cause them huge losses. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have allowed a tiger to grow in his bosom. They should have killed him earlier. How could a nobody like him cause such a mess in our sect? All of you are trash. You can't even deal with a brat. Since Jiang Chen wants to come, let him come. This will save us the trouble of finding him. If he dares to come, I will personally kill him. That's right, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. Luo Changqing said. The Huang dog's body grew bigger once again. He exerted his peerless divine might and cast the soul-crunching tune at Tianyi Gate. Endless sound waves swept out like waves. Those elders and disciples who rushed out from Channy Gate were the first to be affected by the sound waves. Ark! Miserable shrieks lingered in the ears. One by one figures fell from the sky. Their bodies were covered with blood and died on the spot. De Huang Dog was a third-grade minor demon saint. To these disciples and elders with weak cultivation base, the existence of De Huang Dog was a destructive force that couldn't be resisted at all. Rummel. The death of a large number of elders and disciples wasn't a big deal. Large areas of buildings collapsed under the roar of De Huang Dog, turning into ruins. The scene was very similar to what happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. The power of De Huang Dog's roar not only destroyed a large area of buildings, but also killed hundreds of elders and disciples. Could be said to be extremely brutal. My God, where did this dog come from? He's too strong. Hurry up and inform the elders that someone has trespassed into Channy Gate. This dog is too powerful. Let's retreat quickly. This is a minor demon saint. Only the elders of minor saint realm can deal with it. Everyone was shocked. The entire Channy Gate was in an uproar. None of them dared to be careless. The intruder was too terrifying. At this time, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out from the interior of Channy Gate. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. Jianghu looked at them and deeply felt the power of Channy Gate. It wasn't something that any power in Xuanhu could compare with. It seemed like if Channy Gate wasn't afraid of Great Master Ranfeng and didn't dare to attack him in the Western Domain, he would have been dead by now. However, that was all in the past. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be afraid of Channy Gate. Today, Channy Gate would be completely destroyed in his hands. Jianghu, Yanxinyu, and Tyrant flew forward and came to the side of De Huang Dog, facing the experts on the opposite side. On the side of Channy Gate there was a leader. He seemed to be in his 40s. He was very muscular. His face was covered with a full beard. He was wearing a loose green robe. His eyes were cold. His chi was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No one dared to look at him directly. This man was the master of Channy Gate, Luo Changqing. Beside Luo Changqing was a 60 to 70-year-old supreme elder. He was also a 7th-grade minor saint, but judging from his chi he wasn't weaker than Luo Changqing. These two 7th-grade minor saints were very powerful. Other than that, there were also many other experts of Channy Gate. There were 4 6th-grade minor saints, 8 5th-grade minor saints, and the remaining minor saints added up to 20. At this moment, all the minor saints of Channy Gate were looking at the destroyed buildings of Channy Gate and the elders and disciples who died tragically. Their faces were filled with unprecedented anger. This was a great humiliation. Channy Gate had been established for such a long time, but no one had ever dared to come to our sect and kill people. This was simply unimaginable. Then all of them raised their heads and looked at the opposite side. A white-robed youth and a majestic De Huang Dog. With such a symbol they didn't need to guess who they were. In addition to the enmity between Channy Gate and Jianghu, their identity was even more obvious. "You're Jianghu?" Luo Changqing said. His eyes fell on Jianghu like two sharp swords. "That's right," Jianghu said indifferently. "Damn it. Jianghu, how dare you come to Channy Gate to kill people? You must be tired of living. I will tear you into pieces today." A 6th-grade minor saint elder shouted. It seemed like he couldn't wait to tear Jianghu into pieces. The dignified Channy Gate has always been doing shameless things. You all came to my hometown to kill my family members. Am I not allowed to come to your sect? Let me tell you, Channy Gate is finished today. I Jianghu am here to take revenge. I will make your shameless sect disappear from the Western Domain. Jianghu's chi was strong. His murderous aura soared up to the sky. His words seemed like a joke, but he wasn't joking at all. "Ah, ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. A little brat dares to say that he wants to annihilate Channy Gate? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Jianghu, how can a few trash like you create trouble in Channy Gate? You really don't know what's good for you. I alone am enough to kill you. Since you are here, it saves us the trouble of finding you. I will send you to heaven now." A powerful 6th-grade minor saint said arrogantly. He didn't put Jianghu in his eyes at all. His chi fluctuated and he turned into a whirlwind, rushing at Jianghu. De Huang Dog, Yanxinyu and Tyrant shook their heads at the same time. They gave the elder a pitiful look and retreated at the same time. Ka-cha, a cracking sound was heard from Jianghu's arm. A sturdy and powerful blood-red dragon arm emerged. The blood-red dragon clawed forward, tearing a huge hole in the void. The powerful true dragon palm was like a terrifying cage, enveloping the elder. "What? The 6th grade minor saint's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment Jiang Chen attacked, he could feel Jiang Chen's power. That blood-red dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Jiang Chen's dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Bang Pu, the true dragon palm, slammed onto the old man's body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to resist, but he found out that his entire body was trapped by the true dragon palm, making it extremely difficult for him to move. In other words, with just a single strike he was completely controlled by Jiang Chen. What? This time the entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. Even Luo Changqing was shocked. Jiang Chen's power was beyond his imagination. A powerful 6th grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single move from Jiang Chen. How terrifying was this? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a terrifying technique in this world. Luo Changqing's facial expression darkened. He could feel that Jiang Chen's power had increased by a lot after his transformation. Even a 7th grade minor saint like him could feel the tremendous pressure. Supreme Elder, let's attack together and kill him. The rest of you, kill the 2 people and the dog. No, we can't kill that monk. Luo Changqing said. Killing a monk in Western Domain was simply courting death. If the genius of Great Lightning Tune Temple was killed, the consequences wouldn't be something that Tianyi Gate could bear. Yes. All the minor saint elders nodded. They weren't fools. Their opponent was far scarier than what they had imagined. Otherwise, the sect master and the supreme elder wouldn't have joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen. Dong, the supreme elder, took a step forward. His huge foot stomped on the void, creating a hole in the void. A black gale came out from the hole. At the same time, the remaining 30-plus minor saints surrounded Yan Xinyu and De Huang Dog. Kaka, you need to have some ability if you want to kill Master Dog. De Huang Dog laughed. Suddenly, a pair of golden light wings grew out from his back. He disappeared in an instant, breaking through the defense of those minor saints and arrived above Tianyi Gate. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and roared at the buildings and disciples of Tianyi Gate. Roar was the soul-crunching sound again. Endless screams were heard from below. The buildings were collapsing. Tianyi Gate was in a mess. Motherfucker. Stop that damn dog. Someone cursed. A 6th grade minor saint flew out and attacked De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was a 3rd grade minor demon saint. He could fight a 5th grade minor saint, but he was no match for a 6th grade minor saint. However, De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. It wouldn't be easy for a 6th grade minor saint to kill him. Kaka, De Huang Dog's laughter reverberated in the sky above Tianyi Gate. A 6th grade minor saint couldn't kill him. This bastard's speed was too fast. He appeared at another place in a blink, wreaking havoc wantonly. To the ordinary elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it was a disaster. 7 to 8 minor saints separated and attacked De Huang Dog. There were 2 6th grade minor saints among them. Even so, De Huang Dog was still able to deal with them, causing them to roar in anger. This showed how brutal he was. On the other side, 3 minor saints besieged Tyrant. 2 of them were 2nd grade minor saints and 1 was 3rd grade minor saint. They didn't put this 1st grade minor saint in their eyes. Plus, they were instructed to besiege Tyrant, not to kill him. The rest of the minor saints besieged Yan Xinyu, but her facial expression didn't change at all. She was no longer the same as before. Her 4th grade minor saint strength gave her the ability to suppress a 6th grade minor saint. In addition to her 9 Yin meridians and Ice God's heart, her attacks were extremely terrifying. Her opponents couldn't withstand it at all. Tyrant, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. A 2nd grade minor saint said to Tyrant. Amit Ba. Tyrant uttered a word of Buddhism. Then he struck the 2nd grade minor saint who was closest to him with his palm. Motionless Dharma King seal. A giant Dharma King shadow suddenly appeared. It was as big as a mountain. It was extremely terrifying and fast. It hit the 2nd grade minor saint in an instant. Arg! The 2nd grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. He was killed by Tyrant's palm. The other 2 minor saints' facial expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking Tyrant would be so abnormal. He was merely a 1st grade minor saint, but he was able to kill a 2nd grade minor saint with just a single strike. What made them depressed was that Tyrant was too cruel. They didn't plan to deal with Tyrant at first, but they couldn't stop him from killing them. Amit Ba. Tyrant's facial expression didn't change. He looked like an eminent monk. He had obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the 3 lost supreme seals of Buddhism sect. They were the motionless Bright King Seal, motionless Lion King Seal and motionless Dharma King Seal. Each of these seals was extremely terrifying and contained the essence of Buddhism sect. Although Tyrant was only a first-grade minor saint, he could kill a second-grade minor saint effortlessly with these powerful seals. Damn it! Catch him. The third-grade minor saint was infuriated. He suddenly reached out his palm and tried to grab Tyrant. On the other side, Xianxia was displaying her divine power. Even though there was a 6th-grade minor saint besieging her, she wasn't afraid at all. Her profound ice was seeping out, freezing the entire void. Her domain was the legendary ice god domain. It was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths of time, not only did those minor saints fail to kill her, but 2 of them were killed by her instead. Such a scene was witnessed by Luo Changqing and the Supreme Elder. They were shocked. Since when did so many abnormal beings appear in this world? Moreover, they had encountered all of them at the same time. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. Tianyi Gate was losing people every second. Minor saint elders were falling one after another. That dog was wreaking havoc wantonly. It took so many minor saints besieging him to stop the Huang dog, but the Huang dog was too cunning. It was too difficult to kill him. Luo Changqing and the Supreme Elder had already noticed that it wouldn't be easy to kill either the Huang dog or that woman unless they personally attacked. Therefore, they had to join forces to eliminate Jiang Chen as soon as possible. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, the others wouldn't pose a threat to them. Luo Changqing shouted. Together with the Supreme Elder, they attacked Jiang Chen from both sides. 2 powerful 7th-grade minor saints unleashed all of their qi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Their killing intent soared up to the sky. Their domain was spread out, enveloping Jiang Chen completely. 5 elemental domain. Jiang Chen also unleashed his domain. The powerful 5 elemental domain was definitely the most abnormal being in this world. Swoosh. The dragon wings on Jiang Chen's back fluttered casually. His body raised a gust of wind. In the next moment he appeared in front of the Supreme Elder. His sharp dragon claws clawed at him. Sky-dominating palm. Chapter 791. Chi-Chi the Supreme Elder's sky-dominating palm collided with Jiang Chen's dragon claw. It was supposed to be an invincible attack, but what happened was something that the Supreme Elder couldn't accept in his entire life. The resplendent palm print that he struck out produced a sizzling sound and a large amount of sparks. It was torn apart by Jiang Chen's dragon claw bit by bit and finally shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder exclaimed. He finally knew the scariness of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. With a wave of his arm, a long sword that was glowing with blue light appeared. It was the power of the stars. Jiang Chen could tell that this sword was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword at first glance. It seemed like this old man's cultivation method was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword, which allowed him to absorb the power of the stars. The power of this sword was extraordinary. One look and anyone could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Jiang Chen didn't know how to forge a new combat weapon for Nebula Kid. If he had this sword, he could go back and forge it meticulously. Jiang Chen's attack was extremely fast. It happened in just a few seconds. The Supreme Elder didn't even have the chance to use his sword. Jiang Chen's sharp claw penetrated his chest and crushed his heart into pieces. The Supreme Elder felt the threat of death, but it was too late. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body was crushed by a powerful force. Bang! The 7th-grade minor Saint Supreme Elder was instantly killed by Jiang Chen. His entire body was crushed into powder. The long sword was kept by Jiang Chen. It was a miserable scene. Hung Long at the same time, Luo Changqing's attack arrived. What he casted was also a powerful combat technique, but it didn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen in his dragon form was too terrifying. Just his physical body alone had reached an unimaginable level. Jiang Chen stretched out his dragon claw. It contained the true dragon palm. Only by using the true dragon combat skill could he fully display the power of the combat skill. Luo Changqing's attack was crushed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen then thrust his sharp claw forward. The boundless force was like a ferocious beast, pushing Luo Changqing back. Luo Changqing was much stronger than the Supreme Elder, but Jiang Chen didn't have to spend much effort to kill him. However, Luo Changqing's facial expression changed dramatically. The Supreme Elder was killed by Jiang Chen in a second. Such a scene was too shocking. It was an unimaginable psychological blow to him. Before today he couldn't imagine how a 3rd-grade minor saint could kill a 7th-grade minor saint. My God! The Supreme Elder has been killed. How could that Jiangqin be so terrifying? It's over. Our Tianyi Gate is doomed. That Jiangqin is too abnormal. Not even a 7th-grade minor saint is his match. I'm afraid that even the sect master is no match for him. How could this happen? The Supreme Elder was killed by him. No one wasn't shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in chaos. Even those minor saints who were besieging De Huangdog and Yan Xinyu had a drastic change in their facial expression. They thought that the sect master and the Supreme Elder were both 7th-grade minor saints. Jiangqin would be the one who would be killed in a second. They didn't expect that the powerful Supreme Elder would be killed in a second. How could they fight this? If the sect master was killed by Jiangqin, no one in Tianyi Gate would be able to resist the evil star Jiangqin. I have no enmity with all of you. Originally, I had no enmity with you and I could even be good friends with you. Back in the Devil Realm, it was you who provoked me first and destroyed our friendship. Later you sought out the Dark Shadow organization to kill me? I never thought about how to deal with the First Heaven School because in my eyes, although the First Heaven School is a great influence in the Western regions, you are not qualified to be taken seriously by me. However, you went to attack my family, which is simply unforgivable. From the moment you sent people to the Eastern continent, you should have known what kind of punishment you would receive. Jiangqin's tone was extremely cold. His murderous aura was overwhelming. Every step he took forced Luo Changqing to take a few steps back. Jiangqin, don't be complacent. Do you think that you are invincible just because you killed the Supreme Elder? Do you think that Tianyi Gate doesn't have any trump cards after ruling the Western domain for so long? Let me tell you, you will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. All of you will die, including your family members. Luo Changqing said while gritting his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue shield that looked like a compass suddenly appeared in his hand. The shield was radiating boundless brilliance. One look and anyone could tell that it was a rare treasure. Jiangqin's eyes sparkled, because he could already tell that this shield was a powerful minor saint weapon that was comparable to the brilliant mirror. Just like what Luo Changqing said, how could a major power like Tianyi Gate not have any trump cards? This combat weapon could indeed enhance his combat strength, but Jiangqin didn't care about it at all. If Luo Changqing thought that he could defeat Jiangqin with just a golden shield, it would be ridiculous. Starlight Shield, show me your power. Luo Changqing suddenly shouted. The starlight shield in his hand buzzed and trembled violently. Then an ancient tower located at the center of Tianyi Gate was instantly covered with blue starlight, forming a connection with the starlight shield. After the starlight shield and the ancient tower were connected, a strong power was immediately emitted. Jiangqin frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the starlight shield and the Supreme Elder's long sword were of the same nature. Both of them could draw support from the power of the stars. The ancient tower must have stored a large amount of the power of the stars. Then it was connected with the starlight shield using a formation, allowing the starlight shield to exert its greatest power. This was the foundation of Tianyi Gate. The stored power of the stars was used to defend against external enemies during critical moments. Look, Sect Master has activated the Starlight Tower. The Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield have fused together, increasing the combat strength by several folds. That Jiangqin is certainly not a match for Sect Master. Haha, this is the true foundation of Tianyi Gate. No one knows how much power of the stars is stored in the Starlight Tower. It's enough for the Starlight Shield to be used continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Kill Jiangqin. He must be killed. This man is too scary. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. The activation of the Starlight Tower allowed the elders of Tianyi Gate to see hope again. They recovered from the haze of Jiangqin's strength. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Jiangqin was, he wouldn't be a match for the combination of the Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield. Jiangqin, you have killed so many people of Tianyi Gate and caused our Tianyi Gate to suffer a great loss. I will make you pay with your blood. Luo Changqing shouted. He held the Starlight Shield in his hand and fused it with his domain. The powerful Starlight Shield shook violently and grew more than twice its original size. It now had a radius of 2 zhang. Luo Changqing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Jiangqin. He raised the Starlight Shield high and slammed it down on Jiangqin. Let me see how powerful your Starlight Shield is. Jiangqin attacked brazenly. He didn't put the Starlight Shield in his eyes at all. He didn't even use the Heavenly Saint Sword. Instead he cast out the True Dragon Palm. The huge dragon claw pressed down like a barrier and collided with the starlight shield. Long. Both of them collided with each other, producing a loud bang. The void was directly smashed, creating a large amount of sparks. The power of the starlight shield was indeed great. Jiangchen was sent flying again, but this time he only flew for 2 zhang before he stabilized his body. No wonder it's a powerful minor saint weapon, a peak existence. Jiangchen praised. His eyes that were looking at the starlight shield became a little excited. If Nangong Wendian could fuse and refine such a powerful treasure, he would be able to break through to the minor saint realm immediately. Nangong Wendian cultivated the limitless stars transformation and absorbed the power of the stars. The combination of the starlight shield and the limitless stars transformation was perfect. How can this brat's body be so hard? Even the starlight shield couldn't cause any damage to him. Is he still a human? Luo Changqing was shocked once again. The starlight shield was now supported by the starlight pagoda, making it much more powerful. Even so, it still couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen. His opponent's strength was simply appalling. However, what made Luo Changqing feel relieved was that the starlight shield had finally suppressed Jiang Chen. What a good starlight shield. Come on. Jiang Chen roared again. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand with a clang. The power of the starlight shield didn't make him feel any fear. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. This time, Jiang Chen was supposed to be very relaxed when he attacked the Tianyi Gate. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a strong resistance. This made him very happy. The heavenly saint sword had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was wrapped in a blood-red light. It looked extremely mystical. The dragon head was the hilt of the sword. The body of the sword was covered with dragon patterns. Adding the fact that the heavenly saint sword had just fused with the 4th fragment, its quality had improved a lot. Now, the heavenly saint sword had reached the peak of the minor saint weapon. It wasn't any weaker than the starlight shield and the brilliant mirror. Moreover, the starlight shield was supported by the starlight pagoda while the heavenly saint sword only needed Jiang Chen to support it. Moreover, the heavenly saint sword was different from the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror consumed a lot of yuan force while the heavenly saint sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. It had a certain connection with Jiang Chen's origin. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to use the heavenly saint sword, he could do it as he pleased. Long. The starlight shield once again burst into endless brilliance. It attacked Jiang Chen with the momentum of Mount Tai. Jiang Chen's chi was also full of vigor. The heavenly saint sword carried raging flames, burning the void. A spatial crack was slashed out. The sword light was like a bright waterfall. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the heavenly saint sword merged into one. Like a meteor, they collided with the starlight shield. Chapter 792. Hung Long, the starlight shield and the heavenly saint sword collided with each other. No one knew how powerful the collision was. Jiang Chen was like an ancient dragon, too powerful. His entire being was the symbol of invincibility. Under the condition of merging with the heavenly saint sword, he was able to sweep away everything. Not even the starlight shield was able to withstand his attack. Luo Changqing, who was holding the starlight shield, was sent flying a few meters away by the heavenly saint sword. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that his arm that was holding the starlight shield was going numb. Even the shield in his hand was about to fly away. The blue starlight rippled. The connection between the starlight shield and the starlight tower began to shake violently. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? Luo Changqing was truly shocked. He had never been so shocked before. He was a dignified 7th grade minor saint who was using the starlight shield, but he was once again repelled by a 3rd grade minor saint. He couldn't believe and accept such a scene. Ah, the starlight shield is nothing. It will still be destroyed by my heavenly saint sword. Today your Tianyi Gate will be annihilated. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His body was filled with boundless combat strength. Even the sky was trembling. The feeling of power made Jiang Chen a little obsessed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. However, it seemed that even with the help of the starlight shield, Luo Changqing wouldn't be a match for him. Howl, the heavenly saint sword let out a sword howl that soared to the sky. A blood-red sword light rushed to the sky. Under Jiang Chen's control, it once again slashed at Luo Changqing. The heavenly saint sword left a dazzling shadow in the void like the Milky Way. Luo Changqing bellowed in anger, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. He could only rely on the starlight shield to resist Jiang Chen's violent attack. Hung Long, the 2 minor saint weapons collided again. As expected, Luo Changqing was sent flying again. Jiang Chen was getting more and more courageous while Luo Changqing was getting more and more surprised. If this continued, Luo Changqing wouldn't be able to resist Jiang Chen's attack for a long time. Look, that Jiang Chen is too ferocious. Sect Master can't stop him anymore. What should we do? Could it be that our Channy Gate is finished? How could there be such a perverted person in this world? It's over. Channy Gate is finished. The Supreme Elder is dead. Now even the Sect Master can't stop Jiang Chen. There's no one else in the sect who's more powerful than the Sect Master. The entire Channy Gate fell into despair once again. Luo Changqing's defeat made them unable to see any hope. Rumble, with the Heavenly Saint Sword in hand, Jiang Chen brought along an unparalleled domineering aura and once again clashed with Luo Changqing's Starlight Shield. Without any surprise, Luo Changqing was sent flying by Jiang Chen for the third time. Wow, after 3 consecutive collisions, even Luo Changqing found it hard to resist. Every strike from Jiang Chen was like a huge mountain crashing into him. Luo Changqing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incomparably pale. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he was like a divine dragon that had descended into the world. His battle intent was monstrous, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The two of them directly formed the clearest contrast. At this point in the battle, Luo Changqing was no fool. He was very clear that if the battle continued, he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen sooner or later. There was no doubt about this. Escape? No, that was impossible. He was the Sect Master of Channy Gate. His majestic body instantly appeared in front of Luo Changqing, and the Heavenly Saint Sword once again slashed at Luo Changqing, sending him flying. This time, the Starlight Shield in Luo Changqing's hand was sent flying as well. Then Jiang Chen grabbed it and kept it. Wall. The 5 elemental sphere spread out like a tidal wave. With a walla sound, it enveloped Luo Changqing. The dragon claw fiercely stretched out, grabbing Luo Changqing and pulling him towards himself. This series of actions was too fast. Not to mention the 2 monks, even Luo Changqing himself didn't have the time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was imprisoned in Jiang Chen's hand. Even moving had become incomparably difficult. Evil creature, hurry up and help. An eminent monk let out a loud shout and struck out a palm strike at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a dazzling radiance blasted out, easily dispersing the monk's attack. Evil creature, human blood flows in your body, but you have become neither human nor demon. This is a sign that you have turned into a devil. This poor monk represents the Tempest Temple to execute you. That monk had a bad temper. Once again he attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was enraged. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger, let alone him, Jiang Chen. He had already held back with that attack just now, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unforgiving. Did he really think that he could use his identity as a member of the Tempest Temple to oppress him? What a joke. True Dragon Palm. Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed the True Dragon Palm, and with a single slap, he sent the monk flying away. Poon, that monk spat out blood on the spot. His strength wasn't even as strong as Luo Changqing. Now that Jiang Chen was in his dragon transformation state, the other party was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This move didn't kill him directly but only injured him. That was already very merciful. Bald donkey, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are from the Tempest Temple. The Tempest Temple can't interfere in my Jiang Chen's business. Hurry up and get lost. Jiang Chen pointed at the 2 great experts of the Tempest Temple and scolded them. He didn't give them any face at all. Seeing this situation, Luo Changqing, who had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, was in complete despair. He finally knew how strong and terrifying Jiang Chen was. He didn't even give face to the Tempest Temple. Moreover, he scolded 2 minor saint experts of the Tempest Temple, Bald Donkey. This was the first time in the Western domain. Bastard. Great devil. I will definitely eliminate you. The other eminent monk was furious. He was about to attack as well. Buddha light was emitting from his body. As the light flowed, the talisman of Buddha sect appeared. Amit Ba. Don't meddle in other people's business. The fault lies with the Channy Gate. The people of the Channy Gate went to the eastern continent to kill the family of Jiang Chen. This is a shameful way of bullying ordinary people. Tyrant stood out and spoke. He was now a disciple of the Tempest Temple. He didn't want the Tempest Temple to get involved in this matter. He knew Jiang Chen's character too well. He knew how determined Jiang Chen was to annihilate the Channy Gate. Even if the God of Heaven came, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. You are a disciple of Buddhist sect. How could you walk together with an evildoer? You are a disgrace to our Buddhist sect. Not only did the eminent monk not appreciate Tyrant's kindness, he even started to criticize him. You are a disciple of the Tempest Temple? You will be severely punished when you return, and then you will be expelled from the Tempest Temple. The eminent monk who was injured by Jiang Chen said to Tyrant. Seeing the attitude of the two, Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes. These two fellows were simply unreasonable. Little monk, step aside. We will return to the Tempest Temple with you later to receive your punishment. The other eminent monk said, fuck you. Tyrant shook his head and said in a low voice. What did you say? The eminent monk widened his eyes and looked at Tyrant in disbelief. This poor monk said fuck you. Tyrant repeated loudly in a serious manner. In his heart, he didn't have a good impression of the Great Lane Temple. The reason why he joined the Great Lane Temple was because of his master. All these years, the Great Lane Temple had been bothering Great Master Ranfeng. Tyrant hated the Great Lane Temple to begin with. Besides, with his temper, how could he stand these two guys standing in front of him and shouting at him? Chapter 793. When these 4 words were shouted out by Tyrant, the atmosphere instantly became incomparably cold. Apart from that, the 2 eminent monks stared at Tyrant with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disbelief. Was this bastard really a Buddhist? Was he really from the Great Lane Temple? He looked serious, but the moment he spoke, he revealed his true nature. Vulgarities came out of his mouth. This was not the steadiness that a Buddhist disciple should have. If he really was a Buddhist, he must be a scum of the Buddhist sect. That's right, he must be a scum. Insulting the elders is an unforgivable sin. How can Buddhism accept an unfilial son like you? Today I will clean up the sect first. The senior monk was furious. He suddenly slapped the monk with his palm. Courting death. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the eminent monk in an instant. His terrifying dragon claw grabbed the eminent monk's arm and exerted force. With a ka-cha sound, the eminent monk's arm was ripped off by Jiang Chen. Arg! The eminent monk immediately let out a blood-curdling scream when his arm was forcefully torn off. Jiang Chen didn't care about him. He took the opportunity to step on the eminent monk's face, sending him flying away. When the other eminent monk saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch the other person. My arm, my hand. The eminent monk roared, completely losing his usual dignified demeanor. The 2 eminent monks looked at Jiang Chen in horror. They finally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. In fact, this time, the Great Lane Temple sent them here not only because they were strong enough but also because of the reputation of the Great Lane Temple. However, they didn't expect that the reputation of the Great Lane Temple would be completely useless in front of Jiang Chen. It was ruthlessly smashed into pieces. What was even more insane was that their master actually dared to hurt the higher-ups of the Great Lane Temple. In the western regions, this was simply unimaginable. Audacious madman, do you know what you are doing? If I were you, I would immediately release the sect master of Tianyi Gate and come with us to the Tempest Temple to accept your punishment. You might still have a chance to live. The monk continued to shout at Jiang Chen, as if he couldn't see the situation clearly. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. The Tempest Temple's reputation was too great. In the western region, there had never been anyone who dared to look down on the Tempest Temple. Get out of here right now. Don't think that I won't kill you. Jiang Chen and Lung Lung said. Jiang Chen had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face by allowing these 2 guys to stand here and talk. However, it didn't mean that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill them. Whether it was his previous life or his current life, he had never had any relationship with the Tempest Temple. In his previous life, he had befriended Ancestor Green Lotus, but Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Tempest Temple. Ancestor Green Lotus was a free and easy person who practiced medicine to help the people. He was a true living Buddha. Compared to a true Buddha like Ancestor Green Lotus, the current Great Lane Temple didn't live up to its reputation. If the Great Lane Temple was truly the representative of the supreme holy land of Buddhism, Ancestor Green Lotus and Great Master Ranfeng would have joined it. In the ancient times, Buddhism was prosperous and the Gautama Buddha founded the Tempest Temple. However, ever since the Gautama Buddha ascended to the heavens, the Buddhism in St. Origin World had declined day by day. Only a few true Buddhas remained in the Tempest Temple. Sensing Jiang Chen's killing intent, the 2 eminent monks didn't dare to utter another word. However, they didn't leave, but secretly informed the people of the Tempest Temple. Jiang Qin treated them as if they were nothing. The Great Lane Temple was a very powerful temple, and this place was the western region. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Lane Temple right now. If he really killed someone from the Great Lane Temple, it would bring him trouble. Jiang Chen's gaze returned to Luo Changqing. At this moment, Luo Changqing had already lost all hope. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a madman, a mad devil. He even dared to hurt the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. He even tore off their arms. Was there anything in this world that he wouldn't dare to do? Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Let's write off all the debts between us. From now on, my Tianyi Gate will no longer be your enemy. You have already killed so many people of the Tianyi Gate. You have already taken your revenge. Moreover, your family is safe and sound. You have gained a lot from this. Luo Changqing opened his mouth and begged for mercy. What a joke. If I didn't return in time, I'm afraid that my family would have been annihilated by you all. You even captured my father to threaten me. Do you think you can write off all the debts with just a few words? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Let me tell you, you are going to die today. A lot of people are going to die with you. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. His sharp claws pierced through Luo Changqing's body, instantly destroying him. At this point, the two 7th-grade minor saints of the Tianyi Gate had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Luo Changqing was killed by the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. The two eminent monks of the Tempest Temple had witnessed Jiang Chen killing Luo Changqing. Jiang Chen's way of treating them as heir had made them feel endless humiliation. Not only did he not put them in his eyes, he also didn't put the dignity of the Tempest Temple in his eyes. The two of them gritted their teeth but didn't dare to say anything. This half-human half-dragon man in front of them was simply a madman. He was a peerless devil. Anyone who provoked him must die. Master. Luo Changqing's death caused a wave of wailing in the Tianyi Gate. It was a kind of sorrow that all the heirs had been killed. Everyone felt despair. Before today they were still very proud of being the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate was still one of the top major powers in the Western domain. However, the collapse would only last for a moment. What awaited them next would be the ultimate destruction. No one knew how many people of the Tianyi Gate could survive after falling into the hands of such a god of death. You have already killed the master of the Tianyi Gate. Can you let the others go? The eminent monk in the distance said. Swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to them. It was hard to associate him with the murderous maniac that he used to be. Chapter 794. Jiang Chen's words made all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of sadness. They felt relieved because they would be able to live. Jiang Chen wasn't a madman who would kill indiscriminately. He didn't kill them all. In fact, the ones who decided to go to the eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were only the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. It had nothing to do with these people. Countless disciples were wailing. Jiang Chen's words had destroyed the foundation of Heavenly Sect. From now on they would lose their home. The place where they had lived for so long was gone all of a sudden. It was imaginable how heavy their mood was. That's right. You're Jiang Chen? You're finished. You're a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. Buddha will never forgive you for committing such a great sin of killing. The senior monk had a grieved look. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Shut your mouth if you want to die. Jiang Chen glared at the senior monk Lung Lung. If the senior monk wasn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would be a dead man by now. Yan Chenyu and the others came near to Jiang Chen. The Huang Dog looked at the starlight tower that had been activated and said, "The power of the stars in there is good stuff." Jiang Chen nodded. The power of the stars in the Starlight Tower had been accumulated for an unknown period of time. Whether it was the quantity or the purity, it was incomparable to ordinary stars. The power of the stars was useless to Jiang Chen, but it was very useful to Nangong Wenyan and Nebula Kid. If Nangong Wenyan could obtain a large amount of the power of the stars and the Starlight Shield, he would be able to break through to the Minor Saint realm without any hindrance. Ba. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put away the Starlight Pagoda, another loud sound resounded through the heavens. Everyone saw a huge golden light that looked like a huge millstone in the distance. Vaguely, some runes could be seen on the surface of the golden light. It was a pure yang energy that could crush all evils in this world. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Another great warrior from the Great Lane Temple had come. It looked like it would be impossible for him to settle this peacefully today. Because of his relationship with Great Master Ranfeng, as well as the fact that both Great Master Ranfeng and Tyrant were from the Great Lane Temple, Jiangchen didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Lane Temple. However, since they were trying to stop him from taking revenge, there was no way he could back down. The golden light flickered and turned into an old monk wearing a xianxia. This old monk had an incomparably strong physique. There was a string of runes engraved on his neck. His body was covered with pure Buddha light, as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. Most importantly, his cultivation grade was too strong. Although he hadn't stepped into the Great Saint Buddha realm, he was already at the peak of 9th grade minor saint, only a step away from the Great Saint realm. Moreover, Jiangchen knew this person. Back in Green Lotus Mountain, this monk was the one who invited Great Master Ranfeng to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple. His name was Yuanji, a 9th grade minor saint. He was very terrifying. If he really attacked, Jiangchen wouldn't be able to resist him. Fuck. Another sanctimonious old monk has come. Da Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. Da Huang Dog didn't know how to conceal his voice. Therefore his words were heard clearly by Great Master Yuanji. However, Great Master Yuanji was an eminent monk after all. He only gave Da Huang Dog a glance before retracting his gaze. Great Master Yuanji's gaze swept across the messy Tianyi gate. There was also the pungent smell of blood in the air. In addition, there were the destroyed buildings and the experts who were killed. A trace of anger emerged on his face. Great Master Yuanji, you have to seek justice for us. The two eminent monks who saw Great Master Yuanji just now rushed forward to greet him. The monk with the severed arm was gnashing his teeth in anger. Only now did Great Master Yuanji see the miserable state of the two eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, especially when he saw one of them had his arm torn off. His white bones were exposed. The anger in his eyes flared up. In this Western domain, no one had ever dared to harm the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in public. This was equivalent to making the entire Buddhist sect their enemy. Benefactor, why did you kill so many people of Tianyi Gate? Great Master Yuanji shifted his gaze to Jiangchen. This is a personal grudge between me and Tianyi Gate. It has nothing to do with your Great Lightning Tune Temple. We will mind our own business. I hope that your Great Lightning Tune Temple won't meddle in other people's business. Jiangchen said. Evildoer, how dare you speak to Great Master Yuanji in such a tone? This is unforgivable. The eminent monk roared at Jiangchen. The appearance of Great Master Yuanji had given him a powerful backer. He no longer had to be afraid of Jiangchen. He didn't believe that a puny 3rd grade minor saint like Jiangchen could deal with a 9th grade minor saint like Great Master Yuanji. They weren't on the same level. Great Master Yuanji, this man is cruel by nature. He has already turned into a devil. He killed the innocent and tore off one of my arms. He doesn't put the Great Lightning Tune Temple in his eyes at all. And that little monk, as a disciple of Buddha sect, he has joined hands with an evildoer. He has really brought shame to the Buddha sect. The monk with the severed arm said. Both of them told Great Master Yuanji everything that had happened here with some embellishments, including Tyrant. Only then did Great Master Yuanji notice Tyrant's presence. His expression changed because he was no stranger to this little monk. Over the years, he had visited Green Lotus Mountain many times to look for Great Master Ranfeng, so he knew very well that Great Master Ranfeng had a disciple. You are the disciple of Ranfeng? Great Master Yuanji asked. That's right. Tyrant admitted immediately. Being the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng was an incomparably glorious thing in his heart. What? Great Master Ranfeng's disciple? How dare you mix around with a monster? Once you return to the Great Lane Temple, you will definitely be punished. Even though Ranfeng has joined our Great Lane Temple, it's only in name. He stays at Green Lotus Mountain all day and has never been to the Great Lane Temple. Even that little monk rarely goes to the Great Lane Temple. After knowing Tyrant's identity, the two eminent monks were a little surprised. After all, Great Master Ranfeng's disciple could not be neglected. Little monk, this matter involves the reputation of Buddhism. If you repent now and draw a clear line between yourself and this evildoer, I can pretend that nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. Grandmaster Yuanji said to Tyrant. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. I have a bottom line. The people of Tianyi Gate deserve to die. I killed them just now. Of course I didn't kill them. I sent them to the pure land of bliss to repent. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words were filled with righteousness. In fact, he was saying that he was not in the wrong. They were the ones who were in the wrong and deserved to die. Hearing this, not to mention the two eminent monks, even Grandmaster Yuanji felt like fainting. He thought to himself that Great Master Ranfeng had actually raised such a top-notch disciple. The words he said in a serious manner were enough to infuriate people to death. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were already used to it. This monk had always said shocking things. Whenever he didn't say something that would infuriate people, it wouldn't be tyrant style. In that case, I will punish you on behalf of your master. Also, benefactor Jiang Qin, I want you to go to the Great Lane Temple to receive punishment and repent, Grandmaster Yuanji said. The Great Lane Temple had ruled the western region for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. A big sect was almost annihilated. Such a thing happened in the western region, and it made the Great Lane Temple lose a lot of face. As the culprit, Jiang Qin must be punished by the Great Lane Temple. I, Ranfeng, have no right to punish my disciple. Right at this moment, another deep and resounding voice sounded. Following that, an old monk wearing a simple and unadorned imperial robe walked out from the void and stopped in front of Grandmaster Yuanji. The old monk looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and his face was covered with white beard. It was Great Master Ranfeng. Master. Tyrant came in front of Great Master Ranfeng and bowed deeply. Greetings, Great Master Ranfeng. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. He knew that Great Master Ranfeng would definitely appear. This old monk looked gentle, but as the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally had a domineering aura. He knew how important Tyrant was to Great Master Ranfeng, and Great Master Ranfeng would definitely protect his disciple. Just like what he said earlier, even if his disciple made a mistake, it was not up to others to punish him. And not bad at all. Great Master Ranfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Qin. He couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Jiang Qin was definitely the most abnormal genius he had ever seen. Tyrant's improvement was already very scary, and he only advanced to the minor saint realm after obtaining the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, a first-grade minor saint. However, Jiang Qin was now a third-grade minor saint. What was more terrifying was that Jiang Qin was able to kill a seventh-grade minor saint with a mere third-grade minor saint. Such abnormal combat strength was unheard of. Even with Great Master Ranfeng's knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Great Master Ranfeng didn't blame Jiang Qin for annihilating the Tianyi Gate. He saw hope in Jiang Qin. There were some things that one could only rely on oneself. It was impossible to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple. From another point of view, Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't on the same side. This could be seen from the fact that he had been staying in Green Lotus Mountain for so many years, and the fact that the Great Lightning Tune Temple had never invited him. Old friend Ranfeng, long time no see. When Great Master Yuanji saw Ranfeng, he immediately greeted him. However, his tone wasn't as courteous and enthusiastic as before. Jiang Qin guessed that perhaps after the Great Lane Temple invited Great Master Ranfeng to join them, he still didn't get what he wanted, and was disappointed with him. Yuanji, you just said that you want to teach my disciple a lesson. Since when is it your turn to teach my disciple a lesson? Great Master Ranfeng, who had always been kind and gentle, suddenly became fierce. Chapter 795. This old man is Tyrant's master. He is indeed domineering. It was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ranfeng. He was instantly impressed by Great Master Ranfeng's domineering manner. The old monk looked kind and gentle, but he didn't expect him to be so domineering. He didn't even give face to the minor saint of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Of course. Jiang Qin smiled. This was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ranfeng. He had already seen Great Master Ranfeng when he was in the Western Domain. In order to save him, Great Master Ranfeng sent out his divine sense and killed a 9th-grade combat king with a single glance. Ranfeng, let's not talk about your disciple's matter for now. I hope that your appearance isn't because of this evildoer. Yuanji was obviously afraid of Great Master Ranfeng. He turned his attention to Jiang Qin. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to punish the little monk. With Great Master Ranfeng's temper, he would definitely stop him. However, Jiang Qin must be punished today. Evildoer? Why does this sound so unpleasant? Jiang Qin is a rare and peerless genius. The grudge between him and Tianyi Gate is a grudge of life and death. If Tianyi Gate wants to kill him, he will eliminate Tianyi Gate. Isn't this reasonable? Besides, Jiang Qin only killed those minor saints. He didn't kill any innocent people. There are too many grudges like this in St. Origin World. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple want to get involved in all of them? Great Master Ranfeng said leisurely. His appearance this time was obviously because of Jiang Qin. Otherwise he wouldn't be here to chat with Yuan Ji. In his heart, Jiang Qin was more important than the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. He couldn't rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple, but he could rely on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin would be of great help to him in the future. Ranfeng, don't forget your identity. You are now an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. You have to think about the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. But now you are siding with an outsider. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin has destroyed the Order of the Western Domain by killing all the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate, how dare he hurt an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple? This is no different from slapping the face of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Such an evildoer must be eliminated. For your sake, I will spare his life, but he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive his punishment. Yuan Ji was also angry. All these years he had been in frequent contact with Great Master Ranfeng, but it was all for a specific purpose. Later on, Great Master Ranfeng joined the Great Lane Temple, and it was indeed due to Yuan Ji's efforts. However, ever since Great Master Ranfeng joined the Great Lane Temple, not only did the Great Lane Temple not obtain any benefits from him, this Great Master didn't even step through the doorstep of the Great Lane Temple. This situation made Yuan Ji very angry, and it also made him understand that wanting to get what he wanted from Great Master Ranfeng was simply a delusion. I have already given your Great Lightning Tune Temple a lot of face. The fact that the two of them are still standing here is the best proof. Jiang Qin said. What he said was the truth. He and the Tianyi Gate were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation. The two 7th grade minor saints of the Great Lightning Tune Temple had come to stop him from annihilating the Tianyi Gate. According to Jiang Qin's temper, he would have killed both of them directly. The fact that they were still standing here showed that Jiang Qin had already given the Great Lightning Tune Temple some face. Evildoer, such a thing has never happened in the Western Domain before. You must be punished, and this is already considered a light punishment. Yuan Ji shouted loudly. Yuan Ji, for the sake of our many years of friendship, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? In the future, Jiang Qin and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will not interfere with each other's business. What do you think? Great Master Ranfeng said. After all, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was too powerful. To Jiang Qin it was better not to offend them. Alright, as long as you hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go. What do you think? Yuan Ji looked at Great Master Ranfeng. All along, the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple had been coveting the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. They said that it was something that was passed down by Ancestor Green Lotus. I have already said that my master didn't leave any inheritance behind. Great Master Ranfeng didn't show it on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. After so many years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple still hadn't given up. This was the real reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple looked for him. Ranfeng, stop pretending. You know what the Great Lightning Tune Temple wants? In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus obtained the supreme scripture of Buddhism, and he must have passed it down. We don't want his other inheritance, just this scripture. Ranfeng, you should understand that this is something that belongs to Buddhism, not an individual. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is the holy land of Buddhism, and the scripture should be kept in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If you hand it over, you will have made a great contribution to Buddhism, and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will let bygones be bygones. Yuan Ji said. It's a pity that you can't agree to my condition. Great Master Ranfeng shook his head. Ranfeng, the Great Lightning Tune Temple will never agree to your condition. That place isn't easy to enter. Yuan Ji said loudly. Jiang Qin stood on the side and furrowed his brows. Because of him, the conflict between the Great Lane Temple and Great Master Ranfeng had once again intensified. He had no idea what kind of condition Great Master Ranfeng wanted the Great Lane Temple to promise him, but he guessed that it was related to Ancestor Green Lotus. If Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the immortal realm, there must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Then there's nothing else to say. Today I will protect Jiang Qin. Yuan Ji, whether you give me face or not, I will protect Jiang Qin. Great Master Ranfeng's attitude became tough again. Since he couldn't convince Ranfeng, there was nothing else he could say. Then I have no choice but to exchange pointers with you, brother Ranfeng. Yuan Ji's chi fluctuated, perfectly displaying the strength of a 9th grade minor saint. He hadn't fought with Great Master Ranfeng for all these years, but he wanted to see how strong the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus was. You are no longer qualified to fight with me. Great Master Ran Feng remained indifferent and said in an indifferent tone, "What did you say?" Yuan Ji glared at Great Master Ran Feng and released an even stronger aura. An incomparably dazzling Buddhist Dharma seal was shot out by him. The huge Dharma seal looked like a golden barrier, like a huge compass. It carried a powerful aura and crazily attacked Great Master Ran Feng. In the face of Yuan Ji's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression didn't change. He showed an indifferent expression. He casually stretched out a finger and pointed at the void in front of him. A popping sound was heard. The Buddhist seal that Yuan Ji had unleashed was instantly destroyed. All the attacks were shattered into nothingness. Even the void returned to its original state. In other words, a casual point from Great Master Ran Feng could blow away the chi wave created by Yuan Ji. The attack of a 9th grade minor saint didn't even leave a trace in the void. What? Chapter 796. Yuan Ji was right. The appearance of a great sage was a major event. The Great Lane Temple would definitely be alerted. Almost as soon as Yuan Ji's voice faded, 2 imposing auras emerged in the sky. A great sage was extremely powerful. They could travel millions of miles with just a great void teleportation. If the great sage of the Great Lane Temple wanted to make a move, it would only take a few seconds for them to appear here from the moment they sensed Great Sage aura of Great Sage Ran Feng. This was also the reason why Great Master Ran Feng didn't run away with Jiang Chen. As long as the Great Lightning Tune Temple didn't let them off, they wouldn't be able to escape. Today's grudge must be settled. The 2 Buddhas of the Great Lane Temple appeared. The golden light emanating from their bodies was much stronger than Yuan Ji's. Both of them had a golden Buddha mark on their glabella, which made them look extremely mystical. These 2 Buddhas looked much younger than Great Master Ran Feng. They seemed to be in their 50s. They had a dignified demeanor, and even their eyes were golden. Ran Feng, you have advanced to the Great Saint realm. Congratulations. One of the Buddhas said with a smile when he saw Great Master Ran Feng advancing to the Great Saint realm. They were naturally happy to see a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple after sensing the chi of a great saint. Great Master Ran Feng frowned. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned ugly. The cultivation of these 2 Buddhas was very high. One of them was the same as Great Master Ran Feng, a 1st grade great saint, but the other had already reached the 2nd grade great saint. One should know that it was very difficult to cross the gap between each level in the Great Saint realm. Uncle Master Tiandang, Ran Feng has colluded with evildoers and is going against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Yuan Ji bowed to one of the Buddhas. Even with his status and age, he still had to address him as Uncle Master. This showed how honorable the other party's position in the Great Tempest Temple was. Yuan Ji used his telepathic thoughts to tell the 2 Buddhas everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Yuan Ji, the facial expression of Great Master Tiandang and the other Buddha changed. The way they looked at Great Master Ran Feng changed instantly. Master, what should we do now? Tyrant was a little worried. Each of the Buddhas was from the Tian generation of Buddha sect. Each of them was very profound and difficult to deal with. Now that there were 2 of them, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Ran Feng, your ascension to the Buddha realm is a matter worthy of celebration. I'm happy for you, but don't go astray and associate yourself with this evildoer. The Tianyi school is a great force in the western region. Now, all the high-level members were killed by this evildoer without any explanation. As the leader of the western region, the Big Lane Temple must take care of this. Master Tiandang said. Great Master Tiandang, this is a personal enmity between Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. I hope that the Great Lightning Tune Temple can give me some face and stop this matter. Jiang Chen is my good friend. Little friend Jiang Chen contributed a lot to the advancement of the Great Sage realm. Besides, little friend Jiang Chen didn't kill the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I, Ran Feng, am also an important person. Can't I give you some face? Great Master Ran Feng said. It was impossible for them to hand Jiang Chen over to the Great Lane Temple. If Jiang Chen fell into the hands of the Great Lane Temple, he would definitely be imprisoned as a monster. If that happened, Jiang Chen's life would be finished. Ran Feng, I think Yuan Ji has told you everything that needs to be said. Jiang Chen must be punished. If you insist on protecting him, I can only use force. Great Master Tiandang's tone suddenly became fierce. Yuan Ji had told him everything, especially about the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the lost scriptures of Buddhism. Since Great Master Ranfeng didn't want to cooperate, there was no need to be polite. He couldn't ruin the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple for an outsider who didn't have his heart in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Ba. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together and stood in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't take a step back. There was nothing more to say. He was using his actions to protect Jiang Chen. An old man who has just advanced to the Buddha realm. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. Senior brother Tiandang, stand here and don't move. Let me test his strength. I want to see how extraordinary the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is. Great Master Tianhong harumphed coldly. He took a step forward and stopped not far from Great Master Ranfeng. Like Great Master Ranfeng, he was also a first-grade Great Saint. However, Great Master Ranfeng had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint while he had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Ranfeng, make your move. Great Master Tianhong's eyes sparkled. His chi was unparalleled. I dare not. Great Master Ranfeng's facial expression didn't change. Little Chinzi, who do you think is more powerful between my master and him? Little Saint Monk asked. Great Master Ranfeng has taken the 9 Yang Les Ron pill. His potential has been stimulated once again, allowing him to break through his bottleneck. He must be stronger than before. Besides, do you think that the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus will be weak? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, but he was feeling gloomy. In his past life, when he was dominating the world, these old monks were like small shrimps in front of him. He could easily kill them all with just a breath of air. However, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. His current strength wasn't good enough. Encountering such a scene, he could only watch. He didn't even have the qualification to participate. In that case, I will make my move first. Swaying palm. Tianhong's chi fluctuated. Endless golden light spread out. He struck out the palm technique of Buddha sect. A huge palm print was condensed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The entire void changed dramatically. As soon as he made his move, he locked on to Great Master Ranfeng. Under the control of his domain, a new battlefield was opened up. Otherwise, the attack of a great saint would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to sink, injuring the innocent. In the face of Tianhong's powerful attack, Great Master Ranfeng's expression didn't change. He struck out his palm leisurely. It was an ordinary palm that didn't contain any profound meaning of Buddha sect, but it was such an ordinary palm that shattered Tianhong's swaying palm. Deng deng deng. Great Master Tianhong received a strong impact. He retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was an indescribable discomfort. The invisible domain was trembling. His face turned pale, looking at Great Master Ranfeng in shock. Impossible. Great Master Tianhong was incomparably shocked. His cultivation had stagnated at the first-grade Great Saint for at least 20 years. He had reached the peak of the first-grade Great Saint, but Great Master Ranfeng, who had just stepped into the first-grade Great Saint, was able to repel him with just a single strike. What surprised Great Master Tianhong even more was that Great Master Ranfeng didn't use any of the Buddhist sect's supreme arts. But Great Master Ranfeng was able to use the powerful swaying palm. Just imagine, if Great Master Ranfeng also used a powerful Buddhist sect's supreme art, Great Master Tianhong's ending wouldn't be as simple as being pushed back. Ba. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together. From the beginning until now, he had been behaving calmly. This was his first battle after advancing to the Great Saint realm. Although he had defeated his opponent, he didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. This showed his temperament. Chapter 797. Good. Tyrant shouted and leaped forward. He wasn't as calm as Great Master Ranfeng. Besides, how could he not be excited when he saw his master's divine power? In Tyrant's eyes, besides being his master and father, his master was also his idol. Previously, he was worried that Great Master Ranfeng, who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, wouldn't be a match for Great Master Tianhong. Now it seemed like Jiang Chen's eyesight was really good. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Great Master Ranfeng's ferociousness had not only defeated Great Master Tianhong, but also did it with such ease. This old monk is truly ferocious. The Huang dog stuck out his tongue and drooled. Yan Xinyu didn't say anything, but she was also shocked by Great Master Ranfeng's means. This was the first time she saw a great saint in action. She deeply felt the terror of a great saint. There was still a long way to go in the path of cultivation. I don't believe that a first-grade great saint who has just advanced to the first-grade great saint is stronger than me. Great Master Xuanhuan was infuriated. His chi rose once more, preparing for another battle with Great Master Ranfeng. Anyone who had reached the Great Saint realm would have their own pride. Great Master Xuanhuan absolutely didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade great saint who had just advanced to the first-grade great saint. That strike just now had completely disgraced him. Junior brother Xuanhuan, let me do it. Great Master Tiandang spoke. He had already noticed that the gap between Great Master Ranfeng and Great Master Ranfeng wasn't small. Although Great Master Ranfeng had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, his strength was still very strong. Great Master Xuanhuan was no match for him. If he continued to fight, not only would he not be able to avenge himself, he would also be humiliated even more. Yes, senior brother. Although Great Master Xuanhuan was unwilling, he still obeyed his senior brother's words. Immediately he retreated. Dong. Great Master Tiandang took a step forward. A loud sound echoed in the void. Great Master Tiandang's foot directly entered the space. A cold wind blew out from the space. It was a powerful spatial turbulence. Although it affected Great Master Tiandang's body, it couldn't harm him at all. Tyrant and Da Huang Dog started to worry. Great Master Tiandang was much stronger than Tianhong. There was a gap of one level between the two of them. On their side there was only one great saint, Great Master Ranfeng. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, Great Master Ranfeng was determined to protect Jiangchen. He wouldn't care even if he had to go against the Great Lane Temple. Jiangchen was touched by Great Master Ranfeng's action. In the past he was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus. He had never thought that he would be involved with the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiangchen swore that no matter what the outcome of today's matter was, he would remember Great Master Ranfeng's kindness. No matter what kind of difficulties Great Master Ranfeng would face in the future, he would spare no effort to help Great Master Ranfeng. The disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is truly extraordinary. He has such powerful strength even though he has just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Even I have to admire him. Ranfeng, we are all people of Buddha sect. We don't want to make things too unpleasant. If you withdraw from the dispute now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Great Master Tiandang said. Amit Ba. Let's do it. Great Master Ranfeng's facial expression remained unchanged. His words stunned Great Master Tiandang. He didn't expect that Great Master Ranfeng would ask him to take action. He really didn't know where Great Master Ranfeng got the confidence to fight him with a mere first-grade great saint. All right. Let me see how many means the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus has. Great Master Tiandang was a little angry. In his point of view, this Ranfeng didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Great Master Ranfeng would never back down. Putting aside the fact that he had to protect Jiangchen, the identity of the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus made it impossible for him to back down. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to his master's name. Miluo Dharma Seal. Great Master Tiandang made his move. It was the same powerful Dharma seal of Buddha sect. A huge seal was conjured. It was a few hundred meters in size like a huge heavenly barrier. There was a powerful shadow of Miluo on it. The divine aura of a second-grade great saint was many times stronger than Tianhong. In the face of Great Master Qindang's attack, Great Master Ranfeng's eyes glittered with brilliance. His chi rose abruptly. It was many times stronger than when he was dealing with Tianhong. Feeling the tyrannical chi waves from Great Master Ranfeng's body, Great Master Tianhong's facial expression turned even uglier. He suddenly understood that Ranfeng had already held back when he was dealing with him. Honglong. Great Master Ranfeng slowly raised his palm and slapped forward lightly. No one knew how much power was contained in this slap. A huge Ming King Dharma seal was struck out. After the Ming King Dharma seal appeared, it was as if it had come to life, suppressing everything like a mountain. The Mi Luo Dharma seal cast by Great Master Tiandang was inferior to the Ming King Dharma seal in essence. The supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect was incomparable to any ordinary Dharma seal. Naturally, its power was incomparable. Fortunately, Great Master Qindang's cultivation base was a grade higher. Otherwise, the chi unleashed by the Ming King Dharma seal would be enough to destroy the Mi Luo Dharma seal. Amidst the powerful vibration, Great Master Qindang's Ming King Dharma seal was destroyed. Under the tremendous attack, Great Master Tiandang was forced to take a step back. When he looked at Great Master Ranfeng again, he was like a towering pine tree. Wah. The entire scene was in an uproar. No one knew how many people were shocked by this scene. Great Master Tianhong and the two 7th grade minor saints gaped at Great Master Ranfeng in disbelief. Even Tyrant and Da Huang Dog were dumbfounded. The only one who had a normal reaction was Jiang Qin. Wow. Master is too awesome. Master is the best. Tyrant laughed heartily. He didn't look like a disciple of Buddha sect anymore. He rarely saw his master in action. He didn't expect his master to be so ferocious. He had just advanced to the 1st grade great saint, but he was able to repel a 2nd grade great saint. Could he be any more awesome? Of course, the one who was most surprised was Great Master Tiandang himself. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by Ranfeng. He was a mighty 2nd grade great saint, but he was defeated by a newly advanced 1st grade great saint. This was such a shameful thing. However, Great Master Tiandang suddenly thought of Great Master Ranfeng's seal just now. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. Ranfeng, what you used just now, is one of the 3 great supreme seals of Buddha sect, the unmovable bright king seal. The 3 great seals have been lost for a long time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to use it. If you can hand over the cultivation method of the 3 great seals to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go and I won't make things difficult for Jiang Qin. What do you say? Great Master Qindong's eyes were burning with passion. The 3 supreme mudras of Buddhism, now that they had reappeared in the world, how could he not be excited? Furthermore, being defeated by the feudal mudras, he suddenly didn't feel ashamed anymore. If the Great Layin Temple could obtain the 3 supreme mudras, he would be the hero of the entire Great Layin Temple. He would even be qualified to cultivate the 3 supreme mudras. Not to mention cultivating all of them, even cultivating just one of them would bring him endless benefits. This belongs to my master. I don't have the right to hand it over to anyone else. If you have the ability, you can ask my master for it. Great Master Ranfeng said. His words stunned Jiang Qin. It seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't dead, nor had he ascended. He was still in Saint Origin world. In that case, I will suppress you now. Great Master Qindong's chi fluctuated violently once more. Both of his hands danced in the air, pinching out a complicated seal, and launched another attack at Great Master Ranfeng. At the same time, he secretly sent out his divine sense to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to suppress Great Master Ranfeng with the help of the Supreme Seal. At this moment he needed a higher level Buddha. Great Sage was a supreme existence. To ordinary cultivators, it was a distant existence. No matter which region one was in, it was extremely difficult to see one. Today so many great sages had appeared in the Western domain. Such a scene was really rare. Great Master Ranfeng remained indifferent to Great Master Qindong's attack. He used the Akalanatha seal again. The powerful Supreme Seal was enough for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Jiang Qin suddenly saw the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ranfeng. Of course, there was still a huge gap between the current Great Master Ranfeng and Ancestor Green Lotus when he was at his peak. Jiang Qin was recognized as the greatest saint in the world. He didn't respect anyone. If there was one person that he admired, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. If there was a ranking in Saint Origin world, he would be ranked first. No one would dare to compete with Ancestor Green Lotus for the 2nd place. Long. Just as Great Master Ranfeng and Great Master Tiandang were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud rumble was heard in the sky. A bright Buddha light that looked like a Milky Way hung in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately, Ranfeng and Great Master Ranfeng stopped their battle and raised their heads to look at the sky. For God's sake, another great saint has come. Da Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. The Great Lightning Tune Temple would never stop today. What a powerful chi. I'm afraid that it's a 3rd grade great saint. My master won't be able to withstand it. Tyrant frowned. His face was full of worry. It seemed like there was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Although his master's divine power was matchless, he had just stepped into the great saint realm. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to fight against the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. Jiang Qin's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect such a scene to happen. He thought that the Great Layin Temple would interfere in the conflict between him and the Heavenly Sect, and that they would step forward to stop him. At that time, Great Master Ranfeng would be the only one who could solve the problem. Chapter 798. The sudden appearance of a third-grade Great Saint Buddha changed the situation again. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It was impossible for him to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. It was already very good that he could hold on until now. Great Master Ranfeng turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. He saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face, and not a single ripple could be seen in his eyes. Even when facing such a situation, Jiang Chen was still able to maintain his composure. Just this mentality alone was enough for Great Master Ranfeng to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This was a peerless genius, and he was destined to become a dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. No matter what, Great Master Ranfeng had to protect Jiang Chen and prevent him from falling into the hands of the Great Lane Temple. However, that was his master's inheritance. How could he give it to someone else? The third-grade Great Saint appeared. He was also an old monk with a fat head and big ears. There was an obvious mark of an old monk, which was his ears. His ears were big and long, with a dangling earlobe that looked like a meatball, shrouded in golden brilliance. Senior brother Tianho. Tiandang and Tianhong hastily bowed to greet the newcomer. No one would dare to neglect a mighty third-grade Great Saint. Such a figure would be highly regarded in any place in Saint Origin World. While greeting, Great Master Tiandang had already told Buddha Tianho everything that had happened here using divine sense. After listening to Tiandang's narration, Great Master Tianho sighed, as if he was feeling sorry and disappointed. Finally, Buddha Tianho's eyes fell on Great Master Ranfeng. His eyes seemed gentle, but they were incomparably sharp, like 2 sharp blades that could make one's soul tremble. Junior brother Ranfeng, you really disappoint me. Great Master Tianho said with a sigh. I just want to make a compromise. Jiang Chen is my best friend. Besides, this is between little friend Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. There are so many kinds of grudges in this world. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple have to intervene in all of them? Great Master Ranfeng said. This is the Western region, so it's different. The place where our Buddhist sect is located must be a symbol of peace. There must be no mass killings. This is related to the face of the Buddhist sect. If we let Jiang Chen go today, who in the Western region will still obey the Great Lane Temple? Master Tianho said. Obey? These 2 words are too incongruous when used in Buddhism. Buddhism is particular about meticulousness and the pursuit of virtue. But now, the Tempest Temple has given birth to the idea of ruling and fighting for hegemony. They even care about their appearance. The true meaning of Buddhism is getting further and further away from us. Great Master Ranfeng also sighed. The current Great Lane Temple could no longer represent the Buddhist sect. It could only represent itself, a powerful force and a giant in the Western regions. It had long lost the elegance of the Buddha. Bastard, Ranfeng, how dare you criticize the Great Lane Temple like that? Great Master Tiandang flew into a rage again. Junior brother Ranfeng, you don't have to say any unnecessary words. In order to defend the dignity of the Great Lane Temple, I must punish this evildoer and bring him back to the Great Lane Temple for punishment. Great Master Tianho's chi fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. The power of a third-grade Great Saint was incomparable to the second-grade Great Saint Tiandang. Great Master Ranfeng could deal with Tiandang and Tianhong, but he couldn't deal with Great Master Tianho even if he had the 3 supreme Dharma seals. Hold on. Great Master Ranfeng spoke. Junior brother Ranfeng, do you really think you can stop me? Great Master Tianho's eyes widened. Ranfeng is willing to exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for the peace between little friend Jiang Chen and the Great Lane Temple. Great Master Ranfeng said. What? A few exclamations were heard at the same time. Even Jiang Chen widened his eyes, looking at Great Master Ranfeng in disbelief. He didn't expect that Great Master Ranfeng would exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for him. That was the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It had always been regarded as more important than his own life by Great Master Ranfeng. However, in order to save Jiang Chen, Great Master Ranfeng made such a decision. This made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. Master. Tyrant looked very angry. Of course, he wasn't angry because his master had taken out the Dharma seals to save Jiang Chen. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would have made the same decision. Jiang Chen was his life and death brother, more important than anything else. What he was angry about was the Great Lane Temple. Even a fool could see the current situation. The grudge between Jiang Chen and Tianyi Gate was just a fuse. The Great Lane Temple had been eyeing the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus for a long time. In his impression, his master had never been threatened. Today's incident made him feel helpless and aggrieved. Motherfucker. De Huang dog cursed. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he was afraid that he would have pounced on these bald donkeys and bitten them to death. Junior brother Ranfeng, a monk doesn't lie. Is what you said true? Great Master Tianho instantly retracted his chi. When he mentioned the Supreme Dharma seals, blazing sparks flashed in his eyes. Compared to the 3 Supreme Dharma seals, a puny Jiang Chen was nothing. I don't agree. Great Master Ranfeng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. He took a step forward and stood opposite to Great Master Tianho. Even in the face of a powerful third-grade great saint, his facial expression didn't change. Little friend Jiang Chen. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Jiang Chen. I, Jiang Chen, appreciate Grandmaster's kindness. However, if the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus is given away to someone else because of me, I won't be able to rest easy. What Grandmaster has done for me today is more than enough. I will always remember your kindness and I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. After that, he looked at Tianho and the other 2 and said in an indifferent tone, You people from the Great Lightning Tune Temple really like to meddle in other people's business. In that case, I'll follow you to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Little Chinzi, you can't go. Tyrant became anxious on the spot. Although the Great Lightning Tune Temple was a sacred place of Buddha sect, the punishment for demons and ghosts was extremely terrifying. They had now regarded Jiang Chen as a demon. Once Jiang Chen arrived at the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would certainly be punished and the consequences would be unimaginable. Good, it's good that you took the initiative to stand out. However, not only you but also that woman and that dog. The 3 of you will be going to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive your punishment. You will have to pay for the sins you have committed in the Tianyi Gate. Great Master Tianho's tone was calm, but everyone could sense the anger in his heart. He didn't care about the bullshit Jiang Chen and De Huang dog. What he cared about was the Supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect. He was so close to getting it, but this Jiang Chen wanted to stop him. It was so infuriating. No way. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was instantly enraged. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was asking for a mile after giving him an inch. If he went to the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone to receive the punishment, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Besides, with his methods, it wouldn't be easy for the Great Lightning Tune Temple to punish him. However, Great Master Tianho actually wanted to send De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu to the Great Lightning Tune Temple together. This was something that Jiang Chen couldn't accept. He could be hurt, but he would never allow others to hurt the people around him. Motherfucker, old bald donkey, Master Dog will bite your head off sooner or later. De Huang Dog couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. Such a crazy evildoer will only be a scourge if he stays in this world. Let me deal with him first. Great Master Tiandang, who was at the side, locked his gaze on De Huang Dog. After that, he suddenly stretched out his palm and shrouded De Huang Dog. He wanted to kill De Huang Dog on the spot. Stop. Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. His opponent's attack was too fast and the gap in their strength was too huge. It was impossible for him to stop it. Great Master Ranfeng was locked by Tianho, so he couldn't rescue De Huang Dog in time. Tiandang's palm was about to hit De Huang Dog's body. If this attack landed on his body, the consequences would be imaginable. De Huang Dog would be turned into powder and die tragically on the spot. Oh. At this moment, a howl resounded through the 9 heavens. Then a high-pitched voice was heard. Old bald donkey, who gave you the courage to touch the people of my demon race? As this domineering voice rang out, a terrifying rainbow-colored claw pierced through the void. The claw looked incomparably beautiful. The rainbow-colored brilliance flowed like a rainbow across the sky. Of course, under this beauty, there was an infinite amount of terror and destructive power hidden. Gotcha. The terrifying 7-colored sharp claw shattered Tiandang's attack in an instant. At the same time, it grabbed one of his arms. Everyone saw that Tiandang's arm, a dignified second-grade great saint, was torn off by the sharp claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Who? Not far away, Tianho's countenance drastically changed. He immediately blasted out a palm strike. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared in the air. That illusory figure radiated a multicolored light. It was the most beautiful light in the world. That illusory figure casually blasted out a beam of light, directly shattering Tianho's attack. The void trembled. A middle-aged man wearing a 7-colored feather robe emerged from the void. He disappeared with every step he took. In a blink of an eye, he arrived above the battlefield. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build. His eyes were radiating seven-colored divine light. His demonic chi soared to the sky. There was a mark on his glabella. It was the mark of a peacock. Peacock King? Great Master Tianhu exclaimed. He recognized the man. He was a super great demon of the Pure Land. No one dared to provoke him. He had never thought that he would appear here today. Awesome. The Huang dog was very excited. This Peacock King was too awesome. He had torn the arm of a second-grade great saint and suppressed a third-grade great saint. His demonic chi was monstrous and domineering. He had completely sensed the bloodline of a divine beast in the Huang dog. The surprise on his face was indescribable. Swoosh! The Peacock King retracted the seven-colored radiance. Originally he was wild with joy, but all of a sudden he slapped the head of the Huang dog with his palm, producing a sound of iron striking. For God's sake, why did you slap me? The Huang dog glared at the Peacock King angrily. Was this guy sick? Didn't he know that it was impolite to slap someone's head at the first meeting? Motherfucker, you have the bloodline of a powerful mutated dragon horse, but you look like a dog. This is outrageous. The Peacock King said and slapped the head of the Huang dog a few more times. Only then did he calm down. Jiang Qin, Tyrant, and Yen Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. The Huang dog was slapped so many times by the Peacock King, but he didn't show any anger. Finally, there was someone who could take care of this bastard. However, they could also see that although the Peacock King was slapping the Huang dog, he didn't use any force. Otherwise, with his cultivation, no matter how hard the Huang dog's head was, it would be smashed into pieces. The Peacock King was overjoyed, but he was depressed about the dog's appearance. I'm doing this to disguise myself. The Huang dog quickly distanced himself from the Peacock King. Not bad. Your reaction is fast and your head is quite hard too. You are indeed worthy of the bloodline of a divine beast. No matter what you look like, the bloodline of a divine beast can't be faked. Haha, our demon race is going to prosper. The Peacock King laughed heartily. Then the Peacock King turned around and looked at the Buddhas of the Great Lane Temple. He immediately scolded, "Bald donkey, your Great Lane Temple is really something. How dare you kill the geniuses of the demon race? Are you going to declare war on the demon race?" Peacock King, don't go too far. This isn't the territory of your demon race. You better not get involved in the business of the Great Lane Temple. Great Master Tianhu was furious. He was a highly respected Buddha, but he couldn't stand being scolded as a bald donkey. "Ah, old bald donkey, who do you think you are? If I don't give face to the Great Lane Temple, I will slap you to death. Since I, the Peacock King, want to meddle in other people's business, I will definitely meddle in it. Today I will bring my people away. Ask the abbot of the Great Lane Temple to come and see if he can stop me." The Peacock King was too arrogant. He didn't even put the Great Lane Temple in his eyes. Great Master Tianhu was infuriated, but he didn't lose his temper. He didn't dare to go against the Peacock King directly. Who didn't know about the Peacock King's ferocious name? If he was angered and killed, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. You? This is the Western region. If you dare to kill the geniuses of the demon race, I will directly smash your bald donkey head. The Peacock King didn't give any face to the senior monks of the Great Lane Temple. Wakaka, the Huang dog laughed and jumped up and down in the air. He kept sticking his tongue out at the senior monks of the Great Lane Temple. The only thing he didn't do was shake his butt at their faces. The faces of the people of the Great Lane Temple turned ashen. They were so angry that their lips turned purple. They simply couldn't bear it. However, there was nothing they could do. The demon race wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, they had a backer who was much stronger than the Great Lane Temple. Just the Peacock King in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Great Master Tianhu shook his head and said to the Peacock King, "Peacock King, the genius of your demon race is still fine. Not only did we not hurt him, but you also tore off one of our great sage's arms. You still have the advantage. Now take this dog and leave. I hope the demon race won't get involved in other matters." "No way. Jiang Qin is my life and death brother. His matter is my matter. Peacock King, you must kill these bald donkeys now. Otherwise I will not join the demon race." Peacock King said. Big Yellow opened his mouth. He was a man who would never forgive his enemies. Now that they had the upper hand, Big Yellow wouldn't let this matter rest. These few old monks were so arrogant just now that they had almost stewed him. He had to vent his anger on them. Motherfucker, you're even fiercer than me. This is the Western regions. It's not good to kill me directly. The Peacock King rolled his eyes. The Huang dog actually used joining the demon race to threaten him. Are you going to kill me or not? If you don't kill me, I won't join the demon race. The Huang dog was enraged. You dare to threaten me? In this world, no one dares to threaten me, the Peacock King. You damn dog, you dare to threaten me? Do you know the consequences? The Peacock King glared at the Huang dog, but his attitude changed instantly when he saw that the Huang dog didn't care about him. Good, you have character. I like it. Pu, the Jiangchen and Tyrant almost vomited blood. Today they finally saw what a weirdo was. The Peacock King against the Huang dog was like a big weirdo against a small weirdo. Peacock King, how dare you attack us in the Western regions? Great Master Xianhu shouted. He threatened me, and now you bald donkeys dare to threaten me? I will kill you all today. Let's see what your great Lane Temple can do. The Peacock King was a guy who couldn't stand being threatened. According to his character, he might just go up and bleed these Buddhas one by one. Ba. At this time, Great Master Ranfeng took a step forward and said to the Peacock King, Peacock King, let's not make things too big. Otherwise it won't do anyone any good. Since Great Master Ranfeng said so, then forget it. Count yourself lucky, bald donkeys. The Huang dog said. In fact, he was very clear that if the Peacock King really killed these few eminent monks, the Great Lane Temple would never let it go. After all, Jiang Chen's current cultivation was still too weak. Making things too big would do him no good. As long as Jiang Chen's matter was settled, the Huang dog didn't care whether these eminent monks were killed or not. Alright, I will give Great Master Ranfeng some face. Alright, I'll give Great Master Ranfeng some face. Ancestor Green Lotus is the Buddha I admire the most. He's a true transcendent being, unlike the current Great Lane Temple that's fighting for power and influence. I think the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is more pleasing to the eye. All of you bald donkeys, listen up. With me, Peacock King here, don't even think about touching a single hair of Jiang Chen. The Peacock King's attitude towards Great Master Ranfeng was obviously much better. After all, the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus was not just for show. Chapter 800. Today's Buddhism was no longer the same as it used to be. Great Master Tianho could only choose to remain silent in the face of the Peacock King's strength. However, he immediately looked at Great Master Ranfeng and said, Junior Brother Ranfeng, you said that as long as we release Jiang Chen, you will hand over the 3 great supreme magical seals. Do you agree? Great Master Tianho had already made up his mind. As long as he could get the 3 great supreme magical seals, it would be the biggest gain. Compared to Jiang Chen, the 3 great supreme magical seals were much more precious. I did say that, but I regret it now. This is the grudge between the Great Lane Temple and Jiang Chen. I won't interfere anymore. You can punish Jiang Chen. I won't interfere. Great Master Ranfeng said with a straight face. The people of the Great Lane Temple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tyrant and the Huang dog laughed out loud. They didn't expect this old monk to be so shameless. Now that the Peacock King had appeared, they couldn't do anything about it. What a joke. How could the Great Lightning Tune Temple hand over the seal so easily? Since Peacock King was here, it would be impossible for Great Master Tianho and the others to deal with Jiang Chen. It was too naive of them to think that they could get the Supreme Dharma seal with what they said just now. Great Master Ranfeng wasn't a fool. He had no choice but to hand over the seal just now. Now that Peacock King had appeared, he was no longer needed. Senior Brother Tianho, what should we do now? Should we call the experts of the temple? Tianhong transmitted his voice to Great Master Tianho. Great Master Qiandong's face turned pale. He was very depressed after having one of his arms torn off by the Peacock King. However, it was not difficult for him to regrow a severed arm after becoming a great saint. Such an injury was nothing to him. Great Master Tianho frowned and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, No need. Let's go. Are we just going to let it go? Great Master Tiandang was very unwilling. There's no need to incur the wrath of the demon race for the sake of a nobody. Let's set our sights on Ancestor Green Lotus inheritance first. As long as we can obtain it, the Tempest Temple will be able to return to its peak. After Great Master Tianho finished speaking, he left with the people of the Great Lane Temple. There was no point in staying here. They couldn't defeat the Peacock King. Staying here would only bring disgrace to themselves. He left just like that. The Huang dog said. Obviously, he did not expect the people from the Tempest Temple to leave so decisively. That means they are wise, the Peacock King said arrogantly. After the men from the Great Lane Temple left, Jiang Chen and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. For Jiang Chen, he was still too weak right now, and it wasn't suitable for him to offend a superpower like the Great Lane Temple. It would be best if both parties could live in harmony. Thank you, Peacock King, for lending a helping hand. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this favor. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the Peacock King. He was a man who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Those who helped him would definitely repay the favor in the future. Plus, he didn't dislike the demon race. The way the demon race acted was similar to the devil religion. They were swift and decisive, especially people like the Peacock King. Jiang Chen was willing to have dealings with them. Good, you are a very good young man. I heard that you have conquered the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains, creating a precedent in the divine continent. Today you have eliminated a major power like the Tianyi Gate with your third-grade minor saint cultivation. This is really rare. I like domineering people the most. I don't care what kind of major power they are. As long as they offend me, I will kill them. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just report my name to me. The Peacock King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. His words were full of praise. He was also a rare genius in the demon race, but compared to the current Jiang Chen, he was still far behind. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't surprised that the Peacock King was so familiar with his matters. If the demon race wanted to inquire about the Huang dog, they would definitely know everything about him. Moreover, such a big incident had happened in the 4 domains. Even the major families in the Pure Land would know about it. You follow me to the demon race. The Peacock King looked at the Huang dog. This dog was the main reason why he came here. If it wasn't for the Huang dog, he wouldn't have the leisure to care about the grudge between the Great Lightning Tune Temple and Jiang Chen. I won't go. What's so good about the demon race? The Huang dog curled his lips. What did you say? The Peacock King's eyes widened. If this was said by someone else, he would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, he didn't have any temper towards this dog. The Huang, the demon race, is one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. They have a deep foundation. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. If you go to the demon race, you will definitely be nurtured with great resources. Moreover, your status will not be low in the future. With your current cultivation level, going to the demon race is indeed a good choice. Jiang Chen said. He knew that the reason why the Huang dog didn't want to go to the demon race was because he didn't want to be separated from him. Both of them had been together since they were in the Origin Mountain Range. They had never been separated. No one could compare to their deep relationship. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to be separated from the Huang dog, but he didn't want to delay the Huang dog's future. The Huang dog was now a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. It wouldn't be easy for him to continue to improve his strength. However, the demon race was different. Each of the 8 major families in the Pure Land had a deep foundation. The Huang dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, he would be nurtured with great importance by the demon race. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't have shown up in person. Moreover, with the Huang dog's talent, his cultivation would certainly improve by leaps and bounds after he went to the demon race. It was very likely that he would break through to the Great Sage Realm in the shortest time possible. At that time, he would be of great help to Jiang Chen. The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen. Then he shook his head and said, "All right, I will go with you to the demon race." Today it was all thanks to the Peacock King's help. So Yi Xuan still had to give him face. Moreover, the Huang dog was a demon after all. Going to the demon race could be considered as his final destination. That's right. Jiang Chen took out the starlight shield and absorbed all the power of the stars. A powerful minor saint weapon would have a certain amount of storage space. The more powerful the weapon, the bigger the storage space. The storage space of the starlight shield was bigger than the starlight tower. Therefore, it was very easy for it to store the power of the stars. You're tuning into the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.